I crossed over to the Douluo continent. Other protagonists want Xiao Wu's beautiful body. But I only want Xiao Wu's soul ring. Xiao Wu, I coming for you. Sunset in the forest. Looking at Doupo's solemn expression, Xiao Yu said seriously, Grandpa, this matter really needs to be dealt with. But don't worry yet, let me help you deal with your injuries first. While speaking, Xiao Yu unfolded the Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. At this time, the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit had undergone great changes. The main body of the plant turns purple-black, and only some of the leaf veins still retain a little golden light. Seeing this, Xiao Yu frowned. However, Xiao Yu didn't think too much and directly used his second soul skill. Following Xiao Yu's movements, the light of recovery condensed in Xiao Yu's hands. Looking at the slightly thin light of recovery in his hand, Xiao Yu frowned even more tightly. After absorbing the soul ring of the dark blue-silver emperor, I successfully broke through the bottleneck of level 60. My martial spirit has also completed its evolution again. I can even vaguely sense the bottleneck at level 70. Although I haven't tested my soul power yet, my current soul power will definitely not be lower than level 69. With so many bonuses, my healing ability has become weaker. Is it because of the dark blue-silver emperor's martial spirit? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu's fifth soul ring lit up again. As the realm of life unfolded, the light of recovery in Xiao Yu's hand solidified a little more. Seeing this, Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. It seems that after the martial arts change, several of my soul skills have been affected. The effect of this light of recovery is far less than before. I just don't know what happened to the other soul skills. Xiao Yu sighed and did not continue to think about it. He stretched out his hand and shot the light of recovery towards Doupo. About 10 minutes, Xiao Yu retracted his palm. At this time, Doupo's face once again gained a little more color. Compared to before, Doupo's condition has recovered somewhat. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Grandpa, let's go to the Ice and Fire Eyes first. This place is very close to the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. If people from Wuhun Palace come to investigate later, they will definitely be able to discover the Ice and Fire Eyes. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Doupo nodded. Let's go, Xiao Yu. 2 or 3 minutes later. The sky above the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Looking at the rocks scattered, the soil swollen, and almost no plants visible on the surface. Xiao Yu and Doupo both looked a little unhappy. Without wasting too much time, Xiao Yu and Doupo began to search in the eyes of Bingwo Liangyi. After a while, Xiao Yu found a fairy grass composed of red grass leaves under the gravel. The top of the grass blades of this fairy grass resembles a cock's crown, and the veins of the leaves are red gold. At this time, Doupo also walked over carrying 7 wilted 10,000 years blue-silver grass. After putting down the 10,000 years blue-silver grass in his hand, Doupo looked at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, these are the only plants left alive nearby. Is that plant in your hand the only remaining fairy grass? Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded towards Doupo and said, it should be that the attributes of this coxcomb phoenix sunflower in the dark blue-silver emperor conflict. That's why it was not absorbed by the dark blue-silver emperor. Grandpa, we are relatively lucky. Although it is somewhat broken, the medicinal properties are somewhat lost. But this fairy grass still survived the aftermath of the battle. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Doupo responded. Then, Doupo lowered his head and started thinking. After a while, Doupo looked at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, since this treasure land has been destroyed like this, it's not as good as us. As he said that, Doupo showed a trace of cruelty on his face. The green soul power was condensed in his hands. Seeing Doupo's actions, Xiao Yu understood Doupo's thoughts. Xiao Yu turned his head and looked at the spring of the Ice and Fire Eye not far away. Grandpa is planning to directly destroy the Ice and Fire Eyes. I don't know if the dragon soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King still exists at this time. If their dragon souls have dissipated, I really want to turn their remains into undead creatures. It's a pity that I don't have much time to investigate now. But it doesn't matter, wait until I have stronger combat power. I'll just come back. The remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King are 10,000 meters below the Ice and Fire Eyes. Even if we destroy the surface, it won't affect them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked up at Doupo and said, Grandpa, don't rush to do it yet. Let me handle it here. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand and waved lightly. Put the 7,000-year-old blue-silver grass on the ground and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in your hand into the netherworld. Then, Xiao Yu's third soul ring quickly lit up. Countless purple, black, blue, silver emperors emerged. In just a few breaths. One is more than 30 meters high. It has 2 wings on its back and holds a purple-black spear. A giant covered in purple-black armor appeared above the ice and fire eyes. At this time, Xiao Yu, who was wrapped by the giant, looked surprised. After my martial soul evolves again. Although my auxiliary soul skills may have become a lot weaker. But it's the opposite. The intensity of my third soul skill has made a qualitative leap. Looking at the giant above the ice and fire eyes, Doupo not far away couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is definitely a title-level combat power. This soul skill is so terrifying. Just when Doupo was shocked, Xiao Yu's voice came from the giant's body. Grandpa, come here first. I'm going to deal with the nearby traces. Quote, hearing what Xiao Yu said, Doupo did not dare to neglect and quickly flew to a safe area. Seeing this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. Purple-black flames quickly filled the spear in Xiao Yu's hand. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yu waved the spear in his hand and struck hard at the surrounding mountains. Boom boom boom. In Doupo's shocked eyes, the mountain that Xiao Yu hit began to crack, and purple-black light waves surged in all directions. Amidst the huge noise, the nearby mountains began to collapse. At the same time, in the secret realm of Rakshasa, an inexplicable voice sounded, the 7th test of Rakshasa God. Kill Xiao Yu and regain the dark blue-silver emperor's soul bone. Quote, hearing this voice, Bibi Dong, who was practicing, slowly opened his eyes. Bibi Dong, who listened carefully for a moment but received no reply, frowned. Why is the information about the 7th test so vague? Who is Xiao Yu? What is the soul bone of the dark blue-silver emperor? Does this thing have anything to do with the dark blue-silver king that was sent to the enshrinement hall a year ago? What does it mean to take back the soul bone? Quote, while thinking, Bibi Dong stood up, walking towards the outside of the secret realm of Rakshasa. About 10 minutes later, in the papal palace, several cardinals knelt down in front of Bibi Dong. Glancing at the cardinal below, Bibi Dong ordered, go check immediately and find out all the information about the dark blue-silver emperor. At the same time, find a soul master named Xiao Yu. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, the cardinals below responded in unison. As you command, Your Majesty the Pope. Next morning, the residence of Tiando Chamber of Commerce. Dugu Yan paced anxiously in Doupo's office. Why aren't you back yet? Did Grandpa and Xiao Yu run into any trouble? Last night, are the visions in the Sunset Forest related to Xiao Yu and the others? No, I have to go and have a look. Just when Dugu Yan made his decision. Click. Xiao Yu and Doupo opened the door and walked in. After hearing the sound, Dugu Yan turned his head and looked. The first time he saw Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan's eyes were full of surprise. Xiao Yu, you are back. However, when Doupo walked into the room, the color on Dugu Yan's face instantly disappeared. A year ago, after Xiao Yu used soul skills to help Doupo regain his life, Doupo has turned into a middle-aged man. Over the past year, Dugu Yan has become accustomed to Doupo's youthful appearance. But at this time, Doupo's temples turned white, and the wrinkles on his face increased visibly. He looks even older than when he first started. Looking at Doupo's current state, Dugu Yan was about to collapse. She knew very well that if Xiao Yu's soul skills could still help Doupo regain his life, Xiao Yu must have done everything well before coming back. She would never let her see Doupo like this. Dugu Yan knew it very well. Doupo's condition at this time may be worse than he imagined. Dugu Yan, who had lost his parents one after another when he was young, now has only Doupo as his only relative. Dugu Yan is really worried that Doupo will suddenly leave her like her father. Thinking of this, Dugu Yan quickly rushed to Doupo's side. Her eyes were full of worry. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? With that said, Dugu Yan looked at Xiao Yu again. Xiao Yu, are you injured too? What on earth did you and Grandpa go through last night? Quote. Looking at the anxious Dugu Yan, Doupo gently rubbed Dugu Yan's head and comforted him. Yan, you don't have to worry. Nothing happened to Xiao Yu and I. Contrary to what you think, our gains last night were not small. With that said, Doupo used his soul power to wrap up the room. After completing all this, Doupo began to tell Doughua what happened last night. As Doupo told, Doughua became more nervous. Although Doupo said it calmly, Doughua knew the risks involved. When Doupo said, Xiao Wu made a titled Douluo from the spirit hall into an undead creature. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Doughwa's forehead. Without too much thinking, she immediately realized the crisis. Doughua turned his head anxiously and looked at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, let's leave Tiando City as soon as possible. If a titled Douluo is lost, the people from Wuhun Palace will definitely come to look for him. On the surface, Grandpa is the only titled Douluo in Tiando City. If people from Wuhun Palace come to investigate, they will definitely focus on Grandpa. Moreover, Grandpa just met with the people from Wuhun Hall last night. Overnight, Grandpa's appearance changed so much, it couldn't be hidden. By the time, speaking of this, Doughua felt even more irritable. Xiao Wu had told him before that there were about 20 titled Douluo in Wuhun Palace. With such strong strength, Doughua didn't think Wuhun Palace needed to reason with them. Even when Wuhun Palace is investigating this matter, no evidence could be found to prove that Doupo was related to this incident. But sometimes just doubt is enough. If Wuhandian wants to take people directly, they have no means to resist. Thinking of this, Doughwa's face turned even worse. Seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly comforted him. Sister Yan, we should really leave now. But there is no need for us to be in such a hurry. After all, titled Douluo is the top combat power. Qian Runshui would not make a judgment on the life or death of the Agetagu Douluo so easily. It would take time for her to confirm the death of Agony Douluo, and it would also take time for her to report the matter. Sister Yan, there is no need for us to panic now. With that said, Xiao Wu looked at Doupo. Grandpa, even though you say that, we must get that thing as soon as possible. Hearing this, Doupo immediately reacted. Is it the Vast Sea Universe cover? After seeing Xiao Wu nod, Doupo said bluntly, Xiao Wu, let's go to Tiando Palace to meet Emperor Shui now. Hearing what Doupo said, Xiao Wu raised his head and looked out the window. Through Doupo's green soul power, Xiao Wu could vaguely see the sky outside. At this time, it was about 8 or 9 in the morning. It happened to be the time for Emperor Shui Yi to meet important guests. Seeing this, Xiao Wu no longer hesitated. He looked directly at Doupo and said, Grandpa, I'm leaving now. With that said, Xiao Wu looked at Doupo aside and said, Sister Yan, you should also prepare. After getting the Vast Sea Universe cover, we immediately headed to Poseidon Island. We will not care about trivial matters such as the subsequent transfer of power of the Chamber of Commerce and the appointment and dismissal of personnel. We don't have that much time. Just let Emperor Shui handle these trivial matters directly. After making the decision, Xiao Wu and the others immediately took action. At the same time, in the Pope's palace of Wuhun City, a cardinal walked quickly to Bibi Dong. Present the stack of paper documents in your hand. His Majesty the Pope, this is recorded in the various branches of our Wuhun Palace. Information about all soul masters named Xiao Wu. There are 27 people in total. They basically live in the Tiando Empire. The eldest among them is 73 years old this year and has level 19 soul power. The youngest one is just 10 years old this year, and he is born with first level soul power. The rest of the soul masters named Xiao Wu are basically around 30 or 40 years old. Their soul power at this time is basically above level 30. After getting the report from the cardinal, Bibi Dong nodded. Let's get rid of the two trashes, the youngest and the oldest, first. Focus on investigating those soul masters in their 30s and 40s. Yes, the cardinal nodded quickly in agreement and slowly exited the papal hall. After the man left, a feminine voice sounded in the Pope's palace. His Majesty the Pope, do we really want to go to the consecration hall today? After hearing this voice, Bibi Dong did not look back, but said coldly. Yugon, do you still remember the dark blue silver king that was sent to the enshrinement hall a year ago? Hearing this, Zhu Douluo frowned and began to think. After a moment, Zhu Douluo said with some uncertainty. His Majesty the Pope, I vaguely remember some of it. At that time, the great priest and the others were planning to let me take care of this dark blue silver king. I just don't know why, but they suddenly changed their attention later. What are you planning to do now? Seeing Zhu Douluo's hesitant expression, Bibi Dong said indifferently, let's go to the worship hall and take a look. Let's see what this so-called dark blue silver king is. After 1 hour, in the Tiando Imperial Palace, there was a rush of footsteps in the empty hall. Da da da. The attendant brought 2 chairs and placed them in front of Xiao Wu and Doupo. Seeing this, Emperor Shui, who had been sitting on the throne, smiled and said, "You two are welcome, please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Wu and Doupo responded at the same time. During this process, Emperor Shui looked at Doupo carefully. After seeing the change in Doupo's appearance, Emperor Shui frowned slightly. As a generation of emperors, Emperor Shui paid attention to all the forces in his country. Especially the 2 giants, the Qibao glazed sect and the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. He secretly arranged for many people to be undercover among them. Doupo has always been the focus of Emperor Shui's attention. Those people report what Doupo has done to him every day. In the past year, Emperor Shui also met Doupo several times. At this time, Doupo's aging appearance made Emperor Shui suspicious. Isn't there something wrong with Doupo during his cultivation? Single quote. Although he had doubts in his heart, Emperor Shui did not show it. Emperor Shui asked with a smile, "President Doupo, do you have anything to discuss with me when you come here today? If it's about the Tiando Chamber of Commerce's tax exemption, there is no need to say more about President Doupo. I made it very clear to Shuexing at that time." Hearing what Emperor Shui said, Doupo shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, the matter I came here to discuss with you has nothing to do with the tax exemption policy." Facing Emperor Shui's puzzled gaze, Doupo then spoke. "I wonder what Your Majesty thinks of our Tiando Chamber of Commerce." After hearing Doupo's words, Emperor Shui's eyes flashed. In the past year, Emperor Shui wanted to discuss matters related to the Tiando Chamber of Commerce with Doupo many times. But Doupo would push the blame every time. As the Tiando Chamber of Commerce continues to grow, the Tiando Chamber of Commerce and the noble alliance that had been standing behind the Tiando Chamber of Commerce became a worry for Emperor Shui. In addition, Emperor Shui has been in poor health in recent years. Emperor Shui was very worried about his death. The Prince Shui Qinghe, who he had decided was not capable of handling the affairs of the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that Doupo was finally ready to have a face-to-face chat with him about the Tiando Chamber of Commerce, Emperor Shui really wanted to have a showdown with Doupo immediately. But he also knew that he couldn't show his desire too obviously. Otherwise, Doupo is likely to ask for a high price, causing him to lose the initiative in negotiations. Thinking of this, Emperor Shui leaned on the throne and said casually, "President Doupo, what do you mean?" Seeing this, Doupo frowned, and he was not ready to fight with Emperor Shui. Doupo said straight to the point, "Your Majesty, you should also see my current physical condition. I plan to practice in seclusion for a period of time to break through my soul power level. During this period of time, I don't have any extra time to manage the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, I am ready to hand over the management of the Chamber of Commerce to Your Majesty." Quote. After hearing Doupo's words, Emperor Shui showed suspicion on his face. Emperor Shui glanced at Xiao Wu and chuckled. President Doupo was joking. "Isn't your grandson-in-law a very suitable manager? Why would you hand over the management of the Chamber of Commerce to me?" Quote. Seeing Emperor Shui still felt uneasy, Xiao Wu stood up, clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am still young. Like my grandfather, I am preparing to retreat and reach a higher realm. I don't have the time to take care of the Chamber of Commerce's affairs." Quote. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Emperor Shui did not immediately express his attitude. He looked at Xiao Wu and Doupo carefully. No one in the hall spoke, and the surrounding area became quiet. After a while, Emperor Shui sat up straight and said seriously, "Tell me what you want. As long as you don't go too far, I will try my best to meet your requirements." Hearing this, Doupo and Xiao Wu looked at each other. Afterwards, Doupo also stood up and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I heard Prince Snow Star say that a special soul tool in our Tiando Empire is called the Vast Sea Universe Shield. I'm somewhat interested in that item. Want to research it." Quote. I heard Doupo mention Prince Snow Star. A trace of anger flashed in Emperor Xi's eyes. Because I have manpower arrangements in the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. Emperor Shui knew very well. This year, under the instructions of Prince Snowstar. How serious is the tax evasion situation of Tiando Chamber of Commerce? Emperor Xi's heart bleeds when he thinks of those evaded taxes. After hearing what Doupo said, Prince Shuixing told him everything about the vast sea universe cover. Emperor Shui could no longer control his emotions. He was so angry that his face turned red. How dare this bastard Shuixing? The vast sea universe cover is the national treasure of our Tiando Empire. That's something passed down from our ancestors. After a while, Emperor Shui suppressed the anger in his heart, and a chill flashed in his eyes. At this time, Emperor Shui made a decision. If Doupo is not prepared to protect Prince Shuixing, Emperor Shui will take action against Prince Shuixing. After adjusting his mood, Emperor Shui smiled again and said to Doupo, President Doupo, I can give you the vast sea universe cover. But there's something I want to ask you. Quote, hearing what Emperor Shui said, Doupo cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, you can just ask. President Doupo, after you get the vast sea universe cover. Anything about Tiando Chamber of Commerce. You won't care anymore. Moreover, are you sure that other management members of Tiando Chamber of Commerce will not object to this? Quote, when speaking, Emperor Shui deliberately emphasized the word, any. Doupo also heard what Emperor Shui meant. Knowing that Emperor Shui was planning to attack Prince Shuixing, Doupo hesitated. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stepped forward, cupped his fists and said to Emperor Shui, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. No one can go against your will. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Doupo no longer hesitated. He also clasped his fists and promised to Emperor Shui, Your Majesty, after getting the vast sea universe cover, I will live in seclusion with Yanyan and Xiao Yu. We will not ask anything more about the Tiando Chamber of Commerce. Quote, after seeing the attitudes of Xiao Yu and Doupo, Emperor Shui nodded. His tone also became gentler. President Doupo, please wait a moment. As he said that, Emperor Shui waved his hand to the side. After receiving instructions from Emperor Shui, the attendants retreated outside the palace. Half an hour later, the attendant walked into the hall carrying a brocade plate. The brocade plate was covered with a layer of red cloth, hiding what was underneath. The attendant took this brocade plate and walked quickly to Emperor Shui. After Emperor Shui took the brocade plate, he personally took the things and walked towards Doupo. President Doupo, this is the vast sea universe cover you want. With that said, Emperor Shui stretched out his hand and uncovered the red cloth. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in intense precious light. Emperor Shui sent the vast sea universe cover to Doupo and said solemnly, President Doupo, I leave the national treasure to you. Hearing this, Doupo also clasped his fists and responded seriously. Your Majesty, I also entrust the Tiando Chamber of Commerce to you. While talking, Doupo took over the vast sea universe cover from Emperor Shui. 10 days later, a small town near the Stardo Forest. Xiao Yu and Doupo walked into this small town wearing black robes and hoods. This border town is located on the border of the Kingdom of Barak. The town is close to the Star Forest. Therefore, most of the people living in this town are also soul masters. Although the costumes of Xiao Yu and the three of them were a bit special, they did not attract too much attention. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu and the other three came to a hotel in the center of the town. After quickly opening the room, Xiao Yu turned to look at Doupo and Yan and said, Grandpa, Sister Yanyan, I'm going to take a walk in the Star Forest first, and I'll be back soon. Just wait for me here for a while. With that said, Xiao Yu turned around and walked out of the hotel. 10 days ago, after getting the vast sea universe cover, Xiao Yu immediately left Tiando City with Doupo and Yan. Because after thinking about it, after going to Poseidon Island, reasons why I couldn't leave for a long time, Xiao Yu decided to go to the Stardo Forest first to meet Da Ming and Ming. Snapped. Just when Xiao Yu was about to open the door and leave, he felt a warm touch on his right hand. Xiao Yu turned his head and looked back. At this time, Yan held his hand. Yan's face was full of worry. After hesitating for a moment, Yan finally spoke. Xiao Yu, isn't Xiao Wu still awake? Is it really okay if you go in and find her two brothers now? Quote. After Du Guyan finished speaking, Du Gubo also spoke to persuade. Xiao Yu, those two guys are soul beasts after all. You still need to be careful. Otherwise, you and I will go in together this time. I'm here, even if they fall out. I can also take you out. After hearing the concerned words of Du Gubo and Du Guyan, Xiao Yu showed a smile on his face. Xiao Yu held Du Guyan's hand and said with a chuckle. Grandpa, Sister Yanyan, there is really no need for you to worry so much about my safety. I know them. I feel more at ease about Da Ming and Ming and the others. As he spoke, Xiao Yu felt Du Guyan hold his hand tighter. Feeling this, Xiao Yu immediately realized that Du Guyan was still not relieved. Seeing this, Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, Sister Yanyan, you have just been recognized by the vast sea universe cover. You should spend some more time getting familiar with this treasure now. Only in this way will your future spiritual path be smoother. Only then can you help me better. Quote. After saying that, Xiao Yu stretched out his left hand and pinched Du Guyan's face. Sister Yanyan, if possible, you should inherit that opportunity as soon as possible. After all, Grandpa needs to live longer. I also need you to help me snatch the inheritance after success. Sister Yanyan, my grandfather and I are counting on you now. You don't want me and Grandpa to be disappointed either, right? Quote. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Du Guyan finally let go of Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, I understand. I will practice hard. Quote. After hearing Du Guyan's answer, Xiao Yu looked at Du Gubo again and said seriously, Grandpa, please stay with Sister Yanyan for the next few days. You can really rest assured with me. Nothing will go wrong. Even if I encounter any dangerous situation, I still have the combat power to save my life. As he spoke, Xiao Yu put his right hand in front of him. Purple-black soul power flashed slightly on his right hand. At this moment, the surrounding light seemed to be distorted. Seeing this, Du Gubo thought of the array Douluo controlled by Xiao Yu. After realizing this, Du Gubo did not persuade him again. After thinking for a moment, Du Gubo then warned Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, if you can't use your combat power, try not to use it. Of course, if something does go wrong in the end, don't be reluctant to part with this combat power. Just let him die. Your ability to come out alive is more important than anything else. Hearing what Du Gubo said, Xiao Yu nodded solemnly. Immediately, Xiao Yu stopped talking, opened the door and rushed towards the core area of the Star Forest. Du Guyan and Du Gubo stood quietly at the window sill, watching Xiao Yu's back gradually go away. 3 days later, the core area of the Star Forest. Xiao Yu, who was running fast, stopped. Click, click, click. The surrounding trees spread out in all directions. Ming's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, why did you come just now? I came directly after I felt your breath. Where is Xiao Wu? Why doesn't she come out? Quote. After hearing Ming's words, Xiao Yu scratched his head and said, Ming, let's go see Daming first. Something happened to Xiao Wu. After meeting Daming, I will tell you together. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ming immediately became nervous. It stretched out its muscular arm and grabbed Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you are too slow, I will take you there. With that said, Ming accelerated towards the Lake of Life. About 10 minutes later, edge of the Lake of Life. Wah wah wah. Before Ming could speak, Da Ming poked his head out of the Lake of Life. The moment he saw Xiao Yu, Daming asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, have you finally made a decision? Where is Xiao Wu? Let her come out first. After we say goodbye to her, we will sacrifice it to you. After hearing what Daming said, Ming also followed suit. Xiao Yu, tell me directly what happened to Xiao Wu. Hearing this, Daming also realized something was wrong. It looked at Xiao Yu with some surprise. Seeing this, Xiao Yu didn't hide it. He told Ming Dynasty and Ming about the dark blue-silver emperor. As he spoke, Xiao Yu summoned his re-evolved blue-silver emperor martial spirit. At the same time, Xiao Yu also unlocked the camouflage effect of the blue-silver domain. When 4 black and 2 red soul rings, 6 soul rings were displayed in front of Ming Ming and Ming Ming. Da Ming and Ming were stunned on the spot. However, after not seeing each other for a few months, Xiao Yu actually possessed 200,000-year soul rings. feeling Xiao Yu's martial spirit becoming so strong. Ming asked with some surprise. Xiao Yu, your martial spirit has not reached the level of a god-level martial spirit. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head at Ming. Ming, my blue-silver emperor martial spirit is not a god-level martial spirit. Just when Ming was a little disappointed, Xiao Yu added. According to my estimation, my current martial spirit is at least as strong as a first-level divine martial spirit. We are probably only one step away from reaching the God King level. Xiao Yu, Ming and Daming's eyes widened, and they looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief. Seeing this, Xiao Yu opened his right hand towards Daming and Ming again. Come on, Daming, Ming. Let me show you a big baby. Near the lake of life. In the surprised eyes of Daming and Ming, the purple-black soul power continued to gather towards Xiao Yu's right hand. The surrounding light also became distorted at this moment. The next moment, swish, the undead dolphin Douluo appeared in front of Daming and Ming. The moment when the Gorgon Douluo landed, he then noticed the two giant beasts in front of him. Buzz, the soul power in Gallican Douluo went berserk. He shouted at Xiao Yu, Lord, you go first. Leave it to me to handle it. As he spoke, the purple-black flames in the eyes of Agony Douluo burned even more intensely. Just when the Array Douluo was about to directly start the battle between the martial soul's true body and the Ming dynasty, Xiao Yu put his hand on his forehead in embarrassment. Then, Xiao Yu slightly moved his right hand a few times to control the movements of Galway Douluo. They didn't want to harm me. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Galileo Douluo felt relieved. Seeing this scene, Daming and Ming, who were a little nervous not far away, felt relieved. Daming asked with some uncertainty. Xiao Yu, is this the soul skill given to you by the soul bone of the dark blue-silver emperor? Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. This is indeed the soul bone skill of the dark blue-silver emperor. As for why its soul bone has the ability to directly transform corpses or even living people into undead, I don't know much about it. I just have an uncertain guess. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Daming and Ming also started thinking. After a while, Daming took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, you specially summoned this undead titled Douluo. You don't want Ming and I to transform into his form. After hearing what Daming said, Xiao Yu nodded. Daming, I do have this idea. But I'm not sure whether this idea can be realized. Quote. After a pause, Xiao Yu added. I don't need your soul bones. Therefore, you can completely retain most of the origins of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts. At the same time, you can also hide your soul in the soul bone like Xiao Wu's mother. In this way, after converting you into undead creatures, I can't say I can directly awaken your soul. You don't need to fall asleep, you can directly continue to exist in another form. With that said, Xiao Yu stretched out his left hand again. With the influx of Xiao Yu's soul power, a hazy and sacred light appeared on Xiao Yu's right hand. This is my left hand soul bone skill. Resurrection Divine Light. Although the current effect of this soul skill is not very good. But, wait until I become a god in the future. It will definitely not be difficult for me to resurrect you. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Daming and Ming lowered their heads in thought. After a while, Daming looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu, this dark blue-silver emperor's soul skill should also have shortcomings, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted. Xiao Yu nodded towards Daming and said. Daming, you guessed it right, my soul skill does have drawbacks. Although the undead creatures transformed by me will be restricted by me. But there are limits to the undead creatures I can master. Now, it's a bit difficult for me to control the titled Douluo in front of me. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. If I really succeed in transforming you into undead creatures, I also have no power to control you. When the time comes, you can decide for yourself whether you want to fight for me. Let's continue living in this great forest of stars. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Daming finally made a decision. Xiao Yu, I am willing to try this soul bone skill of yours. As he spoke, Daming turned to look at Ming and said. Ming, you don't have to worry. Let me try it first. If Xiao Yu fails to transform, don't be angry. According to the past method, just sacrifice to Xiao Yu with peace of mind. When Xiao Yu becomes a god, he will naturally resurrect us. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming directly started the sacrifice without giving Ming a chance to refute. Blood-red light shone on Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu also summoned his Barrett's martial spirit. As Ming Dynasty's blood-red 100,000-year soul ring was set on Barrett's martial soul. Buzz. Xiao Yu's soul power began to go berserk. In just one moment, Xiao Yu truly reached the bottleneck of level 70. With only one soul ring left, Xiao Yu can become the youngest soul saint in the history of Douluo continent. 1 minute later, the sacrifice is over. Looking at Daming in front of him who had completely lost his life, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. A massive amount of purple-black soul power surged towards Xiao Yu's right hand. Soon, a purple-black ball of light appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Without wasting time, Xiao Yu directly hit the light ball on Daming's body. Kakaka. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks spread towards Daming's body along the place where the light ball disappeared. Buzz. Purple-black light continued to spread along the cracks. Soon, those black lights turned into purple-black flames. This moment, Daming's flesh and blood turned into fuel, making the purple-black flames burn more and more intensely. Less than a minute, all that was left of the Ming dynasty was a purple-black skeleton that was 100 meters long. At the same time, after all the flesh and blood were burned away, the purple-black flame finally began to restrain itself. Buzz. Along with a burst of invisible fluctuations, 2 darker purple-black flames ignited in Daming's empty eyes. Roar. Feeling the changes in his body, Daming couldn't help but raise his head to the sky and roar. After noticing that the aura on Ming's body had not weakened much, Ming shouted with some uncertainty. Ming Dynasty, are you okay? Quote. After hearing the sound, Daming stopped roaring. After feeling the changes on his body, Daming murmured. What's wrong with me? After a while, Daming, who came back to his senses, turned to look at Ming and said, Ming, come and try this trick of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, purple-black energy condensed in Daming's mouth. The next moment, boom, the energy in Daming's mouth turned into a wave of light and rushed towards Ming. Seeing this, Ming also raised his arms and struck down hard. Titan, boom, the light waves spit out by Daming collided with Ming's attack. The energy that escaped destroyed all the surrounding trees. Wait until the smoke clears. Ming Wang said angrily. Daming, after the sacrifice, you should have lost part of your 100,000-year-old soul beast origin. But after changing into this form, your strength has not weakened too much. This is an incredible ability. Just when Daming was about to answer, Xiao Yu flew out, looking at the blood-red 100,000-year-old soul ring newly added to Xiao Yu Barrett's martial soul. Daming also felt a little emotional. I never thought that one day I would see my soul ring. Half an hour later, by the Lake of Life, after confirming that there was no abnormality in Daming, Ming also started the sacrifice. Blood-red light pillars soared into the sky. Another blood-red 100,000-year-old soul ring was attached to Xiao Yu's Barrett martial soul. Buzz. Vigorous energy continued to baptize Xiao Yu's body. During this process, the white color on Xiao Yu Barrett's martial spirit also began to glow with a faint blood. After a while, the sacrifice ended. Ming's mountain-like body slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Yu's breath also stabilized. Call. Feeling the soul power surging in his body, Xiao Yu no longer wasted time. The soul bone of his right arm lit up with a faint light. Just when Xiao Yu was about to use his soul skill again to transform Ming into an undead soul, the lines on Barrett suddenly flashed violently. Murderous aura burst out from Xiao Yu's body. In one breath, those murderous auras condensed into substance and spread out around like waves. Seeing this, the soul fire in Daming's eyes not far away flickered. It subconsciously looked at the lake behind itself, which still had no waves. After a while, Xiao Yu controlled the murderous intention that suddenly went berserk. Just when Xiao Yu was confused, Barrett gradually transformed the blood light from his body into Xiao Wu's figure. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Daming were stunned. At this time, Xiao Wu is no longer the 5 or 6-year-old person she was before. Now she looks like an adult, and her height is close to 1.7 meters. Before Xiao Yu and Daming could react, Xiao Wu slowly opened his eyes. Look up. Daming, covered in bones and looking ferocious, appeared in Xiao Wu's sight. Xiao Wu subconsciously took 2 steps back. But soon, she felt something behind her again. Xiao Wu tremblingly turned her head to look. Ming's lifeless body also came into her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and her eyes revealed fear and uneasiness. Her memories were still at the stage when Xiao Yu was sneak attacked by the dark blue silver emperor. At that time, she was affected by a certain force and directly entered Xiao Yu's spiritual sea. Before losing consciousness, Xiao Wu also saw the twisted and fallen figure of the dark blue silver emperor in Xiao Yu's spiritual sea. Xiao Wu didn't think that such a powerful being could be easily defeated by Xiao Yu. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu with a hint of fear in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and her whole body became tense. Seeing this, Xiao Yu also guessed Xiao Wu's thoughts. Without wasting time, Xiao Yu explained directly. Xiao Wu, I was not devoured by the dark blue silver emperor. I'm still me. With that said, Xiao Yu pointed to Daming aside. Nothing happened to Daming, it was my soul bone skill that turned it into this. Hearing this, Daming also said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, don't be nervous. Believe Xiao Yu, he did not lie to you. Nothing happened to me, and Ming didn't really die. Xiao Yu was able to transform Ming into my current state. Let us survive in another form. Quote. After hearing Daming's words, Xiao Wu relaxed. Seeing this, Xiao Yu used the soul-releasing skill again in front of Xiao Wu. Buzz. As the purple-black light ball sank into Ming's body. The scene where Daming was transformed happened again. In just a few minutes, Ming's flesh and blood were burned away. At the same time, the purple-black soul fire in Ming's eyes ignited. When he just woke up, Ming was also a little confused. But soon, it became familiar with its own body. Just when Ming wanted to say hello to Xiao Yu, he saw Xiao Wu beside him. Ming's eyes became excited. Xiao Wu. While speaking, Ming stretched out his palm towards Xiao Wu. He looked at the skeleton arm that gradually stretched out in front of him. Xiao Wu couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But she did not retreat and allowed Ming to catch her in his hands. Just when Ming was still planning to catch up with Xiao Wu for a few words, Daming's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Ming, let's do this for now. Let's talk to Xiao Wu later. With that said, Daming turned to look at Xiao Yu. Daming asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, I remember you just said that Ming and I can become your fighting force. So, you have a way to take us away, right? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted. Ming is so nervous, can't it be because those people under the Lake of Life have woken up? Single quote. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu also became a little nervous. It was mentioned in the original work that every ferocious beast is equivalent to a titled Douluo above level 95. And after 10,000 years, there will be more things like soul cores. The titled Douluo of that era must be stronger than the titled Douluo of today. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu controlled his gaze and did not look towards the Lake of Life. As if nothing happened, Xiao Yu said to Daming with a smile. Ming, I do have such means. As he spoke, a black hole appeared on Xiao Yu's right hand, and the surrounding light became distorted. After the nether space is opened, buzz, a burst of suction surged toward the nearby Agetagu Douluo, as well as Ming and Ming. Ming, don't resist. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Ming and Ming also relaxed. Within a moment, all three were taken into the nether space by Xiao Yu. After finishing all this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Xiao Wu beside him and said. Xiao Wu, let's leave too. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded obediently. She didn't ask any questions and just blended into Barrett's gun. Call. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu turned around and walked toward the outskirts of the Stardow forest. After leaving the Lake of Life for a certain distance, Xiao Yu directly spent a lot of soul power, activated teleportation soul skills continuously and rushed out. At the same time, three figures appeared on the edge of the Lake of Life. Looking at Xiao Yu's retreating figure, one of them said with some dissatisfaction. Dishan, why did you stop me just now? Can't you let me kill that boy and the three traitors together? Quote. The man just finished speaking. A majestic voice sounded. Kill them, Mr. Shang, can't you feel the aura of God on that person? That person is definitely not a soul master who has just come into contact with the divine examination. The gaze that the gods had already cast upon him. If you really want to die, I won't stop you. After saying that, DTN turned around and walked towards the Lake of Life. With one step, Dishan disappeared. Seeing this, the figure who had been silent until now reached out and patted Mr. Xiang on the shoulder. Mr. Xiang, remember to think carefully next time you speak. King of 10,000 demons, you. Just as Mr. Xiang was about to get angry, the figure of the 10,000 demon king disappeared from the spot. Xiang Jun snorted and looked angrily in the direction Xiao Yu left. Then, Mr. Xiang raised his palms to vent. Dishan's voice rang in its ears again. If you disturb the Lord's sleep, I will make your bare paws into dinner. Hearing this, Mr. Xiang silently retracted his paws and walked towards the lake of life angrily. Half an hour later, buzz, with a soft sound, Xiao Yu's figure appeared out of thin air on a century-old tree. Feeling that the soul power in his body was about to be exhausted, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Is my soul power almost exhausted? I don't know how many times I teleported in the past half hour. After calming down his breathing, Xiao Yu turned his head and looked back. Those ferocious beasts didn't chase me just now. They probably don't plan to chase me anymore. But I can't slack off either. After all, no one knows whether those ferocious beasts will suddenly change their minds. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu directly opened the blue-silver domain. The next moment, Xiao Yu froze on the spot. At this time, it's not just blue-silver grass. Xiao Yu sensed information about all nearby plants. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt as if the entire forest had come alive. Trees, grass, flowers. Countless information rushed into Xiao Yu's mind. At this moment, Xiao Yu seemed to become the emperor of all plants. Following his body's instinct, Xiao Yu moved his fingers slightly. Countless green light spots were forcibly peeled off from each plant. As those light spots merged into Xiao Yu's body, Xiao Yu's soul power quickly filled up. After just 2 or 3 minutes, feeling the soul power filling his body again, Xiao Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. But he didn't waste time. After recovering his soul power, Xiao Yu sped up and rushed out of the Stardew forest. Xiao Yu knew it very well. In a short period of time, we will definitely not be able to come back to the Stardew forest. It can even be said that other soul masters would be at risk if they came to the Stardew forest to hunt for souls during this period. It's okay to say they didn't go deep into the core area. If you go deeper, you will definitely provoke those hidden beasts. 2 days later, outside the Stardew forest, clatter. Xiao Yu's figure appeared on the spot, looking at the faintly visible town in the distance. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the Stardew forest with some lingering fear. At this moment, Xiao Wu's light voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu, you should be fine when you get here. Those guys won't chase them out. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded silently. Immediately, Xiao Yu summoned his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Xiao Wu, please help me find out what's going on with my martial spirit now. After obtaining the origin of the dark blue-silver emperor, all my soul skills have changed. In addition to the greatly enhanced power of the first soul skill blue-silver domain and the third soul skill flawless golden body, the rest of my soul skills seem to have been weakened to a certain extent. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Xiao Wu's figure emerged. Looking at the purple-black-blue-silver emperor martial spirit in Xiao Yu's hand, Xiao Wu frowned. Xiao Yu, after obtaining the origin of the dark blue-silver emperor, your martial spirit seems to have evolved to an astonishing degree. However, there seems to be some conflict between this martial soul and the route you took before. Saying that, Xiao Wu raised her chin and began to think. After a moment, Xiao Wu looked up at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I remember that we should still have some fairy grass left in Bingwo Liangyan, right? Among them are the divine jelly grass acacia red sausage, and the common jelly grass coxcomb phoenix sunflower. In addition, there should be some other immortal grasses that you don't know and are not mature. Have all these immortal grasses been swallowed up by the dark blue-silver emperor? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu spread his left hand. Purple-black soul power flashed, and the broken coxcomb phoenix sunflower appeared in Xiao Yu's hands. Except for this coxcomb phoenix sunflower, all other fairy grasses should have been swallowed up by the dark blue-silver emperor. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Xiao Wu raised her head and looked at Xiao Yu. After noticing that there seemed to be some regret in Xiao Yu's eyes, Xiao Wu said seriously. Xiao Yu, you don't have to worry. It might not be a good thing that those fairy grasses were swallowed up by the dark blue-silver emperor. If it weren't for this, How could your martial spirit evolve to this level? And aren't the soul skills and soul bone skills you obtained very powerful? Resurrection of the dead, opening up special spaces, mind control and super weak abilities. How the ability to transform creatures into undead is generated, I can't figure it out. But aren't the rest of your abilities related to those fairy grasses? The weak ability brought to you by the dark blue silver emperor's own characteristics. Holy soul grass and forgettable autumn water, combined with the characteristics of the dark blue silver emperor, bring you strong mental control. The huge energy of lovesickness red, as well as the other immortal grasses combined with the dark demon tiger inner elixir will bring you to the netherworld. For ordinary soul masters, these skills of yours are enough to support a new system. Quote. As he said this, Xiao Wu's face turned serious. Xiao Yu, the weakening of your previous soul skills is not irreversible. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Wu expectantly and raised his hand to signal. Elaborate. Xiao Yu, the solution lies in your hands. As he spoke, Xiao Wu pointed at the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, the original power brought to you by Shaolin's sacrifice has always been biased towards life and light. Therefore, most of the soul skills it brings to you are auxiliary. Let us temporarily call this type of original energy life energy. As he said this, Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu as if he were a fool. Xiao Yu, can you understand what I say? Hearing this, Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. But he didn't bother to refute anything, he just nodded silently. Seeing this, Xiao Wu continued. Xiao Yu is the opposite of Shaolin. The origin brought to you by the dark blue silver emperor is biased towards darkness and death. We can call it death energy. The dark blue silver emperor has absorbed too much fairy grass, and its origin is too huge for you. Xiao Yu, the two energies in your body are out of balance. Saying that, Xiao Wu frowned and looked at Xiao Yu. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Wu continued. Xiao Yu, I have read many cases in this area. Logically speaking, if a soul master has too much death energy in his body, he should die directly. Even if he survives, that person will become neither human nor ghost. As he said this, Xiao Wu's eyes became more confused. Xiao Yu, you are a special case. Your situation doesn't match my theory. You can still live well now. I suspect that this may be related to the fact that you have taken Liehuo Xingjiaoshu and Star Anise Ice Grass. It is precisely because of the yin and yang power of these two fairy grasses. You can barely maintain the energy balance in your body. As she spoke, Xiao Wu's face showed worry. Xiao Yu, although you are not affected for the time being, but you also need to hurry up. Let Shaolin absorb this coxcomb phoenix sunflower in your hand as soon as possible. And the inner elixir of the 10-headed blazing sun snake that you have been keeping. If possible, you'd better find the 10,000 years 9th grade ginseng king as well. Let Shaolin absorb all of this before sacrificing it to you, helping you recreate balance. After completing all this, your hidden dangers can be eliminated. At the same time, your martial spirit will also be improved to a higher level. Outside the Stardow Forest. Degree. After listening patiently to Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Xiao Wu, if you don't go looking for the 10,000 years 9th grade ginseng king, just the broken coxcomb phoenix sunflower in my hand and the inner elixir of the 10-headed blazing sun snake, can it help my body re-establish balance? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you still don't understand what I mean. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wu opened his mouth to explain. The inner elixirs of coxcomb phoenix sunflower and 10-headed blazing sun snake represent the ultimate fire attribute. This attribute conflicts with the death attribute of your dark blue silver emperor. They can help you delay for a while, but they can't really help solve the problem. What can really help you re-establish balance is actually the life attribute of the little blueprint. Saying that, Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu. After noticing Xiao Yu's thoughtful expression, Xiao Wu continued. Xiao Yu, Shaolin's current level of evolution is actually enough. If you can find a few more fairy grasses, give them to Shaolin to devour. If it can break through to 100,000 years of cultivation in a short period of time, Shaolin's origin can also help you solve problems. Quote. Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. There may be other immortal grasses on Douluo continent, but this is not something I can find in a short time. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. Xiao Wu, The only thing left of the fairy grass now is this broken coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Moreover, we won't be able to go to the ice and fire eyes in a short time. It is basically impossible for Shaolan to break through to 100,000 years of cultivation in a very short period of time. It is extremely difficult to find the 10,000 years 9th grade ginseng king. Xiao Wu, do you have any other ideas? Quote, have. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Xiao Wu nodded in response. Xiao Yu, since you can't let Shaolin advance to 100,000 years, you can't find the 10,000 years 9th grade ginseng king in a short time, then you need to look for other things that can really help you supplement the life attributes in your body. Quote. With that said, Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, do you know the gold of living beings? If you can find a piece of living gold, then your problem can be easily solved. Hearing this, Xiao Yu started to think. He turned to look at the Stardow forest behind him. The gold of life is the solid, purified form of life force. Huo Yuhao's foundation for becoming a god was forged from a small piece of living gold. There are quite a few of these under the Lake of Life. But it is protected by fierce beasts and the Silver Dragon King. It's not easy for me to obtain those living things' gold. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yu asked in a deep voice. Xiao Wu, I understand what you mean. If Shaolin is allowed to absorb the inner elixirs of Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and 10-headed Blazing Sun Snake, then sacrifice them to me. How long can I suppress my hidden dangers? Quote, 5 years. Xiao Wu gave the answer directly. Saying that, Xiao Wu bit her lower lip. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Wu continued. Xiao Yu, you have to let Shaolan absorb those 2 treasures and sacrifice them to you within a year. After that, you have 5 years to find something similar to the 10,000 years 9th grade ginseng king. Or treasures rich in life energy such as living gold. But if you really can't find this kind of treasure in the end, you only have 2 options left. First, if you can become a god within 5 years, the death energy in your body is not a big problem. The second, and also the worst, choice. Saying that, Xiao Wu sighed. In Xiao Yu's confused eyes, Xiao Wu added, Xiao Yu, the last solution is to hunt down those soul beasts with strong vitality. Let those soul beasts become your soul rings. The origins in their bodies can also help you achieve this. When I heard Xiao Wu talking about soul beasts with rich life energy, Xiao Yu immediately thought of the Jade Swan, the wife of the beast god Dtn. Seeing that Xiao Yu seemed to be a little moved, Xiao Wu hurriedly said, Xiao Yu, I need to remind you something. Although this method can also help you solve the problem, but its disadvantages are far greater than those methods I told you before. If you give an animal soul ring to your blue-silver emperor martial soul, maybe after replenishing life energy, relying on previous accumulation, your blue-silver emperor martial spirit can go further. But after that step, your blue-silver emperor spirit will lose its potential to evolve. If you give a soul ring to your second martial soul, although it can also balance the energy in your body, but those soul rings are not suitable for your second martial soul. It will only waste your soul ring position. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Xiao Wu, I remember what you said. I will pay attention to these things in the future. While speaking, Xiao Yu summoned his Barret martial spirit. Facing Xiao Wu's confused gaze, Xiao Yu spoke. Xiao Wu, you still remember 2 days ago. What happened when you woke up? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. But she quickly reacted. Xiao Yu, are you talking about your murderous rage? Yes, Xiao Wu, I suspect that after obtaining the origin of the dark blue-silver emperor, my killing field has begun to evolve. Just because you haven't woken up yet, I can't activate the killing field, and I have no way to prove this. I thought it would take some time for you to wake up. What I didn't expect was, the energy brought by Da Ming and Ming's sacrifice actually helped you wake up early. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Xiao Wu understood what Xiao Yu meant. Xiao Wu didn't say anything, and the blood-red lines on her forehead lit up. Her figure blended directly into Barret's gun body. The next moment, buzz, the blood-red murderous aura condensed into substance and turned into circles of ripples that spread around. Black and red lightning jumped in these ripples. Wherever the murderous intent passes, both the birds in the sky and the mosquitoes in the bushes all fell unconscious. Looking at the scene around him, Xiao Yu couldn't help but murmur. Is this the new ability brought about by the evolution of the killing field? The original deterrent effect of murderous intent has been qualitatively improved. It can be regarded as a magical skill to clear the field. After a simple test, Xiao Wu then took back his domain. Now this place is not too far from the town. There was no telling when a passing soul master would notice the situation here. Xiao Wu does not intend to stay here any longer. After looking around, Xiao Wu rushed towards the town. At the same time, in the Pope's palace of Wuhun City. Boom! Several documents were thrown to the ground. It took you so long to find out this little thing. Bibi Dong's tone was cold, and her eyes were full of anger. Facing Bibi Dong, who was about to go berserk, several cardinals knelt on the ground without saying a word. The atmosphere in the venue turned cold. After a while, Bibi Dong reached out and rubbed her temples. There was a hint of tiredness in her eyes. Bibi Dong waved at these cardinals helplessly. Go down. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. As soon as the words fell, the cardinals quickly retreated out of the hall. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong sighed in her heart. The people under my command are useless. After all this time, nothing has been found. Those old guys in the worship hall didn't even give me any face. It seems that my strength is still not enough. There is no hope of completing the divine examination for the time being. Let me go to the Star-Do forest first. After I replenish the soul rings of my second martial soul, I will become a level 99 titled Douluo. I'll go to the worship hall to meet those old people for a while. Inside the hotel, Doupo Yan paced around the house anxiously. I don't know if Xiao Wu's trip went smoothly or not. It's been 2 days and there's still no news at all. Looking at Doupo Yan in front of him, Doupo rubbed his forehead helplessly. Yan, didn't Xiao Wu say that? He will be back within 3 days. It's only been a little over 2 days now. You really don't have to worry. Quote. While speaking, Doupo glanced at the door. A smile appeared in the corners of his eyes. Grandfather. Doupo Yan didn't notice this, just when she was about to complain. Crunch. The door to the hotel room was pushed open. Xiao Wu walked in. Seeing this scene, all the sadness on Doupo Yan's face faded away. She walked quickly to Xiao Wu, took Xiao Wu's hand and looked at him. Xiao Wu, how's the matter? Are you hurt? Quote. Looking at the girl in front of him who was worried about him, Xiao Wu felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Sister Yan, my trip went relatively smoothly. With that said, Xiao Wu summoned his Barret martial spirit. Looking at the 2 extra blood-red soul rings on Xiao Wu's martial soul, the smile on Doupo Yan's face became even brighter. Xiao Wu stretched out his hand and hugged Doupo Yan into his arms. He turned to Doupo and said, Grandpa, my affairs have been settled. It's time for us to leave now. We'll talk about the specific things on the way. Hearing this, Doupo nodded and said in a deep voice. Xiao Wu, it's really time to leave now. Let's speculate based on common sense. At this time, Qian Runshui must have reported the matter of Agetagu Douluo. We leave at this time. Qian Runshui will definitely focus her investigation on me. Along the way, we were careful to conceal our identities. However, this approach can only delay the process for a while. We still have to get to that place as soon as possible and seek shelter. Quote. Hearing what Doupo said, Xiao Wu nodded. It's really time to go to Poseidon Island. Let's not talk about Wahundian's subsequent pursuit for the moment. I also have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible, otherwise I will be at a loss to do things. After going to Poseidon Island, I had the blessing of Poseidon Shenkao. Coupled with the advantage of my second martial spirit, it won't be difficult for me to become a titled Douluo in a short time. There will be much more that can be done by then. By the time, I can completely rely on hunting down 100,000-year soul beasts entitled Douluo. Snowball your way into an army of undead. With these combat powers, no matter whether I go to the city of killing to seize the inheritance of God Shira, or looking for the gold of life, it can give me more confidence. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu glanced at Doupo Yan in his arms. After noticing the tired look in Doupo Yan's eyes, Xiao Wu sighed in his heart. I won't talk to Sister Yan about my hidden dangers. There was nothing she and Grandpa could do to help me, and telling them would only add to their worries. Count on the year I can still hold on now. There are also 5 extra years to absorb the origin provided by Shaolin. I still have a total of 6 years to practice. I need to plan my follow-up plans carefully. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Doupo and said, "Grandpa, Sister Yan, we don't waste time anymore. Let's go now." Hearing this, Yan and Doupo nodded. The three people in the room quickly dressed up. After a while, the three of them put on their black robes and hoods and rushed towards Hanhai City. At the same time, in the enshrinement hall of Wuhun City. "Brother, there is a letter from Shui. Golden Crocodile Douluo walked quickly to Qian Daoliu and handed the letter in his hand to Qian Daoliu. Shui's letter. This girl. After such a long time, I finally remembered my grandfather. Quote. Qian Daoliu was complaining, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. After quickly grabbing the unopened letter from Golden Crocodile Douluo's hand, a smile appeared on Qian Daoliu's face. Let me see, what good news has my good granddaughter brought me? Quickly opening the envelope, Qian Daoliu began to read. After a moment, Qian Daoliu's face darkened. Seeing this scene, Golden Crocodile Douluo asked with some confusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy that Shui received a letter? Quote. Well, you can see for yourself. After sighing, Qian Daoliu handed the letter in his hand to Golden Crocodile Douluo. After a few brief glances, Golden Crocodile Douluo's face darkened. Dare to kill the people from my Wuhun palace. I want to see who is so brave. Quote. After reading a few more lines, Golden Crocodile Douluo narrowed his eyes. Xiao Shuier suspects that it is related to Doupo. Why does she think so? It doesn't matter that Doupo, that old good-for-nothing, has low soul power. His martial soul is still restrained by the porpoise. How could he be the opponent of the agouti? Quote. With that said, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Qian Daoliu and said, Brother, I suspect that someone else wants to do something to Xiao Shui. Do you think it could be the one from the Papal Palace? Quote. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu frowned. After thinking for a moment, Qian Daoliu said with some uncertainty. Probably not, she is Shui's mother after all. As he spoke, Qian Daoliu's voice lowered. He thought about Bibi Dong coming to their worship hall to ask for the dark blue silver king a few days ago. When I thought about it, I didn't give Bibi Dong a good look at that time. The two sides finally broke up unhappy. Qian Daoliu thought again that Bibi Dong had always hated Qian Runshui. At this time, Qian Daoliu's expression was stunned. Based on the time when Xiao Shuier sent the letter, the agouti happened to die in those days. Could it be that it was really her? Attacking his own daughter because of something like this. As the Pope, kill the elders of our spirit hall. Bibi Dong, I hope it won't be you. Qian Daoliu's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo on the side did not say a word. The atmosphere in the venue turned cold. After a while, Golden Crocodile Douluo said tentatively, Brother, I haven't seen Shui for such a long time. Let's go see her together. At that time, we will just check up on the matter of the array Douluo. Quote. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu nodded. Since we want to go out, let's go together. Call the third and fourth sons. Before Qian Daoliu finished speaking, there was a burst of footsteps outside the hall. The handsome-looking Guangling Douluo quickly walked into the hall. Before anyone could reach the vicinity, his voice sounded in the hall. Brother, that person seems to have left Wuhun City just now. She left with the two elders Zhu Gui. Quote. Guangling Douluo just finished speaking. The hall became quiet. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Lightling Douluo asked with some confusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? That person is a twin martial soul, and she should just be hunting for soul rings. You don't have to be like this. Before Guangling Douluo finished speaking, Qian Daoliu interrupted directly. Second brother, fifth child, you gather everyone together. We followed the man together. I really want to see what she is going to do. Quote. At the end of the sentence, Qian Daoliu's eyes became even more murderous. Seeing this, Guangling Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't dare to say anything. Quickly began to gather several other worshippers. Half a month later, the dock outside Hanhai City. On a large sea ship, a dozen sailors were drinking and having fun. When he was drunk, one of the bearded men drank all the wine in the bowl. Immediately, he threw the wine bowl to the ground. Snapped. When it was all over, the bearded man didn't forget to say a few words. Damn, this hasn't been open for a few days. This pirate business is getting harder and harder. My mouth is almost like a bird. Quote. With that said, the sailor stood up and pointed to other boats on the dock. Look, everyone has gone to Hanhai City to celebrate the Poseidon Festival these days. As for our captain, we have a lot of things to do. There are obviously no fat sheep to go to sea, but we still have to stay on the boat. I don't want to miss this sailor even for a day. What don't you want? The moment he heard the sound, the bearded man trembled. He immediately turned and looked back. After seeing the burly figure behind him clearly, the drunken man with the beard quickly sobered up. He immediately put his hands on his sides, bent down and bowed. Captain. Seeing this, the other sailors immediately stood up respectfully. After they glanced at the bearded man, they took a step back in tacit agreement. Tell me about it. You know our ship has had no income these days, how dare you break the bull? You don't want to do it anymore, do you? Let me tell you, if you don't want to do it, others will do it. Just as the captain prepared the bearded man, several cracks in the air sounded. Swish. After hearing the noise, the sailors looked up. But nothing unusual was found. Just when these sailors were wondering, their captain's displeased voice came. Who are you? Hearing this, these sailors followed their captain's gaze. 3 figures wearing black robes and covering their faces with hoods appeared in their eyes. Clatter. Under the puzzled gazes of the sailors, a figure wearing a black robe stepped forward. Buzz. A circle of white light waves visible to the naked eye struck towards the people present. The chill, like falling into an ice cave, made all the sailors present shiver. Seeing this, the leading captain snorted coldly. He also stepped out. The next moment, he unfolded his martial soul, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared behind him. What the hell do you think I am? You dare to come to my boat and let loose? Buzz. Before the captain finished speaking, another figure walked out from behind. Black and red lightning spread outward. In just a moment, all the sailors fainted. After a while, woke up, come and talk. Quote, a cold voice woke up the captain. Feeling the pain on his face, he looked up. I saw a man in black robe grabbing his collar and slapping him. Seeing that another slap was about to come down, the captain said immediately. Senior, if you need anything, please just tell me. As he spoke, the captain looked around. After all, the sailors who found him were unconscious. The captain swallowed silently. These guys are not good people. Thinking of this, the captain immediately put on a smile and said respectfully. Senior, my name is Colin. I am the captain of this ship. Do you need my help with anything? Quote, hearing this, the man in black robe in front of Colin said in a cold tone. Sail the boat to Poseidon Island. After hearing this, Colin said subconsciously. Senior, what is Poseidon Island? I don't know this place. Suddenly, a feeling like falling into an ice cellar made Colin shiver. He swallowed what he didn't finish. Feeling something unusual, Colin raised his eyes and looked up. I saw the man in black robe in front of me staring at him. His figure was shrouded in a black robe, and he wore a mask under the black robe. All Colin could see was a pair of cold and biting eyes. Seeing this, Colin did not dare to say anything more. He quickly agreed. Senior, please wait a moment, I will start the boat right away. With that said, Colin walked towards the unconscious sailors on the ship. Bang bang bang. With dozens of slaps in a row, Colin woke up the rest of the sailors. They were not given time to think. Colin gave the order directly. Get up, everyone, it's time to get to work. After hearing Colin's voice, the sailors subconsciously straightened their bodies. He glanced at the 3 men in black robes standing beside him. These sailors followed Colin silently and started working on their own. After a while, as the sail was raised, the anchor was retrieved. The Jima sailed to sea successfully. At this time, the captain of the Jezzail was in the room. Xiao Wu and the other 3 were discussing. Grandpa, these sailors should be pirates. There is a high probability that they will not give in so easily. Wait until the ship reaches the sea. They may stumble. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, wait until you are far away from the land, and then show off your titled Douluo aura. Shock them. Hearing this, Doupo nodded towards Xiao Wu. After 1 hour. Da. After hearing a knock on the door, Xiao Wu said aloud, come in. As Xiao Wu's voice fell, the door to the captain's room was pushed open. Colin came in with a few sailors and several trays filled with food. Seniors, this is the food we prepared for you. Wait until you finish enjoying it. I'll take you to the guest rooms on the Jiffail. Snort. Before Lin finished speaking, he was interrupted by Doupo. Without any cover-up, Doupo directly unfolded his martial spirit. When 9 soul rings appeared behind Doupo, bang bang bang, Colin and the sailors behind him could no longer hold the trays in their hands. Food and drinks were also scattered everywhere. Sealed, titled Douluo. Colin took a few steps back, a look of fear in his eyes. Doupo's cold gaze fell on Colin. Go back and get some unprocessed food. With that said, Doupo took a step forward. The green soul power streaked across Colin's neck. If there is another time, die. After listening to Doupo's words, Colin felt a little relieved. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Doupo. Senior, please wait a moment. With that said, Colin hurriedly left the captain's cabin with a few sailors. Seeing this, Xiao Wu leaned on the chair in the captain's cabin and began to think. In the original work, it took Tang San and the others about 2 months to go to Hanhai City. Sister Yan, Grandpa and I basically flew all the way here. Saves a lot of time. However, even so, it took us more than half a month to get to Hanhai City. It is expected to take about 10 days to sail from here to Poseidon Island. It's a pity that such a long time has been wasted on the road. Just when Xiao Wu was upset, Xiao Wu felt a warm touch on his temples. Doupo asked carefully as she gently pressed Xiao Yu's temples. Xiao Wu, are you upset about something these days? You can talk to me about it. Not sure, I can help you. Quote. After hearing Doupo's voice, Xiao Wu said with a smile under the mask. It's nothing, Sister Yan. I'm just thinking about what will happen when we get to Poseidon Island. Hearing this, Doupo didn't ask any more questions. Doupo could see that Xiao Wu was very tired. There is also a lot of pressure on me. But Xiao Wu didn't want to say it, and there was nothing she could do. After sighing in his heart, Doupo then helped Xiao Wu massage his temples. The soul power in Doupo's body stirred slightly. Following Doupo's fingers, the unique blue light of the vast sea universe cover escapes. With the advent of blue light, Xiao Wu felt that his tense spirit also relaxed. He leaned back comfortably. Seeing this scene, Doupo, who was not far away, rolled his eyes. At this time, Doupo only felt that the boat seemed to be moving a little slowly. Doupo decided to give those pirates a good whipping so that they could drive the ship faster. More than 20 days later, the waters near Poseidon Island. Aboard the extreme sail, Xiao Wu and 3 others stood at the bow of the boat. At this time, Xiao Wu and Doupo had already removed their disguises. Their outstanding appearance attracted the attention of many crew members. Xiao Wu, standing on the bow of the ship, looked at the dreamlike island not far away and murmured. So much sea life, it can swim over the island in thin air without using any current. Is this Poseidon Island? Quote. At this time, Lin, who was not far away, heard Xiao Yu's voice. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Senior, that's Poseidon Island. We could have arrived more than 10 days ago, but in order to avoid the magic whale waters. We still wasted a little time, but we hope our seniors won't blame us. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Wu turned to look at Doupo who was standing aside. Doupo and Xiao Wu looked at each other. Doupo directly summoned his martial spirit without any hesitation. Buzz. A green poisonous mist enveloped the entire Jezzail. Things happened so fast that Colin and other crew members had no time to react. Bang bang bang. Many sailors fell into the water one after another. After confirming that all of them had been silenced, Doupo spoke. Xiao Wu, these pirates have been dealt with. We came all the way without leaving any trace. There is a high probability that the people from Wuhun Palace will not be able to find us. At this moment, several loud noises were heard. Bang bang bang. The hull of the Jezzail began to shake violently. Seeing this, Xiao Wu didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Doupo's hand and took her into the air. Doupo also directly deployed his martial spirit and rose into the sky. The 3 of them stood in midair and looked down. At this time, countless terrifying sharks have surrounded the Jezzail. After looking at those sharks, Xiao Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the demonic great white shark? After saying this, Xiao Wu took Doupo and flew higher. At the same time, Xiao Yu's eyes kept scanning the group of sharks. Xiao Wu knew very well that there was a 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark in this group of demon soul great white sharks. Looking at the demonic great white shark in the sea, Doupo snorted coldly. The aura of the titled Douluo spread out to all directions. Wow! At this time, a shark with a larger body and a significantly more gorgeous appearance broke through the water. It flicked its tail hard and jumped directly out of the sea. This demonic great white shark opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, biting towards Xiao Wu and Dougu Yan in the air. See this scene. Xiao Wu directly summoned the Barret martial spirit. The fourth soul ring given to Xiao Wu by the Titan giant ape Ming and the third soul ring given to Xiao Wu by the Azure bull python Daming lit up at the same time. The khaki gravity field and the azure slowness field enveloped the shark. Under the control of dual domains, the speed of the shark's leap was also affected. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity and used his soul power to pull Barret up. Wrapped in purple-black soul power, Barret was suspended in midair. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Xiaobai, the 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark who had nowhere to hide in midair. Xiao Yu's third and fourth soul rings lit up again. The third soul skill, Azure Nirvana Thunder. The fourth soul skill, Titan Sky Cannon. Quote. Buzz. Wisps of cyan lightning mixed with khaki energy condensed on Barret's gun. Boom. A thick beam of energy shot out from Barret's gun. It hit Xiaobai, the demonic great white shark, directly. With a loud noise, Xiaobai was shot down by Xiao Wu. Boom. Xiaobai's huge body fell into the sea water. Bloody water dyed the sea red. Asshole. There was an angry shout, and Xiaobai, who had transformed into a human form, jumped out of the water. After reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiaobai stared at Xiao Wu and the others. Xiaobai, who was about to curse angrily, noticed the 3 blood-red soul rings on Xiao Wu Barret's martial soul. Xiaobai's pupils shrank. She glanced at Doupo who had 9 soul rings not far away. There was a hint of fear in Xiaobai's eyes. Who are you, and what are you doing in our Poseidon Island? I tell you, if you dare to attack me, the High Priest will never let you go. In Xiaobai's opinion, Xiao Wu could possess such a weird combination of soul rings, 3 red and 1 purple. Xiao Wu must be the owner of a twin martial spirit. Moreover, Xiao Yu's soul power should have reached the level of a titled Douluo. Xiaobai was a little suspicious at this time. Xiao Wu came to Poseidon Island this time just to seize her soul ring. Thinking of this, Xiaobai took a step back. Her eyes were fixed on Xiao Wu and Doupo whenever Xiao Wu and Doupo made the slightest move. Xiaobai planned to escape directly back to the sea, and then go to the titled Douluo on Poseidon Island for help. Seeing this, Xiao Wu spoke. Hello, Guardian of Poseidon Island. We are soul masters on the mainland. We came to Poseidon Island on this trip. It's to take part in the assessment on Poseidon Island. Hearing this, Xiaobai relaxed a little. As long as you're not here for my soul ring. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Wu with some doubts. Do you 3 know the rules of our Poseidon Island? After taking the assessment, he must serve Poseidon and cannot leave Poseidon Island for the rest of his life. Are you 2 titled Douluo really willing to do this kind of thing? Quote. When he heard Xiaobai say that Xiao Wu was a titled Douluo, Doupo chuckled. Seeing this, Xiaobai was a little confused. Just when she was about to ask again, Xiao Wu spoke. Guardians of Poseidon Island, we know the rules on Poseidon Island. Please also take us to the island. Quote. Hearing what Xiao Wu said, Xiaobai stopped talking. Come with me. Just as Xiaobai was about to leave, she noticed the ship under her feet. Seeing this, Xiaobai pointed at the ship and said, What to do with this boat? Hearing this, Xiao Wu raised Barret's gun again. Under Xiaobai's vigilant gaze, Xiao Wu aimed at the Jifen. The fine lines on Barret lit up, emitting bursts of blood. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai shuddered. She only felt the breath of evil, killing, and death escaping from Barret's gun. At the same time, Xiao Yu's purple second soul ring also lit up. The second soul skill, Dark Demon Evil God's Wrath. With the blessing of the killing domain, the power of the Dark Demon Evil God's Wrath has become a little stronger. The black and red lightning turned into a beam of light and shot towards the ship. Wow! In Xiaobai's shocked eyes, the beam of light penetrated directly through the Jezzail's hull, slowly sinking into the sea. Seeing this, Xiao Wu withdrew his martial spirit and said casually. If they weren't afraid of poison, these pirates. I'll leave it to you to add food. Quote. With that said, Xiao Wu raised his hand towards Xiaobai, signaling Xiaobai to lead the way. Seeing this, Xiao Bai swallowed silently. After looking at Xiao Yu again, Xiao Bai took Xiao Yu and the others and flew towards Poseidon Island. Half an hour later, under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar, Xiao Bai glanced at Xiao Yu and Doupo and said in a deep voice, "This is the place to get the assessment." As he spoke, Xiao Bai gradually became calmer. She looked up, a light shining in her eyes. "Is everyone here?" "Yin." Xiao Bai responded with a deafening roar of dragons. Along with this sound, a blue water dragon broke through the sea and flew towards the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. After circling the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar, it transformed into a man's figure in midair. Hit the ground hard. Boom. With a loud noise, the jade ground shattered. Sea Dragon Douluo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Buzz buzz. As Sea Dragon Douluo appeared, several more beams of light appeared. The guardians of the 7 sacred pillars on Poseidon Island have appeared one after another in a manner similar to Sea Dragon Douluo. The 7 people stood on the stone platform, looking down at Xiao Yu and his party below. Seeing this, Doupo narrowed his eyes. "Did it come from the noise of the battle just now? Are you trying to give us a kick?" Single quote. Thinking of this, Doupo ignored the intimidating gazes of the 7 sacred pillars, summoned his martial spirit, and stepped forward. Seeing this situation, the 7 sacred pillars also launched their martial spirits one after another. Suddenly, 72 soul rings reflected each other under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Seeing that Doupo seemed a little weak, Xiao Yu and Donghua also stepped out. Buzz. With the appearance of the blue-silver Emperor martial spirit, 6 soul rings, 4 black and 2 red, lit up behind Xiao Yu. After seeing Xiao Yu's soul ring clearly, the eyes of the 7 sacred pillars in the stands froze. Seahorse Douluo, who was the weakest in strength, couldn't help but speak. "How is it possible? You have obviously never received a gift from Lord Poseidon. How could you have a soul ring configured like this?" As soon as Seahorse Douluo finished speaking, the other guardians of the holy pillars around him all looked at him. After realizing that he had lost his temper, Seahorse Douluo smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Xiao Yu stepped forward and said, "Hello, guardians of Poseidon Island. We came to Poseidon Island with no ill intentions. We are just here to admire the miracles of Lord Poseidon." With that said, Xiao Yu withdrew his blue-silver Emperor martial spirit and summoned Barret martial spirit. After seeing the 2 martial spirits of Xiao Yu appearing alternately, and the astonishing configuration of soul rings on Xiao Yu's martial spirit, the 7 sacred pillars in the stands were stunned in place. At this time, they have realized that Xiao Yu is likely to obtain the top assessment. Become the heir to the high priest. For a moment, the 7 sacred pillars in the stands had a lot of thoughts in their hearts. Seahorse Douluo couldn't hold back anymore and shouted out again. 5. He actually has 500,000-year soul rings. How can this be? Quote. After hearing what Seahorse Douluo said, the other 7 holy pillars looked at each other in confusion. Because of Seahorse Douluo, all the aura they had specially displayed in their poses was gone. The scene became awkward again. Seeing this, Donghua stepped forward and took Xiao Yu's hand, looked at the 7 sacred pillars on the stage and said, "Dear guardians, Xiao Yu and I are indeed here to pay homage to Lord Poseidon's miracles. Previously on the sea, there was a misunderstanding between Xiao Yu and another guardian. I am here to apologize to everyone for him." As he spoke, Donghua bowed slightly. After hearing Donghua's words, the atmosphere relaxed. The 7 sacred pillars standing on the stage slowly took back their martial souls. They all flew in front of Xiao Yu and the others. The bold half Douluo floated in front of Xiao Yu, grabbed Xiao Yu's gun and looked at it. "The soul masters on the mainland are so kind. What kind of martial spirit are you? Why haven't I seen it?" Quote. While speaking, half Douluo looked at Donghua beside her. Ama Douluo's eyes lit up. After casually throwing away Xiao Yu's gun, half Douluo floated towards Donghua. "Wow, what a beautiful sister. This is the first time I have seen a girl as good-looking as me. But why can't I see through your heart?" Quote. At this time, the 7 sacred pillars could no longer hold their strength. They were also a little helpless about the performance of half Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo coughed twice to attract everyone's attention, then walked out and explained. Ama Douluo belongs to the mermaid clan. Their lifespan is 5 times longer than humans. The current Ama Douluo is equivalent to a human under 20 years old. Quote. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, Doupo couldn't help coughing. Doupo thought in his heart. 20 years old. Xiao Yu is only about 10 years old this year. Yan is only 17 years old this year. What? You are only 17 years old this year. And you are only 10 years old. Quote, Hayao Douluo, who has the ability to read minds, couldn't help but exclaimed. Hearing this, the other 7 holy pillars and the 100,000-year soul beast Xiaobai froze on the spot. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu in shock, who already had an adult appearance. Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but curse. Is this called 10 years old? Tell me, are you 10 years old? Quote, hearing this, Xiao Yu faced everyone's gaze and said in a deep voice. Guardians of Poseidon Island, my age is not important. Please also ask the guardians to take us to visit the miracles of Lord Poseidon. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Sea Dragon Douluo raised one hand. The other guardians became quiet after seeing Sea Dragon Douluo's actions. No one commented anymore, they just looked at Xiao Yu silently. After a while, Sea Dragon Douluo put his hands behind his back, floated in front of and behind Xiao Yu, and said in a deep voice. You guys come with me. Originally there was a process to examine your strength. But now it seems that this process is not necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Sea Dragon Douluo turned around and floated towards the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar. Seeing this, Xiao Yu surrounded Dougu Yan. He activated his flying soul skill and followed behind Sea Dragon Douluo. Doupo didn't make a sound and followed silently. Under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Wait until a few people fly away. Sea Dragon Douluo pointed at Xiao Yu and his group who were leaving and said. What kind of assessment do you think these people can get? Hearing this, Half Douluo was the first to respond. I'll say it first, I'll say it first. With that said, Half Douluo pointed at Doupo and said. This old man, I guess he should be able to pass the black level assessment. Then, Half Douluo pointed at Dougu Yan. This little sister is only 17 years old, but she already has soul power at the Soul King level. In my opinion, she can at least pass the black level 6th exam. Quote. Then, Half Douluo pointed at Xiao Yu and said, I suspect that that person may become the successor of the High Priest. Hearing this, the other people all agreed with Half Douluo's words. That makes sense. I think so. Me too. Amid everyone's discussion, Sea Dragon Douluo stood in front of the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar. He turned to look at Xiao Yu and said, Let me remind you one last time. When you Soul Masters on the road take our Poseidon Island assessment, the difficulty will be increased tenfold. And even if the assessment is successful, you will also be prohibited from leaving Poseidon Island for life. Quote. Hearing this, Doupo did not answer Sea Dragon Douluo's words. He stepped forward directly and expressed his attitude through actions. Please just get started. Seeing this, Sea Dragon Douluo stopped talking. Close your eyes and circulate your soul power to communicate with the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Dark clouds rolled, and a beam of light fell from the sky, landing on Doupo. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Pulled by the light beam, Doupo's body floated upward. At the same time, the magic patterns on the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar continued to climb upward, and the colors also change accordingly. Almost instantly, the magic pattern turned from white to yellow, and then to purple. The speed of the transition from purple to black is also visible to the naked eye. After a while, the magic pattern no longer changes. The Sea Dragon Holy Pillar buzzed. A black hexagonal pattern appeared on Doupo's forehead. Black level 6 exams, you can compare with me. Looking at Doupo not far away, Sea Dragon Douluo couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. Doupo's figure slowly fell. A large amount of information poured into Doupo's mind. After sensing this information, Doupo sat down cross-legged. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu gently patted Dougu Yan's palm and said, Sister Yan, I'm going to take the assessment first. You go up last. Quote, After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Dougu Yan responded softly, and then let go of Xiao Yu's hand. Quickly walking up to and behind Sea Dragon Douluo, Xiao Yu bowed slightly and said, Senior, please help me start the assessment. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo came back to his senses. After taking a look at Xiao Yu, Sea Dragon Douluo took a deep breath and walked towards the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar. Seeing this scene, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars not far away also held their breath. After seeing Xiao Yu's martial spirit and the 5 blood-red 100,000-year-old soul rings surrounding Xiao Yu's martial spirit, no one would doubt that Xiao Yu could not obtain the top assessment, because the top-level assessment will inevitably be completed. At this time, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars knew that Xiao Yu would most likely become the successor of the high priest in the future. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the magic pattern on the sea dragon holy pillar lit up again. In an instant, an abnormal celestial phenomenon once again enveloped the sky over Poseidon Island. Under the dark sky, a beam of light enveloped Xiao Yu. The 3 colors of white, yellow and purple were skipped in an instant. Then, in just one breath, the light beam turned black. Seeing this scene, the guardian of the 7 sacred pillars sweated on his palms and subconsciously held his breath. In the spotlight, the magic patterns on the sea dragon holy pillar rose rapidly. In a very short time, it turned red. The blood-like light penetrated the dark sky. See this scene. All the humans on Poseidon Island stopped moving, and they all looked in the direction of the sea dragon holy pillar. At the same time, in an empty hall, Bo Saishi stood up slowly. The scepter in his hand tapped the ground. A golden light flashed, and Bo Saixi's figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the magic patterns on the sea dragon holy pillar had a faint tendency to turn golden. Seeing this scene, the 7 sacred pillars all widened their eyes, and their eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu. Buzz. Just when everyone was nervous, Xiao Yu's Barret martial spirit suddenly came out. Xiao Wu was also kicked out of the soul ring. The lines on her head echo those on Barret. When sea dragon Douluo was stunned, the blood-red light on Barret rushed towards the sea dragon holy pillar. The moment the blood-red light came into contact with the sea dragon holy pillar, snort. Above the sky, the shadow of Poseidon, the god of sea, flashed away. The sea surface near Poseidon Island stirred up angry waves, and the huge waves hundreds of meters high seemed like Poseidon was venting his dissatisfaction. At this moment, all the soul masters on Poseidon Island knelt down. They prayed devoutly. During this process, the color on the sea dragon holy pillar no longer changes and is completely fixed at red. A beam of light in the sky also separated and landed on Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Yu silently felt the information in his mind. At the same time, sea dragon Douluo, who was not far away, couldn't help but murmur. The top 1 exam and the top 9 exams. Seahorse Douluo in the audience even exclaimed in surprise. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How come there is only one top-level assessment? And isn't it just high? Jukao. The top 9 exams have never appeared. The high priest only obtained the top 8 exams back then. Quote. In the horrified eyes of the 7 sacred pillars, several more golden lights lit up in midair. These golden lights gradually gathered together, turned into a golden tower of Babel. A figure holding a scepter in hand, walking on the golden light, slowly floated from midair towards Xiao Yu beside the sea dragon holy pillar. Her voice was clearly heard by everyone present. Young man, can you tell me your origins? After a while, the golden light slowly dissipated, and Bo Saishi fell in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu bowed slightly. Junior Xiao Yu, a commoner in the Tiando Empire, has met my senior. My name is Xiao Wu, Dancing Wu. After hearing Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu introduce themselves, Bo Saishi nodded. She could tell at a glance that Xiao Wu was not a human being. But she didn't care about it. After taking a casual look at the lines on Barret's martial spirit, Bo Saishi spoke. Hai Long, I'll leave it to you to entertain these distinguished guests. From now on, these 3 are our honored guests on Poseidon Island. Don't be lazy. Quote. Hearing this, sea dragon Douluo bowed and cupped his fists. Yes, high priest. Seeing this, Bo Saishi glanced at Dugu Yan beside him and prepared to leave. In her opinion, Dugu Yan's talent is far inferior to that of Xiao Yu. The possibility of Dugu Yan getting top-level assessment is not high. Just leave the rest to sea dragon Douluo. The next moment, golden light flashes. Bo Saixi's figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Dugu Yan also stepped forward. After taking a look at Xiao Yu beside him, Dugu Yan suppressed the nervousness in his heart. Call. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Yan turned to look at sea dragon Douluo and said, Senior, please help me start the assessment. Hearing this, sea dragon Douluo seemed a little hesitant. After thinking for a moment, sea dragon Douluo finally spoke. Little girl, with your talent, and your current strength, your chances of successfully completing the assessment are slim. Quote. As he spoke, Sea Dragon Douluo looked into Du Guyan's eyes. After noticing that Du Guyan was a little unmoved, Sea Dragon Douluo continued, Little girl, there is something I need to explain to you. The soul masters on your continent must complete an assessment every year. Little girl, your grandfather is a powerful man at the level of titled Douluo. It's not difficult for him to pass the assessment, but the guy next to you. It won't be difficult to complete the assessment with his talent. But you are different, you now only have the strength of Soul King level. If you encounter an assessment above Black level, you have almost no chance of passing. Quote. Hearing this, Du Guyan didn't speak. He just looked at Sea Dragon Douluo firmly. Seeing this, Sea Dragon Douluo sighed in his heart. After glancing at Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu who were not far away, Sea Dragon Douluo turned around silently. He prayed to the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar again. Under the dark sky, a beam of light enveloped Du Guyan. At the same time, the magic patterns on the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar quickly surged upward. At this moment, the vast sea universe cover refined by Du Guyan flickered violently. The blue-gold light and the beam of light complement each other. At the same time, the magic pattern on the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar quickly changed color. In a few breaths, the magic pattern on the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar rose to the top of the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. The dazzling red light penetrated into the air again. Buzz. Along with a buzzing sound, the entire Poseidon Island trembled and trembled. At the same time, 6 identical blood-red light pillars also rose from all corners of Poseidon Island. The golden light shines brightly over Poseidon Island. The light of the royal way, full of majesty and magnificence, shrouded every corner of Poseidon Island, rendering everything around it golden. Seeing such a miracle, the other soul masters on Poseidon Island knelt down again. At the same time, 9 golden square light curtains appeared around Du Guyan. The next moment, those light curtains carried the endless golden light over Poseidon Island. Like a torrent, it gathered towards Du Guyan's forehead. After a moment, a golden trident appeared on Du Guyan's forehead. At this time, Sea Dragon Douluo and the other 7 sacred pillars under the stands all had dilated pupils and their eyes were dull. At this moment, they even forgot to kneel down and worship their faith. Seahorse Douluo, who was in the worst mood, could not restrain his emotions and murmured. How is it possible, with her talent, how is it possible for her to obtain the inheritance of Lord Poseidon? At this time, everyone in the stands looked at Du Guyan blankly. They couldn't figure it out. How did Du Guyan gain the recognition of Poseidon? At this time, Sea Dragon Douluo, who was standing not far from Xiao Wu, narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of the scene where Xiao Wu started the assessment before. If I read it correctly just now, Xiao Wu was starting the assessment. The magic patterns on the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar have indeed begun to turn golden. He does have the potential to inherit the gods. But later, something seemed to change in this kid's martial spirit. Interrupted the transformation of the magic pattern. At that moment, Lord Poseidon's divine will also appeared. This kid, could it be the descendant of another god? Single quote. Sea Dragon Douluo, who vaguely guessed the truth, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He looked at Xiao Wu with horror on his face. Because the truth behind it involves his belief, and it may also involve another god. Sea Dragon Douluo didn't dare to think about it at all. At this time, buzz. The familiar golden light flashed again. This time, Bo Saishi didn't pose. She appeared directly in front of Du Guyan. After coughing twice, Bo Saishi pretended that nothing happened before. She said to Du Guyan, Little girl, please tell me your origin. Hello, senior, my name is Du Guyan, and I come from the Tiando Empire. As he spoke, Du Guyan bowed slightly. Just as Du Guyan was about to salute, he was lifted up by Bo Saishi with his soul power. You don't need to salute me. There is no one on Poseidon Island who deserves to be treated like this. Hearing this, Du Guyan was stunned for a moment. But she soon remembered what Xiao Wu had repeatedly told her before entering Poseidon Island. After taking a deep breath, Du Guyan looked at Bo Saishi with clear eyes. Seeing this, Bo Saishi turned around and explained to Sea Dragon Douluo. From now on, this person is my most distinguished guest on Poseidon Island. No one shall be offended. Quote. After saying that, Bo Saishi looked at Du Guyan again. Like an elder who cares about future generations, Bo Saishi patiently warned him. Doupo Yan, you have to remember. The Poseidon 9 tests you obtain are related to the safety of Poseidon Island. You must complete one of the 9 Poseidon exams every year. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. For the sake of Poseidon Island, you must hurry up and complete the assessment. Hearing this, Doupo Yan hurriedly responded. I understand, senior. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu, who was not far away, looked at Bo Saishi. As the owner of the killing field, Xiao Wu is particularly sensitive to other people's murderous intentions. When Bo Saishi just spoke, Xiao Wu then noticed the cold look hidden in Bo Saixi's eyes. Bo Saixi's words seemed to be concerned, but in fact they were full of hostility. After taking a breath, Xiao Wu started thinking in his heart. In the original work, Bo Saishi already knew that Tang San was Tang Chen's great-grandson. Still had murderous intention towards Tang San. But in order to be able to legitimately kill Tang San, Bo Saishi kept enduring until Tang San took the 6th test. It was Bo Saishi who really took action. It seems that this time, Sister Yanyan's assessment is the same as Tang San's. Bo Saishi was also preparing to take action against Sister Yanyan during the 6th test. It's just because Sister Yanyan doesn't have Tang Chen's connections. Bo Saixi's behavior now is more ruthless. The first 3 tests of Poseidon are all about tempering the examiners. It's an excellent opportunity to improve your soul power. But Bo Saishi advised Sister Yanyan to complete the assessment as soon as possible. It seems like this. When the 6th test comes, Bo Saishi will definitely take action with all his strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu was also a little frightened. If Bo Saishi doesn't let go, on top of this even Tang Chen can't be her opponent. After taking a look at Doupo Yan not far away, Xiao Wu took a step forward and said, Senior, could you please take a moment to speak? As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Bo Saishi turned to look at Xiao Wu. A strange phenomenon occurred when Xiao Wu passed the examination. Bo Saishi had already guessed that Xiao Wu was also a descendant of a god. Bo Saishi had already guessed it without too much thinking. Xiao Wu most likely already knew what he was thinking. Thinking of this, Bo Saixi's expression turned cold. The scepter in her hand was squeezed tighter. Bo Saixi's 99th level titled Douluo also released his aura. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Bo Saixi's momentum. The atmosphere also cooled down. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu summoned the Barret martial spirit. Without wasting time, Xiao Wu directly opened the killing field. After relying on the demon forbidden effect of the killing field to offset Bo Saixi's pressure, Xiao Wu walked towards Bo Saishi without giving in. After walking to a suitable distance, Xiao Wu looked into Bo Saixi's eyes and said, Senior, let's talk. After all, I am the next high priest. Hearing this, Bo Saixi's expression changed slightly. After taking a look at Doupo Yan, Bo Saishi spoke. Come with me. As he spoke, a golden beam of light fell from the sky. Bo Saixi's figure slowly disappeared in this golden light. Just when Xiao Wu was about to walk into the light pillar, Doupo Yan reached out and took Xiao Wu's arm. Doupo Yan is not a fool. Bo Saishi and Xiao Wu's sudden change of attitude made Doupo Yan guess that Xiao Wu's trip might be dangerous. Doupo Yan shook his head at Xiao Wu and said softly, Xiao Wu, forget it, no matter what the attitude of that senior is, I will complete the assessment. Doupo Yan hasn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Wu stretched out a hand and flicked Doupo Yan's forehead. After interrupting Doupo Yan's words, under Doupo Yan's confused gaze, Xiao Wu said with a smile, Sister Yanyan, what are you thinking about? I just went to talk to my seniors. Don't think too much, you just need to trust me like you did before. With that said, Xiao Wu withdrew his arm from Doupo Yan's arms. Under the gaze of everyone under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar, Xiao Yu's figure disappeared along with the light beam. In the gorgeous and empty hall, golden light flashed. 2 figures appeared in the hall one after another. Bo Saishi did not look back at Xiao Wu. She held the scepter in her hand and walked slowly towards the statue of Poseidon not far away. It wasn't until he reached the statue of Poseidon that Bo Saishi turned around. Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Wu calmly and said, Tell me about it, the descendant of another god. What do you want to talk to me about? Hearing this, Xiao Wu chuckled and said, Senior, you are out of sight. What does it mean to be a descendant of another god? Am I not the next high priest of Poseidon Island? With that said, Xiao Yu walked towards Bo Saishi. When he was 2 meters away from Bo Saishi, Xiao Yu stopped. Xiao Yu knew clearly, he and Bo Saishi were not familiar with each other, and it was even said that there was still some grudge between them at this time. Therefore, maintaining an appropriate social distance is necessary. After taking a look at the Poseidon statue behind Bo Saishi, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze. After briefly adjusting his emotions, Xiao Yu looked directly into Bo Saixi's eyes and said, "Senior, the condition for starting the 9th test of Poseidon is that you have to make a sacrifice to Lord Poseidon, right?" After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Bo Saishi didn't speak, but looked at Xiao Yu calmly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu took a deep breath and said, "Senior, you do not necessarily need to sacrifice to start the final test. There are other ways to solve this problem." When I heard Xiao Yu say that there were other ways to solve the problem, Bo Saishi frowned subconsciously and said coldly, "Xiao Yu, you are also the descendant of the gods. You should know how much energy it takes to start the final test. If it weren't for an ultimate Douluo sacrifice, it is impossible to open the portal to the inheritance place." Quote. After noticing Bo Saixi's words without any emotion, Xiao Yu spoke again, "Senior, you just said that starting the final test requires a huge amount of energy. Rather than someone having to sacrifice for it, you can leave the energy matter to me." With that said, Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand towards Bo Saishi. Purple-black soul power flickered in Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing this, Bo Saishi narrowed his eyes slightly. But she didn't mean to be defensive. Bo Saishi knew in his heart that Xiao Yu was the descendant of another god. Even if he had some backup plan, he wouldn't be able to do it to him under Poseidon's watchful eye. If there are no special means, based on Xiao Yu's own strength, Bo Saishi didn't care at all. It can even be said that Bo Saishi still has a trace of desire in his heart. She hoped that Xiao Yu would attack her desperately. Only in this way can she legitimately kill Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu ignored Bo Saixi's gaze and activated his soul skills as usual. As the purple-black soul power continued to gather in Xiao Yu's palm, the light above Xiao Yu's palm began to distort. After a while, the figure of the array Douluo appeared in front of Bo Saishi. When he saw Bo Saishi for the first time, Agetis Douluo took a breath of cold air. This is definitely a powerful man who can rival the Great Enshrinement. "My lord, run away quickly, I will serve as your rear guard." Quote. As he spoke, the purple-black flames on the loyal cavalry Douluo burned violently. Seeing such a loyal Agouti Douluo, Xiao Yu coughed twice, and used his soul power to control the actions of Galway Douluo. Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi and said, "Senior, my soul skill can resurrect the dead, and can also directly transform the living into the undead. After being transformed into an undead, the being transformed by me will be under my control." Quote. As he said that, Xiao Yu hooked his hand at the array Douluo. The body of the Gorgon Douluo froze on the spot. After doing all this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi and said, "Senior, you have also seen that I am just a level 70 quasi-soul saint now. But now I can control a 93 level titled Douluo." Quote. After noticing the change in Bo Saixi's eyes, Xiao Yu started to induce people by learning how anchors used to promote products. "Senior, think about it. If I become a titled Douluo, will I be able to control stronger undead creatures? There are so many 100,000-year soul beasts on Douluo continent. It is even said that there is a deep-sea demon whale king on the sea with a cultivation level of nearly 1,000,000 years. If you are willing to help me, wait until I reach title Douluo. Let's take him down together. When the time comes, Sister Yanyan needs to start the 9th Poseidon examination. I can completely control the deep-sea demonic whale king to sacrifice on your behalf." As he spoke, Xiao Yu took a step closer to Bo Saishi, and his tone became more and more high-pitched. "Senior, you can do whatever you want after you step down from your responsibilities. Chase what you want to chase. Make up for the regrets you want to make up for." Quote. Hearing Xiao Yu say the word, regret, Bo Saishi, who had been unmoved before, trembled in her heart. At this time, Bo Saishi was already a little moved. She turned her head to look at the unable to move gorilla Douluo not far away. After carefully observing Agouti Douluo, Bo Saishi closed his eyes and began to think. After a moment, Bo Saishi looked into Xiao Yu's eyes. Her expression softened. "Xiao Yu, why should I believe you?" As he said that, Bo Saishi glanced at Xiao Yu's forehead intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes changed slightly. He already understood Bo Saixi's thoughts. Bo Saishi doesn't believe me. She wanted me to take a vow. But as the owner of Poseidon Island's top 9 exams, now he is under the statue of Poseidon with her. She couldn't express her meaning directly. So she could only hint to me in this way. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu sneered in his heart. Do you really think I'm a good person? Will I let you and Tang Chen sleep and fly together? And then let you and Tang San come together to cause trouble for me? I am missing a combat force, so naturally someone has to fill the gap. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi with a smile. He put his hand on the mark between his eyebrows and said, by the god of the sea, I, Xiao Yu, swear an oath here. If the senior is in the subsequent assessment, you can help me and Sister Yanyan sincerely. Then, I will provide Sister Yanyan with the energy needed to start the 9th test. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the shadow of Poseidon flashed on the statue. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded in the hall. I am the god of the sea, and I am here to witness that the oath is established. The moment this sound sounded, Bo Saishi turned around with tears in her eyes, and she kowtowed devoutly to the statue of Poseidon. After a while, Bo Saishi stood up and tidied up his appearance. Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu. At this time, there was no longer any hostility in her eyes. Xiao Yu, I will try my best to help you and that Dugu Yan grow up. But during the assessment, I will not deliberately hold back. You need to do it on your own. Do you get me? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu bowed slightly to Bo Saishi. Senior, as you wish. Under the sea dragon holy pillar. Everyone is waiting anxiously. Buzz. Golden light flashed, and the figures of Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi appeared here. Xiao Yu. Dugu Yan ignored the other eyes and threw herself directly into Xiao Yu's arms. Seeing this scene, Bo Saishi, who was not far away, trembled in his heart. Her thoughts went back decades. At that time, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen arrived at Poseidon Island and pursued Bo Saishi at the same time. At that time, Bo Saishi had already taken a liking to Tang Chen. That's why she proposed to Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu that whoever could become a god at level 100 would accept their pursuit. Qian Daoliu is a servant of the angel god, and his future destiny has been determined. But Tang Chen didn't understand this. Tang Chen believed Bo Saixi's hint is true. He left Sea Cucumber Island to find the inheritance of the divine throne, but missed this fate in vain. This memory was buried in Bo Saixi's heart and became an eternal regret in her heart. Looking at Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan not far away, Bo Saishi became more determined to step down from his responsibilities and look for Tang Chen's ideas. After thinking of this, Bo Saishi coughed twice, interrupting the interaction between Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan. Ahem. When Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan looked over, Bo Saishi said as if nothing was wrong. Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan, and that guest over there. The first test for the 3 of you should be to pass through the Poseidon's light. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu and the others nodded towards Bo Saishi. Seeing this, Bo Saishi tapped the ground with his staff. The golden light spread towards Xiao Yu and the others, until everyone was enveloped in the golden light. Bo Saishi said, don't resist, I'll take you to the assessment location. The next moment, under the puzzled gazes of the 7 sacred pillars, Xiao Yu and the others disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but murmur. The high priest actually took them to take the assessment personally. Did the high priest approve of Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan? Quote. At this time, no one cared about Seahorse Douluo's gaffe. The remaining guardians of Poseidon Island under the sea dragon sacred pillar seemed to have seen. Soon after, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan succeeded Bo Saishi and became the rulers of Poseidon Island. For a moment, everyone fell silent. At the same time, the forbidden area of Poseidon Island. Bo Saishi pointed to the white jade building not far away and said, Xiao Yu, that's the Poseidon Temple, the place where Lord Poseidon is worshipped. There are 1,001 steps from here to Poseidon Temple. Your assessment is to endure the pressure of Poseidon's light and continue to climb. After a pause, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan and said, Xiao Yu, the assessment for you and Dugu Yan is the same. The content of your first test requires you to complete the 333 steps within 1 year. As for Xiao Wu, who was sacrificed to you, her assessment is to accompany you to complete the top 9 exams. You don't need to care too much. Quote. After saying this, Bo Saishi turned around and glanced at Doupo, who was not far away. After coughing twice, Bo Saishi said without changing his expression. Correct. There is one thing I forgot to remind you before. Being within the range of Poseidon's light, you can gain many benefits. This is an excellent opportunity to improve your soul power. I hope you don't waste this opportunity. Quote. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Saixi's figure disappeared from where he was. Seeing this, Doupo Yan frowned slightly. She had noticed Bo Saixi's inconsistent words. Doupo Yan turned to look at Xiao Wu, just when he was about to ask a question. Xiao Wu then spoke. Sister Yan, you don't have to worry about these things for now. I will take time to talk to you later. Now you just need to take the assessment with peace of mind. With that said, Xiao Wu asked Doupo again. Grandpa, how many steps do you need to climb to be tested? Level 108. After receiving Doupo's reply, Xiao Wu spoke. Grandpa, after completing the assessment, the light of Poseidon will no longer put pressure on you. In this way, you will miss this opportunity in vain. There is still 1 year left before the final deadline for completing this assessment. During this year, you can stay at the 107th step to practice. You have already reached the threshold of level 94. This year may allow you to increase your soul power by 1 level. When he said the last sentence, Xiao Wu deliberately emphasized his tone. Grandpa, Sister Yan and I can't live without you. Hearing this, Doupo was a little stunned. After a while, Doupo understood the hidden meaning of Xiao Wu's words. He subconsciously raised his arms and looked. After noticing the wrinkles on his skin, Doupo took a deep breath. At this time, Doupo knew clearly in his heart. After unleashing Perfect Dus's despair last time, he didn't have much life left. If he wants to see Xiao Wu and Doupo Yan's children in his lifetime, he must break through the soul power as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Doupo said in a deep voice. Xiao Wu, Yan. Grandpa goes up for a walk first. Let me explore the bottom of this Poseidon's light for you. Quote. With that said, Doupo strode towards the Poseidon stairs. As soon as he stepped onto the steps, Doupo felt pressure coming from all directions. When he reached the 40th step, Doupo's expression had changed. Looking at the endless steps in front of him, Doupo's heart felt cold. It's just the 40th step. The surrounding pressure is enough to suppress a soul master with the Soul Emperor cultivation level. Yan is just a soul master at the Soul King level now. 1 year, 333 steps. For me, this test is not too difficult. But can Yan really do it? After thinking of this, Doupo looked worriedly at Doupo Yan not far away. Seeing this, Xiao Wu walked forward quickly and said, Grandpa, don't worry, when participating in the assessment, other people can assist. I will help Sister Yan complete the assessment. While speaking, Xiao Wu stood in the sky. In Doupo Yan's expectant eyes, Xiao Wu summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit. The 6 soul rings, 4 black and 2 red, above the Blue-Silver Emperor began to flash rapidly. The Blue-Silver domain and the Life domain were opened one after another. Afterwards, Xiao Wu used a series of auxiliary soul skills such as the Light of Resurrection, Glazed Light, and Emperor's Liquid in turn. Suddenly, all kinds of blessings shone on Doupo. After feeling the vigorous strength in my body, Doupo's tense heartstrings relaxed a little. With Xiao Wu's blessing, Yan should have a chance to complete the assessment. If this still doesn't work, so in this year, I will most likely stop practicing. I will complete the subsequent assessment as soon as possible, and then find a way to help Yan find a few suitable soul bones. After thinking of this, Doupo speeded up and walked higher. About half a minute, Doupo stood at the 107th step. After taking a look at Xiao Wu and Doupo Yan at the bottom of the steps, Doupo slowly sat down and began to practice attentively. Seeing this, Doupo Yan was a little eager to grab Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, let's go up together. Hearing this, Xiao Wu shook his head at Doupo Yan and said, Sister Yan, don't worry for now. There's one more thing I want to try. Quote. While speaking, Xiao Wu stretched out his right hand. Purple-black dim light flashes. 7,000-year-old blue-silver grass over 3 meters high and 1 blue-silver emperor over 30 centimeters high appeared in Xiao Wu's hands. The blue-silver emperor in Xiao Wu's hand was reawakened by him on the way to Poseidon Island by boat. At this time, Shaolin only received one sacrifice. She has not yet absorbed the inner elixir of Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and 10-headed Blazing Sun Snake. Therefore, Shaolin now only has about 100 years of cultivation. Xiao Yu used his soul power to lead the blue-silver grass in his hand and walked forward. Wait until you reach the Poseidon Chang's steps. Xiao Yu skillfully put his hand on the mark between his eyebrows and said, Lord Poseidon, the blue-silver grass clan is also willing to believe in you. I hope you will allow them to bathe in your glory. Quote. As Xiao Yu's words fell, no matter it is Bo Seizi in Poseidon Temple, Du Guyan, who was still standing at the foot of Poseidon Mountain, fell into a daze. Under the Poseidon's long steps, Xiao Yu waited patiently. This is the place where assessors above black level take the assessment. Therefore, except for Xiao Yu and the others, there was no one around Poseidon Changji. At this time, Du Guyan covered his mouth with his hands and did not dare to speak. Poseidon did not respond to Xiao Yu. Everything around became quiet. Xiao Yu didn't care about this. Xiao Yu bowed slightly and kept his hand on the mark between his eyebrows. Xiao Yu kept repeating his previous words softly. A few minutes later, it seems that he can't bear the annoyance anymore. Only then did Poseidon's divine thoughts begin to respond to Xiao Yu's request. The Poseidon stairs in front of Xiao Yu flickered slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu grabbed a 10,000-year-old blue-silver grass and took a tentative step towards the Poseidon long step. Buzz. After entering the envelope of Poseidon's light, the 10,000 years blue-silver grass in Xiao Yu's hand began to tremble. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly activated the blue-silver domain to sense it. After a while, Xiao Yu's face showed joy. Sure enough, there is a bonus, it seems that Poseidon has no objection. Single quote. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu bowed slightly towards the Poseidon temple at the end of the stairs. Afterwards, Xiao Yu took Xiaolan and the other 10,000 years blue-silver grass and walked further up. In a few breaths, Xiao Yu completed more than 30 steps. At the same time, Shaolin's branches and leaves pulled Xiao Yu's fingers. Through the blue-silver domain, Shaolin's voice also sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu, just put me here. My current level of cultivation is still low. This is almost my limit. Going further up, the more intense Poseidon's light will do more harm than good to me. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Put down the little blue in your hand. At the same time, the remaining 10,000 years blue-silver grass was arranged around Shaolin as protection. Clatter. After completing all this, Xiao Yu suddenly heard a sound. Xiao Yu looked up. At this time, Bo Saishi was standing not far from him, looking at the blue-silver grass arranged by Xiao Yu on the stairs. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yu spoke directly. Senior, these blue-silver grasses were specially cultivated by me. I planted it near Poseidon's stairs. I want them to also pay homage to Lord Poseidon's glory. Offer your faith to Lord Poseidon. Hearing this, the corners of Bo Saixi's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu didn't give Bo Saishi a chance to speak, he spoke directly. Senior, these blue-silver grasses are related to the speed of my progress. You don't want to be unable to make up for your regrets. Hearing this, Bo Saishi took a deep look at Xiao Yu. The next moment, Bo Saixi's figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. This level is over. It has the bonus of Poseidon's light, plus 2 treasures for Xiaolan to absorb. A year later, Shaolin should have no big problem reaching the cultivation level of 20,000 to 30,000 years. Quote. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Xiao Wu's voice also sounded. Xiao Yu, the 5 years I originally estimated for you may be biased. I originally thought that Xiaolan was after absorbing the inner elixir of Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and 10-headed Fierce Sun Snake. It can only reach more than 10,000 years of cultivation. I estimate the time based on this condition. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Wu's tone became excited. Xiao Yu, I didn't expect Poseidon's light. If Shaolin can really reach the level of cultivation that lasts for 20,000 to 30,000 years in 1 year. If she sacrifices it to you at that time, I estimate that you will have at least 2 or 3 more years to prepare. In other words, as long as items that can replenish life energy are found within 7 or 8 years. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu also showed a hint of joy on his face. Okay, I get it. After responding, Xiao Yu then walked towards higher ground. Unknowingly, Xiao Yu had reached the 50 steps. This is what Tang San achieved when he first set foot on the Poseidon stairs, using all his strength. Call. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu looked around. Even after walking here, Xiao Yu still didn't feel much pressure. Whether it's a field or other soul skills, Xiao Yu didn't even open it. Xiao Yu got here easily just by relying on his own physique and soul power. After briefly sensing his own status, Xiao Yu then walked towards higher ground. His climbing speed continues to increase. As the altitude continues to rise, Xiao Yu also gradually opened up his various fields and soul skills. A few minutes later, Xiao Yu stood at the 332nd step with a confused look on his face. Even here, Xiao Yu still felt that he still had the energy to climb higher. As long as he wants, he can complete the assessment at any time. After realizing this, Xiao Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. Forget it, let's do this for now. There is no need for me to complete the assessment directly. The Poseidon's light here has been of great help to Shaolin and I's practice. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Single quote. Just as Xiao Yu was about to sit down and practice, a sound came. Xiao Yu raised his eyes when he heard the sound. At this time, Doupo Yan was trying hard to climb the Poseidon stairs. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Yu quickly stood up. He quickened his pace and walked towards Doupo Yan. At this time, Doupo Yan had already reached the 40 steps. The pressure coming from all directions made Doupo Yan's face look painful. The frost dragon crown with attached soul bone also appeared at this time. No, I absolutely can't fall here. Xiao Yu is only a dozen levels higher in soul power than me. He reached over level 300 so easily. I can't hold him back. Doupo Yan held on to his body, desperately resisting the pressure from all around, and climbed higher. Every time he moved a little distance, Doupo Yan's body trembled more violently. When he reached the 46th step, blood was already flowing from the corner of Doupo Yan's mouth. At this time, Doupo Yan felt that his body was about to be crushed by the Poseidon's light. Her eyes also started to blur. Doupo Yan struggled to lift his legs, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead. It took all her strength to move even slightly. After forcing myself to walk up 3 more steps, Doupo Yan's eyes turned black, and he could no longer see clearly the scene in front of him. The frost dragon crown on his head also showed signs of collapse. Just when Doupo Yan was about to lose his strength and was about to be forced down the steps by the light of Poseidon, Xiao Yu appeared behind Doupo Yan and hugged her into his arms. Xiao Yu silently used his soul skills to treat Doupo Yan. Leaning in the familiar embrace, Doupo Yan's eyes showed a hint of bitterness. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, I let you and Grandpa down. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu persuaded softly. Sister Yan, it's just your first time walking the Poseidon stairs, and you haven't gotten used to the pressure yet. The first time you walk, you can reach the 49th step. This is already a pretty good result. Quote. While speaking, Xiao Yu thought of the original work. The scene when the Shrek 7 monsters, who are already at the Soul Emperor level, take part in the assessment. Xiao Yu rubbed Doupo Yan's hair and said, Sister Yan, several Soul Emperors took part in the assessment for the first time. Just walking up to the 30 steps is not enough. The strongest Soul Emperor among these people has 2 realms and multiple soul bones. But the first time he walked, he only reached the 50 steps. The fact that you have persisted until now has exceeded my expectations. Sister Yan, don't force yourself. There is still time now, let's just take our time. Quote. Hearing this, Doupo Yan shrank into Xiao Yu's arms and responded softly like a kitten. At this time, inside the Poseidon temple, Bo Saishi, who was observing Doupo Yan's progress through the light curtain, turned dark. Bo Saishi waved his hand in annoyance and closed the light curtain in front of him. Then, in the empty and quiet hall, Bo Saishi sighed softly. It's no wonder that the two of them are recognized by the gods. Xiao Yu is extremely talented, and judging from those strange blue-silver grasses, this kid probably has a lot of opportunities. Doupo Yan is slightly less talented, but she has extremely strong resilience in her bones. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. Bo Saixi's eyes kept drifting away, as if she had already seen the day when she and Tang Chen would meet again. 11 months later, Poseidon stairs. Xiao Yu, who was sitting on the 333rd step, slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed from his eyes. Call. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu looked at Blue-Silver Emperor Shaolin, who had moved not far away. At this time, Shaolin's trunk was nearly 3 meters tall, with many branches branching out. The main body of Shaolin is golden red, under the light of Poseidon. Shaolin's trunk flashed with traces of flame-like lines. Even though Xiao Yu and Shaolin were still separated by a certain distance, Xiao Yu could still feel the temperature of Shaolin's body. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Shaolan, the deadline for the assessment is about a month away. It's almost time. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Shaolan gently shook the branches and leaves. Along with the rustling sound of swaying leaves, Shaolin's soft voice sounded. Xiao Yu, are you ready? After absorbing the inner elixir of Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and 10-headed Blazing Sun Snake, coupled with the blessing of Poseidon's light, my current cultivation level is close to 30,000 years. The soul ring I brought to you through this sacrifice. Although it is not as good as the previous 100,000-year soul ring, it should still bring you a good bonus. As soon as Shaolan finished speaking, Xiao Wu's voice started to make complaints. It's more than a good bonus. Xiao Yu's martial spirit was only one step away from evolving to the next stage. After obtaining the origin of the Blue-Silver Emperor brought by Shaolan Yu's sacrifice, Xiao Yu's martial spirit is enough to complete a new evolution. Quote. While talking, Xiao Wu's figure also appeared. Looking at Xiao Yu, a smile broke out on Xiao Wu's face. In addition, there is the existence of Poseidon Shen Kao. It is not difficult for Xiao Yu to increase the age of his soul ring. Hearing this, Shaolin's gentle voice sounded again. Xiao Wu, I understand, let's not say so much now. Saying that, Shaolan extended the branches and leaves to pull Xiao Yu's arm. You can't tell how long it will take for Xiao Yu's martial soul to evolve this time, right? You just guessed that this evolution can be completed within half a month. Therefore, we deliberately set aside a month this time. Don't waste time now, we'll talk about other things later. Quote. While talking, Shaolin's branches and leaves gently tugged on Xiao Yu's arm. Xiao Yu, are you ready? After noticing Shaolin's movements, Xiao Yu nodded. Seeing this, Shaolan directly launched the sacrifice. Buzz, accompanied by a burst of invisible fluctuations. The little blue trunk began to become illusory. Subsequently, Shaolin's branches and leaves also changed. In just a few breaths, Shaolan turned into countless golden light spots and floated towards Xiao Yu. A dark soul ring was also attached to Xiao Yu's Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul. Xiao Yu's aura began to rise continuously. In just a few breaths, Xiao Yu had already broken through to level 75 soul power. At this time, Poseidon's light seemed to be drawn. Together with Shaolin's origin, they built a golden cocoon of light, wrapping Xiao Yu inside. At the same time, Dugu Yan was practicing at the 227th step. There was also Dugu Bo, who was practicing at the 107th step, and they all looked at Xiao Yu. They prayed silently, hoping that Xiao Yu could take a further step. Stepping on the light of Poseidon and holding a scepter, Bo Saishi slowly walked towards Xiao Yu. After stopping in front of Xiao Yu, Bo Saishi looked at the light cocoon in front of him. There was a look of disbelief on her face. At this time, Bo Saixi's Poseidon martial spirit also appeared behind her. Feeling the aura of Xiao Yu's Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit, Bo Saishi murmured. The strength of Xiao Yu's martial spirit has surpassed that of my Poseidon martial spirit, and it is still getting stronger. It was just a soul ring that was about 30,000 years old. Even if that soul ring fits his martial soul, it shouldn't be able to evolve his martial soul. This, after seeing Bo Saixi's expression, Xiao Wu, who was not far away, curled her lips. High Priest, nothing is impossible. Xiao Yu's Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit still has the possibility of further evolution. But the soul rings needed for the subsequent evolution of his martial soul need to be carefully selected. It is very difficult to find a suitable soul ring in a short period of time. Hearing this, Bo Saishi had a puzzled look on his face. She didn't understand why Xiao Wu told her these things. Seeing this, Xiao Wu, who had expected it, opened her mouth to explain. High Priest, Xiao Yu wanted to continue evolving his martial spirit. He will not be in a hurry to obtain the next 2 soul rings of the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit in a short time. Xiao Yu has decided to temporarily switch to the second martial soul. After a while, I might have to trouble you to help Xiao Yu obtain the soul ring. Hearing this, Bo Saishi raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was not afraid and looked at Bo Saishi openly. After a while, Bo Saishi withdrew his gaze. After taking a deep look at Xiao Yu in his cocoon, Bo Saishi spoke. I understand your request. As he said that, Bo Saishi used his soul power to build a protective net near Xiao Yu. The next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. Time passes slowly. 1 week later, Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial spirit began to flicker. At first it was just a hazy and illusory halo, but then it gradually became brighter. After a while, circle after circle of ripples, with Xiao Yu as the core, spread out in all directions. At the same time, all the soul masters on Poseidon Island stopped what they were doing. They could feel that their martial souls were being suppressed by something. At the same time, the soul power in Xiao Yu's body shook again. In just a few breaths, Xiao Yu's soul power rushed to level 76. As Xiao Yu's aura stabilized, the light cocoon surrounding Xiao Yu slowly broke. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, relying on instinct, and opened his palms to make a hug. The body actually broke free from the suppression of Poseidon's light. Suspended in midair, at this time, a huge light and shadow appeared behind Xiao Yu. At the same time, all the plants on the entire Poseidon Island began to tremble. In the astonished eyes of all the soul masters, those plants gave up their vitality uncontrollably. Countless green light spots drifted towards the Poseidon temple. Seeing this, the soul masters on Poseidon Island all thought that Poseidon had come again to perform a miracle. They all knelt down, the top of Poseidon's long steps. Bo Saishi had also walked out of the main hall. She looked at Xiao Yu from a distance who was receiving the worship of plants. Seeing this scene, Bo Saishi seemed to have seen the scene when Poseidon achieved the divine status. An idea appeared that made Bo Saishi himself feel ridiculous. Bo Saishi couldn't help but murmured. Can Xiao Yu be like Lord Poseidon and become a god by establishing his own throne? With the integration of those green light spots, Xiao Yu's soul power increased again. After a few breaths, Xiao Yu's soul power increased one level again, reaching level 77. On the Poseidon stairs, clatter, Xiao Yu, who once again broke through the first level of soul power, slowly fell back to the ground. Feeling the vigorous soul power in the body, Xiao Yu's face showed joy. Just as Xiao Yu turned around, prepare to go up a level again and directly complete the first exam. Xiao Yu noticed Bo Saishi not far away. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, but he did not stop. Clatter, Xiao Yu once again stepped onto the first level. At the same time, the mark on Xiao Yu's forehead flickered. A majestic voice sounded. The top 9 tests, the first test of traveling through the light of Poseidon, was successfully completed. The reward has been paid in advance. Quote, hearing this, Xiao Yu showed a trace of doubt on his face. Advance payment, what's the meaning? What was paid for? How much does it cost for Shaolan to practice under the light of Poseidon? Single quote. While Xiao Yu was thinking, Bo Saishi, who was not far away, also noticed Xiao Yu's expression. Bo Saishi vaguely guessed what Xiao Yu was thinking. Knowing that Xiao Yu might be questioning her faith, Bo Saishi frowned with some dissatisfaction. Immediately, Bo Saishi spoke directly. Xiao Yu, don't question Lord Poseidon. You should feel your martial spirit first before talking. Hearing this, Xiao Yu also reacted. After slightly apologizing to Bo Saishi, he cupped his fists. Xiao Yu spread his palms. The blue-silver emperor martial spirit appeared on Xiao Yu's palm. The moment the blue-silver emperor martial spirit appeared, not far away, Bo Saishi felt a slight suppression. Bo Saishi had already determined that Xiao Yu's martial spirit was definitely a god-king level martial spirit. Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu's martial spirit intently. At this time, Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor had changed from purple-black to dark blue. After looking at the martial spirit in his hand that was different from what he expected, a trace of confusion arose in Xiao Yu's heart. It's different from what Xiao Wu expected. It's because the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and 10-headed fierce sun snake are not powerful enough. Or is it the influence of Poseidon's divine power? Single quote. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu activated his soul power. With the influx of Xiao Yu's dark blue soul power, many blue-silver emperor branches and leaves were spawned by Xiao Yu. At the same time, the branches and leaves of the blue-silver emperor began to sway. Vaguely, Xiao Yu seemed to be able to hear the sound of the waves. Xiao Yu, who couldn't figure it out, directly used his mental power to wake up Xiao Wu, who was resting in the soul ring. Xiao Wu, please help me find out if there is anything wrong with my martial spirit. After a while, Xiao Wu's voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu, this is a good thing. When your martial soul completes its evolution, Poseidon's light also participates. The benefits of this evolution are far greater than I previously estimated. Under the influence of Poseidon's divine power and the evolution of Qi Wuhun, the death energy brought to you by the origin of the dark blue silver emperor has been completely suppressed. For at least 20 years, you won't have to worry about the effects of those death energies on you. Xiao Yu, as long as you can find treasures with sufficient vitality in the future, or attach a suitable soul ring to your blue silver emperor, let those death energies and life energies within you unite with each other. Your martial spirit might be able to evolve again. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face showed joy. After a while, after adjusting his emotions, Xiao Yu raised his palm slightly. Start testing soul skills, accompanied by the glimmer of the second soul ring. A few breaths, a green ball of light appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing this, Bo Saishi, who was standing not far away, was a little surprised. During this year, Bo Saishi had seen Xiao Yu use soul skills many times to help Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan practice. Bo Saishi could feel it. Compared to before, the intensity of Xiao Yu's healing soul skill has increased by at least 3 times. At this time, Xiao Yu also noticed Bo Saixi's expression. He asked Bo Saishi, "Senior, can I trouble you to help test the changes in soul skills?" Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded. After getting Bo Saixi's permission, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. Open your life domain and blue-silver domain in sequence. At the same time, every soul ring on Xiao Yu's body began to flicker. The huge blue-silver true body also appeared behind Xiao Yu. Because he was worried about causing damage to the Poseidon staircase, Xiao Yu did not use combat-type soul skills. Just show other auxiliary abilities. The light of resurrection, the Emperor's liquid, the glazed light. Xiao Yu's soul skill shot various colors of light towards Bo Saishi. Seeing this, Bo Saishi closed his eyes and realized it carefully. After a while, Bo Saishi opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yu, after you activate the dual realm and the martial spirit avatar, your healing abilities become extremely amazing. Now, your healing ability is comparable to that of a healing titled Douluo. The effect and range of your soul skills that assist in training have also been greatly improved. Even if you are a titled soul master, under the influence of your soul skills, their soul power cultivation speed can be increased by at least 30%. When talking about Xiao Yu's last soul skill, Bo Saixi's expression became solemn. "Xiao Yu, that soul skill of yours can dispel negative states. It is now possible to eliminate those below the god level. All negative states including curses, mental erosion, and toxins." Saying that, Bo Saishi stopped. After thinking for a moment, Bo Saishi continued. "Xiao Yu, I can feel it. That soul skill of yours seems to have the ability to evolve martial souls below the god level. I have a heartfelt request that I hope you can agree to." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu had a guess in his mind. He raised his hand towards Bo Saishi and said, "Senior, please say, I hope you can help the 7 sacred pillars and let their spirits complete an evolution." After hearing Bo Saixi's words, Xiao Yu chuckled. "Senior, if I guess correctly, one of my subsequent assessments requires me to fight against the 7 sacred pillars, right?" Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi was a little surprised. But she still nodded towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu continued. "Senior, I can help the guardians of Poseidon Island increase the strength of their martial spirits. But this will have to wait until I complete the subsequent assessment. At the same time, I also have a heartfelt request, I hope you can agree." Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi was stunned for a moment. But she soon thought of the incident that Xiao Wu mentioned to her a week ago. Thinking of this, Bo Saishi asked, "Xiao Yu, do you want me to help you hunt for souls?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. After getting Xiao Yu's reply, Bo Saishi continued. "Xiao Yu, I suggest you wait a moment. Don't be so hasty about obtaining the soul ring. Complete subsequent assessments. You have a chance to obtain the God-given soul ring bestowed by Lord Poseidon. The soul skills that the God-given soul ring will give you are the ones that best suit your martial soul. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked into Bo Seixi's eyes. Senior, is there an upper limit on the age of a God-given soul ring? How many soul skills can you bring me? Quote. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Bo Seishi was stunned for a moment. But she quickly guessed why Xiao Yu said that. When I think about it, Xiao Yu already has 500,000 years soul rings. Bo Seishi vaguely guessed what Xiao Yu was thinking. After a while, Bo Seishi said softly, the upper limit of a God-given soul ring is 100,000 years. At the same time, a God-given soul ring can only bring you one soul skill. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head. Under Bo Seixi's confused gaze, Xiao Yu continued. Senior, there are 3 soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 200,000 years living in the far north. I want their soul rings. On the Poseidon stairs. Bo Seishi heard Xiao Yu say. When he wanted to go to the far north to hunt down soul beasts with a cultivation level of over 200,000 years and absorb their soul rings. Bo Seishi was stunned. After a moment, Bo Seishi came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Yu steadily. At this time, Bo Seishi really wanted to ask. What comes up as a soul beast with a cultivation level of over 200,000 years? Do you want to hunt 3 more? Why do you do that? Can you absorb it? Single quote. At this time, Bo Seishi felt that Xiao Yu was a little too greedy. She originally thought that Xiao Yu just wanted her to help hunt down a few 100,000-year-old soul beasts. There are still some such spirit beasts in the sea. As the spokesperson of Poseidon, it would not be too difficult for her to find those hidden 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts. Thinking of this, Bo Seishi was ready to persuade Xiao Yu. Let him give up that unrealistic idea. After thinking about the words, Bo Seishi spoke. Xiao Yu, the far north you mentioned. Is it the unexplored snowy land outside the northern border of the Tiando Empire? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, senior. After getting the exact answer from Xiao Yu, Bo Seishi frowned. The extreme north has a harsh climate and no human beings can survive there. Plus the soul beasts living in the far north. That place is called a forbidden land for humans. This is a place that most soul masters will never understand in their lifetime. Thinking of this, Bo Seishi asked. Xiao Yu, where did you learn this news? How can you guarantee that this news is correct? Before Bo Seishi finished speaking, Xiao Yu had already taken out Barrett's martial spirit. With a thought in Xiao Yu's mind, the killing field was opened. Barrett's martial spirit flashed with blood-red light. Xiao Yu didn't speak, but pointed at the lines on Barrett. Seeing this, Bo Seishi, who was not far away, swallowed back the words that came to his lips. Did Xiao Yu get this information from the divine test? Even if the news is accurate, he is still just a soul master at the level of soul saint. How could he absorb more than 200,000 soul rings? Single quote. Thinking of this, Bo Seishi asked again. Xiao Yu, can you really absorb a soul ring that is more than 200,000 years old? Otherwise, Bo Seishi hasn't said anything yet. Xiao Yu had already switched his martial soul to Blue Silver Emperor. Xiao Yu still didn't speak, but pointed at his 6th soul ring. Seeing this, Bo Seishi also stopped talking. She concentrated on sensing the 6th spirit ring on top of Xiao Yu's Lan Yinwang martial spirit. After a moment, Bo Seishi looked horrified. Xiao Yu's 6th soul ring is far more powerful than an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul ring. It is indeed possible that it is a soul beast that has been cultivated for more than 200,000 years. This kid can actually absorb such a powerful soul ring. At this time, Bo Seixi's eyes towards Xiao Yu had changed somewhat. But Bo Seishi still didn't immediately agree to Xiao Yu's request. The far north is too far from Poseidon Island. Moreover, the scope of the far north is very large, and there is no precise information. It is not easy to find 3 specific soul beasts. Thinking of this, Bo Seishi spoke again. Xiao Yu, I serve as the high priest. We cannot leave Poseidon Island easily. Bo Seishi hasn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Yu's 4th soul ring had already lit up. The strange light that can trigger the evolution of martial souls gradually condensed into a ball of light in Xiao Yu's hands. As Xiao Yu repeatedly released his 4th soul skill, the size of the light ball in his hand is also getting larger and larger. Buzz buzz, the ball of light in Xiao Yu's hand exuded a gorgeous halo. There were also buzzing sounds. These sounds constantly reminded Bo Saishi. Don't forget that you asked Xiao Yu to help the 7 sacred pillars evolve their martial spirits. Thinking of this, the corners of Bo Saixi's mouth twitched. Ahem. After coughing twice to relieve the embarrassment, Bo Saishi said, Xiao Yu, I agree to your request. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face also showed joy. Senior, when do we set off? After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Saishi began to think. After a while, Bo Saishi asked in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, do you want to hunt down all 3 soul beasts that have a cultivation level of over 200,000 years? Can you determine their approximate range of motion? The far north is not small in scope. Moreover, the environment there is harsh, making the search difficult. You have to plan your route. Quote, after hearing Bo Saixi's words, Xiao Yu spread his hands and said, Senior, I just know the general information about these 3 soul beasts. I don't know their exact location. Hearing this, Bo Saishi frowned. After a while, Bo Saishi said in a deep voice, tell me about their information carefully. Let me first determine a rough scope of activities and then. Senior, these 3 soul beasts are the Titan Snow Demon King who has cultivated for more than 200,000 years. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion has been cultivated for about 380,000 years. The Ice and Snow Girl who has cultivated for about 690,000 years. As Xiao Yu explained, Bo Saixi's face gradually turned dark. The Titan Snow Demon King with 200,000 years of cultivation that Xiao Yu mentioned before is not bad. Even if the far north is not his home ground, Bo Saishi is sure of capturing him. But Xiao Yu then mentioned the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which had been cultivated for nearly 400,000 years. There is also the Ice and Snow Girl who has cultivated for nearly 700,000 years. Bo Saishi also felt a little tricky. After noticing the change in Bo Saixi's expression, Xiao Yu also guessed Bo Saixi's concerns. He said directly, Senior, hunting them is not my idea. If you can, I want to try to convince them to sacrifice themselves to me. Wild meow. Bo Saishi did not let Xiao Yu continue speaking, she directly interrupted Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu, I thought you just wanted to absorb a soul ring with a cultivation level of about 200,000 years. That's why I agreed to your request. With your current physique, there is still a certain chance of absorbing such a spirit ring. Even if it doesn't work, I can suppress it by force when the time comes. Give you the opportunity to control its mind and force it to sacrifice to you. But you are telling me now, the soul beast you want is actually 400,000 years old. Even in existence with 700,000 cultivation levels. At this point, Bo Saixi's tone became more serious. Xiao Yu, it would be okay if it was above the sea. I can still suppress them forcefully with the advantage of my home field. But in the far north, on their home turf, I might be able to beat them. But suppress them and force them to sacrifice. I don't have that ability yet, you'd better find someone else. After listening patiently to what Bo Saishi said, Xiao Yu then spoke, Senior, I didn't think about forcing them. As he spoke, Xiao Yu spread his hands. His blue-silver Emperor Martial Spirit and Barret Martial Spirit appeared alternately. In Bo Saixi's confused eyes, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Senior, I now have a total of 10 soul rings. Among these 10 soul rings, there is only one I got from hunting the soul beast myself. In front of Poseidon's long steps, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu blankly. After a while, Bo Saishi came back to his senses. After adjusting your emotions, Bo Saishi stared into Xiao Yu's eyes and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, is it true that only one of your soul rings was obtained by you from hunting souls? Hearing this, Xiao Yu once again repeated what he had said before. Senior, it is true. Except that the second ring on my Barret Martial Spirit comes from a dark demon evil tiger. The rest of my soul rings are almost all obtained from voluntary sacrifices by soul beasts. Quote. Xiao Yu just finished speaking. Xiao Wu's figure appeared next to Xiao Yu. She pointed at Xiao Yu's soul ring and said, High Priest, the first soul ring on Xiao Yu's Barret Martial soul is me. With that said, Xiao Wu pointed at the third and fourth soul rings on Xiao Yu Barret's martial soul. Xiao Yu's third and fourth spirit rings come from my younger brother. In addition, Xiao Yu's blue-silver Emperor Martial Spirit has all the spirit rings except the sixth ring. They were all brought by Xiao Lan's sacrifice. Shaolin is the blue-silver emperor that Xiao Yu cultivated in the Poseidon's light. Hearing this, Bo Saishi frowned. She felt the aura of the gods on the sixth soul ring of Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Bo Saishi originally thought that Xiao Yu's soul ring was a god-given soul ring. But Xiao Yu now gave another explanation. After hesitating for a while, Bo Saishi finally asked, "Xiao Yu, is your sixth soul ring a god-given soul ring?" I felt the breath of divine power on that soul ring. Hearing this, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu were stunned for a moment. Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi. After seeing Bo Saishi's serious expression, Xiao Yu immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The breath of divine power. Did a god intervene in the growth process of the dark blue-silver emperor? Who is it? Single quote. The next moment, Xiao Yu's pupils shrank. The dark blue-silver emperor gave me the ability to resurrect the dead. In the original work, Bibi Dong becomes the Rakshasa god. Doesn't it have the ability to summon the undead army? Damn, I actually overlooked this. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu frowned. Why does the Rakshasa god help the dark blue-silver emperor grow? When did she take action? 4 years ago, in the blue-silver grass valley. Is the spider-like soul beast with a cultivation level of about 40,000 years that was killed by the 10,000-year-old blue-silver grasses related to her? Single quote. Xiao Yu's memory gradually became distant, and he thought of what happened back then. At the same time, Xiao Yu's face gradually turned dark. A few years ago, he was happy about the birth of dark blue-silver grass. At that time, the blue-silver realm could still easily control them. This is also the reason why Xiao Yu planted the dark blue-silver grass in the sunset forest. At this time, Xiao Yu had vaguely pieced together the truth. 4 years ago, the Rakshasa god might just be interested and do it casually. She probably didn't have much divine power invested in the dark blue-silver grass at that time. Therefore, I can easily control those dark blue-silver grasses. Until I head to the killing city. After obtaining the killing domain that is above the killing god's domain. In order to prevent me from inheriting the throne of Shira god, the Rakshasa god stopped me just like he did to Tang Hao. That's why we increased our investment in divine power. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked up at the sky. At this time, he was also a little nervous. After a while, Xiao Yu, who had gained nothing, withdrew his gaze. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Whether my guess is correct or not, it doesn't matter anymore. There is still a big gap between my current strength and that of gods. No matter what kind of filth is behind the Rakshasa god and the Shira god. This is not something I can participate in. Practice. That's the only thing I should do now. Single quote. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi again. I still can't tell Bo Saishi about the dark blue-silver emperor, in case she sees my truth. When the two parties are not equal. Now this relatively friendly cooperative relationship may directly break down. After briefly organizing his words, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. Senior, it doesn't matter how I got my sixth soul ring. As he spoke, Xiao Yu steered the topic in another direction without changing his expression. Senior, you also know that I am the inheritor of the gods. With my talent and strength, I think it won't be too difficult to complete the subsequent assessment. The reason why Xiao Wu and her 2 brothers are willing to sacrifice themselves to me. I just hope that after I become a god, I can bring them to the divine realm. Then resurrect them in the divine realm, so that they can enjoy eternal life. No need to worry about the catastrophe that happens every 100,000 years. Hearing this, Bo Saishi also realized that Xiao Yu was unwilling to mention his 6th ring. Although he had doubts in his heart, Bo Saishi was not prepared to ask any more questions. Thinking of Xiao Yu's previous use of Poseidon's light, Bo Saishi just thought it was Xiao Yu's old habit that happened again. Like Dugayan's divine test now, and other people's divine test. After thinking for a moment, Bo Saishi asked, Xiao Yu, Ice Sky Snow Girl and Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion are about to face the next catastrophe. You want to persuade them with this. Let them sacrifice themselves to you. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded silently. In the original work, whether it is the Ice Snow Girl or the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, none of them are confident enough to survive the next catastrophe. It was precisely for this reason that the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion chose to sacrifice to Huo Yuhao. Only the Ice and Snow Girl would choose to be reincarnated and rebuild. This trip to the far north. Xiao Yu wanted to try to persuade the two to sacrifice. He also wanted to look for it along the way. The 100,000-year-old snow lotus that helped Ice Sky Snow Girl seal the origin of the 700,000-year-old soul beast. Just when Xiao Yu was letting his thoughts wander, Bo Seixi's voice sounded. Xiao Yu, the land of the far north. I will accompany you there. However, I still recommend that you complete the next few assessments first. Go to the far north again. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Seishi with some confusion. Bo Seishi didn't hide it either. Snapped. The scepter in Bo Seixi's hand tapped on the ground, and a screen of light appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Pointing to the information on the light screen, Bo Seishi began to explain. Xiao Yu, your 8th test now is to become a titled Douluo within 5 years and collect all the soul rings and soul bones in your body. The content of the 9th test is to help Dougu Yan achieve the status of God. If you complete most of your subsequent soul rings and soul bones in advance now, or even complete them all, then your 8th test will change. The 8th test will inevitably become more difficult. Hearing this, Xiao Yu cupped his fists and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Xiao Yu, I suggest you continue practicing. Continuously improve your strength during the assessment process. Wait until you start the 8th test. I will take you to the far north again. By then, you should also have title level combat power. In this case, it will be easier for you to convince the 3 overlord level soul beasts. Hearing this, Xiao Yu said to Bo Seishi, Senior, I already have title level combat power. The subsequent assessment should be completed. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Seishi said calmly. Just relying on that 93 level titled Douluo is not enough. Seeing this, Xiao Yu cupped his fists again. Senior, you can rest assured about this matter, I know it well. Later, after I say goodbye to Sister Yanyan and the others, just take me directly to participate in the subsequent assessment. Quote. Seeing Xiao Yu's resolute attitude, Bo Seishi stopped trying to persuade him. After nodding silently, Bo Seixi's figure disappeared in midair. After 1 hour, at the foot of Poseidon Mountain, on the edge of the circular sea, Xiao Yu and Bo Seishi looked at the other side. At this time, the information about the second test entered Xiao Yu's mind. The second test of the top 9 tests. Without using any soul bone skills, break through the blockade of the ring sea and reach the other side. The time limit is 1 year. Quote. After seeing the information in his mind clearly, Xiao Yu squinted and looked across the ring sea. In the original work, when Tang San was taking part in the assessment, Poseidon's restriction on Tang San is that he cannot use soul ring skills. Now that I'm here, you can't use soul bone skills. This is mainly to limit my dark blue silver emperor soul bone. It's a pity. Soul bone skills cannot be used. Flying, teleporting. I can no longer use such practical soul bone skills. With just one restriction, the difficulty of the assessment is greatly increased. Correct. I remember it from the original work. When the assessors have not entered the ring sea, Xiaobai cannot attack the assessors. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking. Clatter. Bo Seishi tapped the scepter, and an invisible wave came out. The next second, the demonic great white shark Xiaobai jumped out of the sea and transformed into a human form in midair. Xiaobai landed in front of Bo Seishi. She put one hand on her chest and bowed slightly. High Priest. Bo Seishi responded softly. Immediately, Bo Seishi turned to look at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, the difficulty of your second test is here. Saying that, Bo Seishi stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiaobai. Xiaobai also looked at Xiao Yu curiously at this time. After noticing Xiaobai's gaze, Xiao Yu subconsciously took out his gun. Xiao Yu held Barrett in his hand with one hand and smiled at Xiaobai with a kind smile. Since you can't use the soul bone skill, then just use the gun to fight. It seemed that he sensed the malice coming from Xiao Yu. Xiaobai subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, Xiaobai, who realized something was wrong the next second, came back immediately. She looked at Xiao Yu with hatred. Seeing this, Bo Seishi coughed lightly and said, Xiao Yu, I suggest you practice for a while before trying to complete the second test. Wait until you break through to the contra level. Only then do you have a chance to get through alone. Or, you can go there with Dougu Bo and Dougu Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head at Bo Seishi. Senior, I am not going to take the assessment with Sister Yanyan and the others. They are different from me. They only need to go step by step and complete one assessment a year. Quote. With that said, Xiao Yu pointed his gun at Xiaobai and asked. Xiaobai, when I was on land, can you attack me? Quote. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Xiaobai and Bo Saishi were stunned. After a while, Xiaobai, who came back to his senses, shook his head and said. No. Hearing this, Xiao Yu, who was dragging Barrett, showed a smile on his face. So this is Ah. After seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Xiaobai recalled the scene when he met Xiao Yu a year ago. At that time, Xiao Yu directly imposed dual domain restrictions on her as soon as they met. Immediately, Xiao Yu shot directly into her body without saying a word. Xiaobai felt a little scared when he thought of that feeling. At that time, if not for her timely response, that shot would definitely seriously injure her. Looking at Xiao Yu's smile not far away, Xiaobai suddenly felt a chill. After a moment, Xiaobai, who realized the problem, said tremblingly. You don't mean to keep hitting me with your strange stick on land, do you? Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Congratulations, you guessed it right. It's a pity that there is no reward. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. Xiaobai, I can't use the soul bone skill, it's still a bit far from the other side. If I'm not on shore I'll hit you hard. Just go into the sea and fight with you. Then if I break through your blockade, the chance of reaching the other side will be very small. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiaobai looked at Bo Saishi with a grieved expression. Although he didn't speak, Xiaobai's meaning was already obvious. You don't bully sharks like this. Seeing the aggrieved Xiaobai, Bo Saishi was a little confused. At this time, Bo Saishi already knew. This second test couldn't stop Xiao Yu. However, Bo Saishi was not prepared to let Xiao Yu pass the assessment without doing anything. In her opinion, that was disrespectful to Poseidon. Bo Saishi pretended not to see Xiaobai's gaze and tapped the ground with her staff. Snapped. With a crisp sound, a golden light spread to Bo Saixi's body. Before the figure completely disappeared, she left a warning to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, don't hurt Xiaobai's life. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Then, Xiao Yu looked at Xiaobai with a smile. Xiaobai, if you are ready, you can go back to the sea now. While speaking, Xiao Yu had already prepared the barret in his hand. The black hole's muzzle was pointed at Xiaobai's vitals. Seeing this, Xiaobai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Obviously you are the one taking the assessment. After complaining in the bottom of my heart, Xiaobai stopped talking and jumped directly into the sea. A few minutes later, Xiaobai, who was hiding in the seaweed, snorted coldly. No matter how strong your strange martial spirit is, what can it do? With the sea water blocking me, I don't believe you can find me. Quote. Buzz. At this moment, Xiaobai sensed the fluctuations in the field. What's this? Just when Xiaobai was confused, he was affected by the field. The marine plants growing in the circular sea began to sway. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai secretly thought something was wrong. She immediately used her soul power to condense a shield of light in front of her. The next moment, boom, along with a loud noise, a khaki light pillar penetrated the sea. He shot it accurately towards her position. The speed of the beam of light was so fast that Xiaobai had no time to avoid it. The khaki light beam directly hit her temporarily condensed protective shield. Kakaka. After only blocking it for a moment, Xiaobai's temporarily condensed light shield was directly penetrated. In Xiaobai's horrified eyes, the beam of light fell straight on her body. Feeling the severe pain in his body, Xiaobai showed a trace of anger on his face. Damn, this is that guy's fourth soul skill. Now that his soul power has improved, his soul skill is even more powerful than it was then. Cunning humans. I'm furious. He keeps shooting at me on land and I can't fight back, it's so annoying. Xiaobai had an angry expression on his face. At this time, Xiaobai really wanted to rush to the sea and bite Xiao Yu a few times. At this moment, another loud noise came. Boom, a beam of azure light penetrated the sea. Seeing this, the anger on Xiaobai's face disappeared. She swallowed silently. Again, after taking another shot, Xiaobai didn't dare to hesitate any longer. It directly transformed back into the form of the demonic great white shark. Swimming quickly in the ring sea, Xiaobai tried hard to avoid Xiao Yu's shooting. She muttered while starting to destroy the underwater plants in the ring sea. This guy knows my location by relying on these plant senses. I have to get rid of these plants as soon as possible. At the foot of Poseidon Mountain, Xiao Wu put down Barrett in his hand and slowly opened his eyes. Did you see it? But, do you think I can't do anything to you like this? After murmuring, Xiao Wu switched his martial soul to Blue Silver Emperor. With the influx of soul power, the sixth soul ring on Xiao Yu's Lan Yinhuang martial soul began to flicker. At the same time, Xiao Wu clasped his hands in front of him. Start chanting, Ka Lu Suotian, as the indescribable syllables sounded in Xiao Yu's mouth. Circles of black halo spread from Xiao Yu's body, spreading out into the ring sea. At the same time, the bottom of the ring sea, Xiaobai had a look of satisfaction on his face. Hey, I'm still smart. After clearing away nearby vegetation, he hasn't hit me for a long time. Just when Xiaobai was proud, circles of black ripples streaked across her body. Before he could react, a series of strange whispers sounded in Xiaobai's mind. Damn it! Feeling the dizziness in his head, Xiaobai shouted angrily after reacting. Magic Shark Realm. Xiaobai directly opened his own field to confront Xiao Wu. After a while, the chanting in Xiaobai's head disappeared. After realizing this, Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. It is finally over. What a torture. Snort. Xiao Wu, I want to see what other methods you have. Wait until you go down to the sea. Look how I entertain you. Just when Xiaobai clenched his fists and swore secretly, several swimming sea soul beasts caught her attention. In Xiaobai's surprised eyes, those sea soul beasts whose cultivation base was no more than 100 years and the highest was no more than 1,000 years swam directly in her direction. Seeing this, Xiaobai immediately thought of the sound he just heard. A bad premonition arose in her heart again. As the great white shark king with 100,000 years of cultivation, she is a dominant level existence in the sea. Under normal circumstances, even sea soul beasts with 10,000 years of cultivation would not dare to wander around her. Now, those soul beasts with low cultivation dared to swim directly in her direction. Thinking of this, Xiaobai couldn't help but murmured. No way. Xiaobai looked around. She found that more sea soul beasts were swimming towards her. Just when Xiaobai thought those sea soul beasts were going to attack her. Boom! The familiar loud noise sounded again. After a while, Xiaobai stretched out her hand to wipe the blood from her mouth. A wry smile appeared on her face. Xiao Wu, just erased those seabed plants. This guy found sea soul beasts as eyes again. Alas, I don't know how many sea soul beasts that guy's soul skills have affected. Sea spirit beasts are different from those underwater plants. I can't be like I was before. Directly kill all the sea soul beasts in an area. Those sea soul beasts are also the people of Lord Poseidon, and killing innocent people is disrespectful to Lord Poseidon. Thinking of this, Xiaobai looked in the direction of Xiao Wu. There's really no other way this time. Lord Poseidon, High Priest. I really tried my best. After sighing in his heart, Xiaobai swam in the direction of Xiao Wu. At the foot of Poseidon Mountain, Xiao Wu, who felt all this, took back Barrett in his hand. Wait quietly at the beach. After a while, Xiaobai jumped out of the sea again and landed in front of Xiao Wu. She glanced at Xiao Wu hatefully. You're awesome. I won't stop you anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Xiaobai and cupped his fists. Xiaobai, how offended I am this time. After responding, Xiaobai took 2 steps back cautiously. Xiao Wu, let me tell you. Although I am not going to stop you, you have to go to the other side. You can only swim there by yourself. I am Lord Poseidon's mount. I won't let you ride me. As he spoke, Xiaobai looked at the surface of the ring sea with some expectancy. In her mind, soul masters on land are generally not good at swimming. Moreover, soul masters do not have the ability to control the air before they reach the tidal level. Xiaobai had seen Xiao Yu's 2 martial spirits before. She knew very well that neither of Xiao Yu's martial spirits had flying soul skills. Xiao Yu can fly, most likely because of his soul bone. But now Xiao Yu's soul bone has been restricted by the assessment. Thinking of this, Xiaobai looked at Xiao Yu jokingly. She really wanted to see Xiao Yu make a fool of himself. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. After a while, Xiao Yu roughly guessed Xiaobai's thoughts. Without wasting time, Xiao Yu directly summoned the Blue Silver Emperor spirit. In Xiaobai's doubtful eyes, dark blue soul power surged towards Xiao Yu's hand. A few breaths, countless branches of the Blue Silver Emperor were spawned by Xiao Yu. Soon, A small boat woven by the blue-silver emperor appeared on the Ring Sea. After waving his hand at Xiao Yu kicked the boat in the rear. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the boat shot towards the other side of the circular sea. Seeing this, Xiao Yu lightly jumped up and accurately jumped onto the boat. Wah wah wah. When the power of the boat is about to disappear, several sea soul beasts controlled by Xiao Yu jumped out of the water. Xiao Yu spawned several branches of the blue-silver emperor and turned them into nooses, which were tied around the necks of the sea soul beasts. In Xiaobai's dull eyes, Xiao Yu floated towards the other shore in the sea soul beast boat. A few minutes later, on the land on the other side of the circular sea. Snapped. The blue-silver emperor boat docked steadily on the shore. Xiao Yu walked out of the boat calmly. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. The top 9 exams, the second exam is completed. The soul power is increased by 1 level, and the additional reward is that the lifespan of all soul rings is increased by 1,000 years. Quote. After that voice fell, Xiao Yu felt a surge of power pouring into his body. After a brief shock in his soul power, Xiao Yu broke through to level 78. At the same time, several of Xiao Yu's soul rings also flickered. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yu briefly sensed the changes on his body. He thought about it in his mind. The upgrade of soul power by 1 level has saved me several months of hard training. Moreover, the strength of my soul ring has indeed increased. It's just because the age of my soul ring itself is much longer than that of ordinary soul masters. This additional bonus is not an obvious enhancement to me. After complaining in his heart, Xiao Yu also looked forward to the subsequent assessment. When Tang San was completing the last test, the lifespan of all the soul rings in his body was directly increased by 50,000 years. Although my top 9 exams are not as good as the Poseidon 9 exams, but I think the rewards won't be too bad. After being promoted for 20,000 to 30,000 years, there is still a chance. Just then, a soft sound came. Clatter. Xiao Yu also looked up when he heard the sound. Bo Saishi, holding a scepter, appeared in front of him. At this time, the expression on Bo Saixi's face was a little helpless. In her opinion, the purpose of the second test of the top 9 exams is to train Xiao Yu's actual combat ability. Bo Saishi never expected that Xiao Yu would complete the assessment in this way. After adjusting his emotions, Bo Saishi spoke. Xiao Yu, congratulations on successfully completing the second test. Come with me, I will take you to the location of the third test. As he spoke, Bo Saishi tapped the ground with the staff in his hand. The golden light spread to Xiao Yu. The next moment, Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi disappeared in place. A valley on the edge of Poseidon Island. Boom boom boom. The sound of raging waves kept coming from the coast. Huge waves tens of meters high hit the coast without stopping for a moment. Mid-air, Bo Saishi pointed to the coast not far away and said, Xiao Yu, this is where you will take the third test. It's called the desperate situation of angry waves. Quote. As he spoke, Bo Saixi's martial spirit unfolded. The huge shadow of Poseidon appeared behind her. Bo Saishi tapped the scepter lightly towards the sea surface. Countless blue lights surged out from her body and spread toward the roaring sea. Just a moment, the wind and rain suddenly stopped, and the waves also calmed down. At the same time, a huge gray-white sky-reaching pillar pierced the sea and reached into the sky. Bo Saishi pointed to the 5 copper rings on the giant pillar and said, Xiao Yu, this is the deep-sea sinking silver pillar. What you get is the top 9 exams, and in the next year, you spend at least 10 hours a day on the sunken silver pillar of the deep sea. Accept the baptism of the waves. Quote. After hearing Bo Saixi's words, Xiao Yu nodded. Senior, if I stay on top of the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea for 20 hours every day, so, can I complete the assessment in advance? Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi was stunned. Immediately, Bo Saishi reacted and took a deep look at Xiao Yu. She responded softly, Can, Xiao Yu, if you really can stay for 20 hours every day, then you can complete this assessment in just half a year. After receiving Bo Saixi's reply, Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately, Xiao Yu spoke again. Senior, it will take another half a month. When Sister Yanyan takes the first exam, I have to trouble you to take me to Poseidon Mountain again. I need to help Sister Yanyan complete the subsequent assessment. Hearing this, Bo Saishi responded calmly. Can. With that said, Bo Saishi pointed to the deep-sea sinking silver pillar and said, Xiao Yu, this assessment will test your willpower. Don't try to find ways to get through it or get through it in other ways. Be patient, believe me, the benefits this assessment will bring to you are far beyond your imagination. Here, you have a certain chance of completing your spiritual awakening. Make your mental strength further. Quote, I heard Bo Saishi say this. Xiao Yu was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. It seems that the way I completed the second test was a bit excessive. Bo Saishi is afraid that I will waste another opportunity to improve my strength. Single quote. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu shook his head. Senior, don't worry, I know what I know. As he spoke, Xiao Yu looked at Shen Yinju in the deep sea not far away. He recalled the description in the original work. After everyone from Shrek completed this assessment, not only did their soul power improve, the functions of the grass jelly have also been fully developed by them. Take Dai Mubai, for example, who took the Qi Rong Tongtian chrysanthemum. His strength directly increased several times. When using the White Tiger protective barrier, the strength of the soul skill is also greatly increased. At the same time, their bodies also gained the ability to automatically unload force. This once again improved their combat effectiveness. Tang San was the most exaggerated. He directly achieved enlightenment during the Tide body refining process. In this epiphany, his spiritual power also awakened. Let his purple devil pupil reach a vast realm. At the same time, he also used this to activate the vast sea universe cover. This caused the vast sea universe cover to blend into the soul bone of his head. The age of the soul bone in his head directly reached the level of 100,000 years. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. After looking up and down at the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit, Xiao Yu began to think in his heart. There should still be a lot of Blue-Silver Emperor's origin deposited in my body. I just took this opportunity to completely refine it. As long as this can be achieved, then the year I spent here was definitely not a waste. At the same time, if I can successfully achieve enlightenment like Tang San, if I complete my spiritual awakening, I will make a lot of money. The strength of my mental power is directly related to the number of undead I can control. If I could master a dozen undead at the same time, there's just so much I can do. Even the Dragon King's soul bone under the eyes of ice and fire, I can't think about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi aside. Baoquando. Senior, I'm ready, please help me start the assessment. Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded. The scepter in her hand was lightly tapped towards Xiao Yu. A sea-blue halo enveloped Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu also followed the sinking silver pillar in the deep sea. After a while, Kakaka, the 5 copper rings on the deep-sea sunken silver pillar quickly changed to a suitable size and fixed Xiao Yu's torso and limbs. Xiao Yu was firmly bound to the deep-sea sinking silver pillar. At the same time, Bo Saishi gently raised his hand toward the sea. Released his own suppression of the sea. A few breaths. The raging waves surged again, roaring and sweeping toward Xiao Yu. Looking at the waves not far away, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. After holding your breath, wait patiently. Xiao Yu could feel it while standing on top of the deep sea of sinking silver. All of his amplifying soul skills were ineffective, and none of them could be used. All Xiao Yu could do was rely on his soul power and body to resist the waves that were sweeping in. After a breath snapped, the first wave of waves hit Xiao Yu. A strong sense of suffocation filled Xiao Yu's heart. Meanwhile, the first wave has not yet subsided. The second wave came soon after. Bang bang bang. Countless giant waves are like a strong soul saint level, constantly stimulating his soul power. All-round attacks fell on every part of Xiao Yu's body. Just a quarter of an hour. Xiao Yu withstood hundreds of impacts. Catching the gap between the waves, Xiao Yu took a breath. His brows furrowed, obviously the waves still had a certain impact on him. No, in this situation, I can't calm down at all. My original idea of understanding the waves has become an empty talk. Never mind, let your body become familiar with the impact of the waves first. It's not too late to do the things you want to understand later. Bang bang bang. The waves coming again interrupted Xiao Yu's thoughts again. 10 hours later, Bo Saishi, who was sitting cross-legged on the rocks not far away, stood up. She looked at Xiao Yu and said, "The first time I endured the tidal body training, I was able to persist for so long. He is worthy of being valued by two gods at the same time. Quote. Under night, Xiao Yu also felt a tingling sensation like needle pricks on his body. Xiao Yu controlled his instinctive impulses. He held on without using his soul power to resist the invasion of the waves. Only when your body really can't bear it, only then did Xiao Yu use his soul power to activate the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Rely on self-healing ability to quickly recover from injuries. In Bo Seixi's surprised eyes, Xiao Yu persisted for longer and longer. 4 days later, above the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea, Bo Seishi observed Xiao Yu, who was about to fall into coma. 4 days have passed, counting the time he originally persisted. Xiao Yu has stayed on top of the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea for hundreds of hours without eating or drinking. Is this really something humans can do? Quote. Looking at Xiao Yu on the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea, Bo Seishi also thought of the situation when he participated in the assessment. The first time I participated in tidal body training, it only lasted more than 2 hours. This guy, in the past few days, my understanding has been refreshed again and again. Quote. Seeing Xiao Yu who was still persisting, Bo Seishi was secretly frightened. Bo Seishi hovered next to Xiao Yu. Be ready to rescue Xiao Yu at any time. A few hours later, Xiao Yu finally passed out. 5 days. 5 whole days. It's really a terrifying monster. After murmuring, Bo Seishi waved gently to Xiao Yu, who was standing on the deep silver in the deep sea. A dark blue halo enveloped Xiao Yu. The sweeping waves could no longer pose any threat to Xiao Yu. After a while, Xiao Yu was placed on land by Bo Seishi. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Yu, Bo Seishi took a deep breath and said, if we continue at this pace, it won't even take half a year. Xiao Yu can complete the 3rd test. There is a high probability that these subsequent tests will not be able to stop him for much longer. After sighing, Bo Seishi looked towards the far north. It seems that I have to arrange for manpower to go to the far north to explore as soon as possible. Even if you can't find the existence of the 3-headed overlord level, we also need to determine their approximate range of activities. While Bo Seishi was thinking, a moan sounded in Bo Seixi's ears. Bo Seishi turned around when he heard the sound. However, in just a few minutes, Xiao Yu had woken up. At this time, Xiao Yu felt that the soul power in his body had been exhausted. In the body that seemed to have been pricked by thousands of needles. Xiao Yu was also a little distracted for a moment. He put one hand on the ground and forced himself to sit up. Call. Just a quick breather. Xiao Yu felt as if someone was scratching his throat with a razor blade. After a while, Xiao Yu, who had recovered, ignored the physical pain and mental fatigue. With a hoarse voice, he cupped his fists at Bo Seishi who was not far away. Senior, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Hearing this, Bo Seishi nodded towards Xiao Yu. It's just a transaction, you don't have to worry too much. As he said that, Bo Seishi looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, do you need to rest for a while? I can arrange for someone to bring you food now. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head at Bo Seishi. Senior, there's no need to bother. With that said, Xiao Yu summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. Buzz. With the opening of the blue-silver field, the plants near raging waves began to tremble. Under the night, countless green light spots flew towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu also sat up cross-legged and began to restore his soul power with all his strength. After his soul power recovered a little, Xiao Yu began to activate his remaining soul skills to heal his body. Not even a moment later, Xiao Yu has returned to his best condition, but he is still a little tired mentally. Kakaka. Xiao Yu stood up from the ground. After simply moving the joints on your body. Xiao Yu looked at Bo Seishi again. After noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Bo Seishi swallowed. A strange thought came to her mind. This monster. Are we going to start the assessment again? Single quote. The next second, Xiao Yu's words gave Bo Seishi the answer. Senior, I think I still have some energy left. Excuse me. Send me to the deep sea again, above the sunken silver pillar. Quote. Hearing this, Bo Seishi said nothing. She just silently tapped the ground with her staff. A blue halo enveloped Xiao Yu's body, and Xiao Yu once again floated towards the deep sea sinking silver pillar. Looking at Xiao Yu who was constantly being hit by the waves from a distance. Bo Seishi didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Bo Seishi couldn't help but have a suspicion in his heart. Is it because I was too slack before? Master Poseidon didn't give me the 9 Poseidon exams. Yes, that must be the case. Compared with Xiao Yu, I really didn't work hard enough. It's all my fault. If it weren't for this reason, I wouldn't have lost Tang Chen. I can't waste any more time. I must seize the time and let Xiao Yu grow up. Only in this way can I see Tang Chen as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Bo Saishi took a deep breath. She struck the ground again with her staff. Golden light enveloped Bo Saishi. The next moment, Bo Saishi appeared under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. After noticing something unusual, Sea Dragon Douluo, who was sitting cross-legged under the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar, raised his head. After confirming that the person in front of him was Bo Saishi, Sea Dragon Douluo immediately stood up. He put one hand on his chest and bowed to Bo Saishi. High Priest. Seeing this, Bo Saishi spoke to Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo, immediately go summon the other 7 holy pillars. I have something I need you to do. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo also became serious, and he responded in a deep voice. Yes, High Priest. With that said, Sea Dragon Douluo summoned his martial spirit avatar and rushed towards the location of the other 7 holy pillars. An hour later, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars gathered under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. At this time, the morning sun was rising. There was a hint of fish belly white in the distance. Now is the sleepiest time of the day. Although the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars were puzzled, but they still saluted Bo Saishi in unison. High Priest. Seeing this, Bo Saishi nodded in response. Immediately, Bo Saishi informed the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars about the events in the far north. To the end, Bo Saishi began to warn carefully. You remember. In the far north, there live 3 overlord-level soul beasts. The Titan Giant Demon King with 200,000 years of cultivation is still okay. Even though that's its home field, the 2 of you can handle it together. But the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and Ice Sky Snow Girl are definitely not something you can handle. For your investigation this time, you only need to briefly determine the general range of activities of the soul beasts in the far north. Don't probe too deeply. Don't conflict with the spirit beasts there either. In case the sound of your battle attracts the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and Ice Sky Snow Girl, you won't be able to deal with what happens next. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo stepped forward and said, High Priest, are we going to war with the soul beasts in the far north? After hearing Sea Dragon Douluo's words, Bo Saishi shook his head at him and said, No, you don't have to worry about the reason. I will take care of all those things. After a pause, Bo Saishi continued. 3 months. Regardless of whether you can complete this exploration mission, you must come back. Come back with a lot. Quote. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo and the other guardians of the 7 holy pillars all noticed the concern in Bo Saixi's words. After taking a deep breath, they all responded to Bo Saishi. As you command, High Priest. With that said, several people flew into the air, stepping on the rising sun, flying towards the far north. Half-year later, bang bang bang, endless waves kept hitting Xiao Yu. But these waves could no longer have any impact on Xiao Yu. Compared to half a year ago, the aura on Xiao Yu's body became stronger and stronger. During this period of time, Xiao Yu directly increased his soul power by 2 levels. Reached the bottleneck of level 80. With only 1 soul ring missing, Xiao Yu can become the youngest soul Douluo in the history of the mainland. At this time, Bo Saishi was standing in midair not far away, looking at Xiao Yu. According to time, it was more than half a month ago. Xiao Yu has already completed this assessment, but he was reluctant to leave. Was he planning to complete his spiritual awakening during this assessment? Quote. Just when Bo Saishi was thinking. Buzz. An invisible wave came out. Bo Saixi's eyes widened when he sensed this. It's only been half a year, and he actually did it. In Bo Saixi's horrified eyes, Xiao Yu, who was sitting on the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea, suddenly opened his eyes. Dark blue soul power surged from his body. From this moment on, Xiao Yu's flesh, blood, and tendons seemed to be alive, and began to tremble with the fluctuations of the tide. In Xiao Yu's sight, the waves in front of me seemed to have disappeared. He himself seemed to have become a part of the waves. At the same time, ripples also appeared in Xiao Yu's spiritual sea. Countless tiny bubbles rose up. In those bubbles, all the memory scenes of Xiao Yu's past are gradually revealed. Unknowingly, Xiao Yu entered a mysterious state. At the same time, Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial spirit also appeared. 5 black and 2 red, 7 soul rings flashed one after another. This moment, all the unrefined blue-silver emperor essence that had been deposited in Xiao Yu's body came out. All the soul rings on Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial soul began to become brighter and brighter. Their age has also begun to increase rapidly. 100 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years. By the time everything was over, each of Xiao Yu's soul rings had been extended to 10,000 years. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. The third test of tidal body refining was exceeded. Reward 2 God-given soul rings. The fourth test, the nightmare of expelling the sea people, begins. Appraisers are required to complete the assessment within 1 year. Join hands with the demonic Great White Shark King to kill the deep-sea periscope. After the voice disappeared, 2 pure golden beads appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's body instinctively shook slightly. Just break away from the shackles of the deep-sea sunken silver pillar. Immediately, Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand to grab the 2 God-given soul rings floating in front of him. The dark blue soul power spread out from his right hand. The netherworld space also expanded. Xiao Yu did not choose to absorb these 2 God-given soul rings, but put both soul rings into the netherworld. Looking at his right hand, Xiao Yu thought in his heart. Including when I broke through the 80-level bottleneck before. The God-given soul ring the High Priest gave me, I have now accumulated 3 God-given soul rings. Single quote. After a moment, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze. The upper limit of a God-given soul ring is 100,000 years, and there is only 1 soul skill. Unless all subsequent plans fail, Xiao Yu will not absorb these 3 God-given soul rings. Buzz. Xiao Yu's soul power flickered on his left leg. After a burst of invisible fluctuations, Xiao Yu used the teleportation soul skill to come to Bo Saishi. Xiao Yu bowed slightly and said hello to Bo Saishi. High Priest. Hearing this, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu in front of him and said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, congratulations on completing your spiritual awakening. Your current mental power is comparable to that of a titled Douluo above level 95. Quote. After a pause, Bo Saishi added. Xiao Yu, if you don't want others to read your thoughts, you can now use your mind to build defenses in your brain. This way, unless someone breaks through your mental defense. Otherwise, no soul master will be able to easily see your thoughts. Hearing this, Xiao Yu did not dare to waste time. Immediately follow the method given by Bo Saishi to build a defense in your brain. Then, Xiao Yu looked up directly at Bo Saishi. See this scene. Bo Saishi knew clearly. Xiao Yu was asking him if he had probed his thoughts before. Thinking of this, Bo Saishi said calmly. Xiao Yu, you are the one chosen by the gods. As Lord Poseidon's representative in the human world, I will not pry into your thoughts. If I did that, it will only cause unnecessary trouble to Lord Poseidon. Seeing that Xiao Yu still didn't seem to speak, Bo Saishi continued to add. Xiao Yu, half Douluo has tried to read your thoughts. But she failed. She told me about it. In her opinion, you must have taken some kind of treasure that can strengthen your mental power. This makes your mental power far stronger than that of soul masters of the same level as you. In order for her to read your thoughts, she must invade more mental power into your mind. But it will hurt your spirit. If someone really tries to probe your thoughts, you will be able to detect it. Hearing what Bo Saishi said, Xiao Yu nodded. He actually knew this. If Bo Saishi really read his thoughts, then, Bo Saishi had already taken action against him. After recovering his thoughts, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi and said. Senior, my 4th test is to kill the deep-sea periscope. What exactly is a deep-sea periscope? Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi was stunned for a moment. The scepter in her hand tapped the ground. A curtain of light appeared in front of Bo Saishi. Looking at the information in the light screen, Bo Saishi murmured in his heart. After completing his spiritual awakening, has Xiao Yu's 4th assessment changed? After confirming that the information conveyed by Xiao Yu was correct, Bo Saishi used his staff to hit the ground again. A huge screen of light appeared in the sky in front of Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi. Bo Saishi pointed at the picture in the light screen and said. The deep-sea peripher, a 100,000-year-old spiritual soul beast. Possessing a wide range of mental attacks. It often invades human dreams at night. Feeding on human fear. in the South China Sea area where it has been wreaking havoc all year round. Many human sailors died in his hands. Recently, some ignorant sea people have even begun to choose to believe in this spirit beast. This is a blasphemy against faith. As she spoke, a trace of anger flashed in Bo Seixi's eyes. She turned to look at Xiao Yu and said, "This soul beast that dares to blaspheme Lord Poseidon is good at hiding. I also went looking for it twice, trying to kill it. But no trace of it has ever been found. Xiao Yu, it's not easy for you to find it." 2 months later, above the South China Sea, the weather is calm and a large fleet is heading towards the scheduled channel. In the cabin of a humble boat in this fleet, Xiao Yu was sitting cross-legged. At the same time, Xiao Bai, who had transformed into a human form, was lying on the window looking out. After a long time, Xiao Bai, who didn't notice anything unusual, looked at Xiao Yu boredly and said, "Xiao Wu, we have been on this ship for 7 or 8 days. Are you sure your method works?" Quote. Before Xiao Bai finished speaking, Xiao Wu's figure appeared. Xiao Wu folded her arms and leaned against the wooden partition of the cabin. She said lazily to Xiao Bai, "Xiao Bai, I am a master of theory. Are you going to start questioning me again?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. Okay, you understand theory, aren't you smart enough? But Xiao Wu, I have heard you say what you just said hundreds of times. As he said this, Xiao Bai ignored Xiao Wu who was rolling her eyes crazily. She said to Xiao Yu, it's been more than 2 months since we came out this time. Let me tell you, Xiao Wu's method really doesn't work. How about continuing to ask my people to help you find it?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, be more patient. After all, you are also the king of your clan." Quote. With that said, Xiao Yu calmed down the soul power in his body, stood up and said, "Xiao Bai, before we came to this ship, have you not already mobilized your people? At the same time, have you summoned the sea spirit beasts near Poseidon Island to help you search? But did you see any results?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Bai also became a little discouraged. That's better than Xiao Wu's method of just waiting, right? Hearing Xiao Bai complaining about himself again, Xiao Wu opened his mouth to explain. "Xiao Bai, I have already told you. Abyssal proboscis feed on human fear. Generally speaking, sailors in large fleets like this were his favorite prey." Quote. But, Xiao Bai wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Xiao Yu. "Okay, Xiao Bai, you don't have to worry, before you come to this fleet. I have asked the high priest to arrange manpower to notify all sea dwellers in nearby cities. During this 2 months, except for the fleet we are in now, no ship has sailed into this sea area. Noob, please be more patient. The abyssal prowler feeds on human fear. We have blocked this sea area for so long. It must have been hungry for a long time. Now, there is such a large prey coming to the door. No matter how smart and cautious it is, sooner or later it will be unable to restrain itself from biting the hook." I heard Xiao Yu say this. Xiao Bai also became quiet and stopped talking. Seeing this, Xiao Yu closed his eyes again and activated his soul power. A war may come at any time, and Xiao Yu must ensure that he is at his peak at all times. At this time, the cabin became quiet again. The night after 7 days. The bright white moon hangs high in the sky. Under the bright starry sky, Xiao Yu's fleet is about to sail out of the South China Sea. Sailors in 2s and 3s gathered on the deck to drink. They discussed it heartily. After completing this trip, how will their families greet them? At the same time, in the cabin where Xiao Yu is, Xiao Bai slumped to one side, with a look of helplessness on his face. Xiao Bai turned his head and looked at Xiao Yu, who was always sitting cross-legged. She sighed helplessly. "Xiao Yu, you've been up for 7 days and 7 nights. Are you not sleepy at all?" And he kept sitting like this. "If you stay tense all the time, won't you feel bored and tired? Are you the soul beast or am I the soul beast?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Xiao Bai. Just when Xiao Yu was about to say something, a circle of undetectable gray-white ripples penetrated the cabin. Then it passed through the bodies of Xiao Yu and Xiao Bai, spreading farther away. At this time, on the deck, the sailors who had been drinking happily fell into a coma. Xiao Yu, who sensed all this, took back the words he had just spoken. Xiao Bai had already reacted at this time. Its eyes were shining, and it was already a little hungry and thirsty. Xiaobai tried his best to suppress his emotions, holding his voice and whispering. Xiao Yu, that guy is here. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded silently. The next moment, the blue-silver Emperor martial spirit was summoned by Xiao Yu. The blue-silver field also opened. After hiding all the aura of his martial soul, Xiao Yu pressed on the bottom of the cabin with his left hand. He gathered his mental power and turned it into a special clone that floated under the sea. As Xiao Yu's mental clone continued to go deeper into the seabed, the surrounding light begins to dim. The next moment, two red lights suddenly appeared. Xiao Yu, who noticed something unusual, controlled his mental clone and turned around to look. A terrifying monster with a length of more than 300 meters and strange tentacles all over its body appeared in Xiao Yu's sight. Its indescribable eyes emitted scarlet light, staring closely at Xiao Yu's spiritual clone. The next moment, buzz! Xiao Yu's mental clone was directly destroyed. At the same time, a distorted sound sounded on the sea. I've been hiding from you for so long. You damn Poseidon Island soul masters still refuse to let me go. Now even a little Contra dares to trouble me. Since you are looking for death, then I will help you. Quote. That voice just fell. Buzz. A gray-white light wave came straight towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu did not dare to neglect. The three realms of blue-silver, life, and killing were opened at the same time. At the same time, Xiao Yu also applied various buffs to himself. After all this is done, Xiao Yu's sixth soul ring flickered. He clasped his hands together and kept whispering. Circles of purple-black light waves spread out from Xiao Yu's body, crashing towards the gray-white light waves not far away. Boom boom boom. When the mental attacks of both sides collided, invisible waves spread out. Under the influence of this fluctuation, the sailors in this fleet also woke up. Their eyes shed tears of blood, and indescribable pain appeared in their minds. But these sailors dared not close their eyes. In their frightened sight, a terrifying monster broke through the sea, tore apart the ship, and appeared in front of them with an unrivaled appearance. Deep-sea periscope. The older generation of sailors who saw this scene fell to their knees weakly and murmured in their mouths. It's over, everyone will die. We can no longer be reunited with our families. Lord Poseidon, please have mercy on your believers and save us. The next moment, a scene that these sailors will never forget appeared before them. Under the moonlight, a pitiful human figure that was tiny compared to the deep-sea periscope appeared out of thin air. 7 soul rings, 5 black and 2 red, flashed behind him. The figure's right hand glowed with dark blue soul power. The next moment, he raised his right hand and slapped it downwards. A giant black hole then appeared, and the surrounding light became distorted. Buzz! A giant bull-headed python that was hundreds of meters long, with only its skeleton remaining, emerged from the black hole. Yin! After the giant bull-headed python neighed, it rushed towards the deep-sea periscope. At the same time, a clear female voice sounded in the ears of all the sailors. Devil Shark Realm, Kai. A silver-white light shield appeared, protecting most of the sailors. Seeing this, the sailors fell to their knees. Tears appeared in their eyes again. At this moment, all the sailors seemed to have become fanatics, and their prayer voices were trembling. Lord Poseidon's miracle has reappeared. South China Sea waters. Buzz! At the same time that Daming was summoned by Xiao Yu, the deep-sea periscope directly condensed a gray-white spiritual light wave and swept towards Ming Dynasty. Due to his size, Daming had no time to dodge. The spiritual light wave spread directly to Daming. In a blink, the soul fire in Daming's eyes began to become bright and dark. Seeing this, the octopus of the deep-sea periscope showed human joy on its face. Just when it is ready to make persistent efforts. Poof! The sound of flesh being penetrated was heard. One of the tentacles of the deep-sea periscope snapped. Feeling the pain, the deep-sea periscope turned his head and looked. At this time, Xiaobai, the demonic great white shark, has returned to its original shape and is biting at it crazily. At the same time, Daming also woke up from the mental shock. Daming, who came back to his senses, did not hesitate. He seized the opportunity created by Xiaobai. Purple-black energy waves gathered in Daming's mouth. In just a few breaths, Daming had already condensed his energy. The next moment, a giant purple-black light beam spurted towards the head of the deep-sea periscope. Boom! Feeling the danger, the deep-sea periscope subconsciously moved his body. Poof! Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated, the deep-sea periscope let out a mournful cry. 4 or 5 of its tentacles broke off immediately. At this point, the deep-sea periscope knew things were in trouble. Although the deep-sea periscope has hundreds of such tentacles, it doesn't care much about such injuries. But it knew in its heart that it was by no means a match for Xiao Yu and Daming. It didn't understand at all why Xiao Yu could summon such a terrifying creature to help out. At the same time, it also didn't understand why the demonic great white shark, who was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast, was willing to help Xiao Yu. Thinking of this, the deep-sea periscope has already developed fear. But the next second, this fear was replaced by madness. Besieged by the demonic great white shark and this weird monster in front of him. There is also the spirit master who has used 200,000-year spirit rings hiding in the dark. It didn't feel like it had a chance to escape. Now, that's what the deep-sea periscope is thinking. Even if it dies, it will drag Xiao Yu with it. Think of this. The deep-sea periscope raised its head and roared, and it tried its best to release several spiritual shocks again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu was unwilling to accept it forcefully. The teleportation soul skill was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu disappeared in midair. Xiaobai relied on his own magic shark domain and his own despair light wave to compete with it. On the other side, Daming became the main attack target of the deep-sea periscopes due to his size. He took the most pressure. Daming, who had experienced a mental shock, did not dare to neglect. He subconsciously wanted to use his own domain to compete with it. The next moment, buzz, the soul fire in Daming's eyes suddenly ignited. During this process, this purple-black flame also began to ignite on the torso of the undead that was hundreds of meters long in the Ming dynasty. A dark, deep, and completely different realm was released by Ming dynasty. This is not my area of slowness. This is a new field of talent that I regained after being transformed into an undead. Just when Ming dynasty was shocked, the mental impact of the deep-sea periscope had already touched the edge of Ming dynasty's new field. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions were heard all the time. Daming's area began to tremble after a few breaths. He blocked all the mental shocks from the deep-sea periscope. Seeing this, the deep-sea periscope found its hundreds of tentacles hidden under the sea. Before Daming and Xiaobai could react, the deep-sea periscope waved its tentacles, which were nearly 200 meters long, and an astonishing number of tentacles struck at them. See this scene. Xiaobai dived directly into the water. Avoided the first wave of deep-sea periscope attacks. The deep-sea periscope noticed this and didn't pay attention. It started beating madly at Daming, who was huge and had nowhere to hide. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of fleshy tentacles whipped Ming's bones repeatedly. After a few breaths, the soul fire in Da Ming's eyes flickered. There's no pain, it's even a little comfortable. At this time, Daming became inexplicably excited. Although he has entered the undead state, his mental resistance is reduced. But the physical resistance was stretched to its maximum. The whip of the deep-sea periscope had no effect on him at all. Moreover, there is a special area that can help him resist mental attacks. Thinking of this, Daming stopped wasting time. He accelerated towards the deep-sea periscope. At this time, the deep-sea periscope also seemed to feel Daming's high emotions. There was a chill in its heart. This can't go on like this. The deep-sea periscope looked at the excited Daming in the distance. It didn't understand why his attack was ineffective against this skeleton. I don't understand why this weird skeleton reacted like this. After scolding in his heart, the deep-sea periscope did not dare to hesitate any longer and directly chose to fight for his life. Its eye sockets lit up with blood-red light. Dozens of gray-white mental shock waves surged toward Daming. Seeing this scene, Ming did not dare to neglect. He used all his strength to activate the field he had just displayed, and resisted with all his strength. Buzz. Light blue soul power flashed. Xiaobai, who turned into a human form, appeared next to Da Ming. Xiaobai folded his hands in front of his chest. The light blue spiritual power that belongs exclusively to Xiaobai condenses the shadows of countless demonic great white sharks around it. After completing all this, Xiaobai pushed forward with both hands. The shadow of the demon shark behind her turned into a torrent and surged forward. Work with Daming to resist the spiritual attacks from the deep-sea periscopes. At the same time, thousands of meters in the air, behind a dark cloud, Xiao Yu was using his soul skills with all his strength. The bright red first soul ring above Barrett was flashing crazily. After a while, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and a trace of tiredness flashed in his eyes. Call. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu spread his left hand, and a golden bullet appeared in his hand. After my spiritual breakthrough, this is the first time I use this soul skill given to me by Xiao Wu. Compress all my mental power, which is equivalent to a 95th level titled Douluo, into this bullet. So what if you are a spiritual soul beast? I don't believe you can stop it. While speaking, Xiao Yu had already pressed the golden bullet into Barrett's magazine. After adjusting your breathing, Xiao Yu raised the Barrett in his hand and pointed it at the deep-sea periscope in the distance. At this time, the deep-sea periscope also seemed to be aware of the malicious intent from Xiao Yu. It subconsciously turned its head to look. Buzz. The dark clouds that obscured Xiao Yu's figure dispersed. Under the moonlight, a thin golden line shot towards the deep-sea periscope. Before the deep-sea periscope has time to react, that one, for its size, the tiny, almost insignificant, gilded bullet has occupied its entire field of vision. Along with that golden bullet, it penetrated into the deep-sea periscope's spiritual sea. Boom! A huge mental explosion sounded in its head. In just a moment, it completely lost consciousness. A blood-red soul ring emerged from the deep-sea periscope. South China Sea waters. While Xiao Yu was killing the deep-sea periscope, a majestic voice sounded in his mind. The fourth test, the nightmare of expelling the sea people, is completed. Reward, baptism time of Poseidon's light, 3 years. Plants can be cultivated in Poseidon's light. The fifth test begins, challenging the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars. The timer starts from the moment you start challenging the first pillar guardian. The examiner must defeat all the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars within 3 days. After hearing this voice, a trace of joy flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. With the baptism of Poseidon's light, Shaolin's recovery speed will definitely be much faster than before. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, sporadic cheers came. Thank you Poseidon for allowing me to save my life. Long live Poseidon. Thank you Lord Poseidon for your mercy. The voices of the sailors praying were still very faint at first, like a spark in the wilderness. But soon, in this large fleet, the voices of nearly 1,000 sailors merged into one. Gradually, there is the potential to start a prairie fire. All the sailors knelt devoutly on the deck, chanting, Poseidon is eternal. At this moment, the surviving sailors all became loyal believers of Poseidon. And Xiao Yu was regarded by them as the spokesperson of Poseidon in the world. Buzz. Xiao Yu, who sensed the abnormality, subconsciously activated the blue-silver true body. His eyes began to emit bursts of golden light. Vaguely, Xiao Yu seemed to see countless golden light spots escaping from the kneeling sailors, floating towards the high sky. Is this the power of faith? Single quote. Xiao Yu had seen countless scenes of Lan Yinsao offering sacrifices. At the same time, Xiao Yu's mental power has also reached a certain level. At this time, he vaguely guessed what those light spots were. Xiao Yu couldn't help but murmur, faith is the foundation of God's status. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. At this time, he had already vaguely seen the path to establishing his own divine throne. In the future, I can also build my own god and become a god. But I can't let go of God Shira's position. The worst case scenario is that I will inherit the Shira divine throne first and then pass it on again. At the same time, where the deep-sea periscope fell, Daming used his bony body to wrap up the huge corpse of the deep-sea periscope to prevent Xiao Yu's loot from sinking to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the sailors praying in the distance, a smile appeared on Xiao Bai's face in midair. The number of loyal followers of Lord Poseidon has increased again. Hearing this, Daming, who was working hard at the side, had his soul fire flickering in his eyes. Before the war started, Xiao Yu told him what happened. At this time, a chill flashed through Daming's heart. He had more on his mind. The person who casually sent these sailors onto this dangerous waterway was the manager of Poseidon Island. They are the ones who keep saying they want to protect them. The reason why they did this was just because the original believers no longer believed in them. At this time, Daming could already predict it. Wait until today's events are spread by these surviving sailors. The name of Poseidon will surely be more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Buzz. While Daming was thinking, Xiao Yu came to them using the teleportation soul skill. After briefly looking at the situation of Daming and Xiao Bai, Xiao Yu asked, "Are you guys okay?" Hearing this, Xiaobai and Daming shook their heads together. Seeing this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated and said in a deep voice. Daming, Xiaobai, I'm going to try to transform this abyssal periscope into an undead creature under my control. During this period of time, please be vigilant for me. Good. Daming and Xiaobai responded in unison. Immediately, Xiaobai opened his own magic shark realm again. The huge bodies of Xiao Yu, Daming and Deep Sea Periscope were all wrapped up. While playing a defensive role, it also blocked the sight of those sailors. Seeing this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. He turned to look at the remains of the deep sea peripher. Ignoring the 100,000-year soul ring and the faint soul bone aura escaping from the deep sea periscope, a purple-black ball of light quickly condensed on Xiao Yu's right hand. Without wasting time, Xiao Yu skillfully drove the ball of light into the body of the deep sea periscope. Almost instantly, buzz, the 100,000-year-old soul ring above the deep sea periscope's head began to flicker violently. After a few breaths, the blood-red soul ring turned into dots of stars and reintegrated into the body of the deep-sea periscope. At the same time, purple-black flames enveloped the entire body of the deep-sea peripher. Together with the part of the tentacles under the sea surface, they also burned violently. Seawater is completely unable to stop this special flame. It was different from Xiao Yu's imagination. During the process of becoming undead, a trace of heat actually escaped. After a while, Kakaka, the turbulent sea surface around him calmed down, and bits and pieces of broken ice appeared. Gradually, all the sea areas within a radius of several miles were frozen. At the same time, buzz, along with the part of the body under the sea surface, the figure of the deep-sea periscope began to gradually shrink. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Just a moment, the entire body of the deep-sea periscope has been burned away. Just when Xiao Yu was confused, a miniature version of the deep-sea periscope, no more than 30 centimeters in height, appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing this, a trace of confusion flashed in Daming's eyes, and he asked directly. Is this little thing also an undead creature like me? Asshole, who are you calling a little thing? The illusory one let out an angry roar. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. It's different from when Daming, Ming, and Galway Douluo were transformed into undead creatures. This guy actually woke up immediately. After thinking of this, the dark blue soul power in Xiao Yu's hand lit up. He began to try to operate the phantom in his hand. After confirming that the other party was still under his control, Xiao Yu relaxed slightly. Xiao Yu began to use his mental power to sense the ability of this phantom. After a while, Xiao Yu's face showed a hint of joy. Even that ability has been retained. Hearing this, the phantom in Xiao Yu's hand spoke. My lord, you are the lord of the netherworld, and you are the master of all the dead spirits. I am your most humble servant, Yog the Thoth. I am willing to be your sharpest spear and clear all obstacles ahead for you. After hearing what Sato said, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. After a while, Xiao Yu said to the shadow in his hand. From today on, you will be called Xiao He. With that said, Xiao Yu turned to look at Xiaobai and said. Xiaobai, are you willing to help me test Xiao He's ability? Hearing this, Xiaobai nodded. Okay, just be gentle. Don't worry, I'm just giving it a try. As he spoke, a faint light lit up in the pupils of the octopus shadow in Xiao Yu's hand. Gray-white light waves spread out from its body. Under the moonlight, the phantom of the monster in Xiao Yu's hand spat out gray-white light waves that spread to Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai subconsciously wanted to use his magic shark domain to resist. But the next moment, Xiao Yu's voice rang in her ears. Xiaobai, don't resist in a hurry. This is not a mental shock. It won't cause you any harm. Please relax. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiaobai was a little stunned. At this moment, Xiao Yu seized the opportunity. The pupil of the shadow in his hand shone brightly. The gray-white light waves that spread to Xiaobai's side turned into layers of mist in an instant. Wrap Xiaobai in it. In the gray mist, Xiaobai felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. My thoughts began to decrease. Seeing this, Daming looked at Xiao Yu with some doubts. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Hearing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Daming, do you still remember the name of my fourth test? The name of the fourth test? After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Daming was a little confused. After a while, Daming suddenly raised his head and said, the nightmare of expelling the sea people. Nightmare. Xiao Yu, Could it be said that this guy has the ability to enter dreams? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded calmly. Then, in Da Ming's confused eyes, Xiao Yu switched his martial soul to Blue Silver Emperor. After a moment, the Blue Silver Emperor's sixth soul ring lit up. A purple-black chain is connected to Xiaobai's body. At the same time, Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. Xiaobai and Xiaohei are both 100,000-year soul beasts. What I just said disturbed Xiaobai's mind. This gave Xiaohei a chance to take action. But she wanted to drag Xiaobai into the dream that Xiaohei had constructed for her so easily. There is still a certain degree of difficulty. Therefore, I have to use soul skills to weaken Xiaobai to a certain extent. As he spoke, Xiao Yu and the phantom in his hand simultaneously increased their soul power output. As the purple-black flames on the chains of resentment grew stronger and stronger, Xiaobai's face gradually faded. At the same time, Xiaohei, who has been continuously using his nightmare ability, transformed into more gray-white mist. These mist gradually obscured Xiaobai's figure. In this gray-white mist, Xiaobai gradually fell asleep. After a while, Xiaobai's murmuring sound rang out in his sleep. Lord Poseidon, why aren't you willing to take me to the god realm? Lord Poseidon, I miss you so much. Lord Poseidon, have you heard my prayer? You went out of your way to see me from below. Quote. Xiaobai's voice gradually became excited, and a smile appeared on her lips. Seeing this, Daming looked at Xiao Yu faintly. At this time, he had roughly guessed what kind of dream Xiao Yu had weaved for Xiaobai. Xiao Yu, who was not far away, didn't pay attention to Daming's gaze. He looked at the sailors around him and used Xiaohei's ability again. A circle of gray-white light waves shot out in all directions. The moment I touched those sailors, this gray-white light wave turned into layers of mist, wrapping these sailors inside. After a while, bang bang bang, one by one, the sailors on the ship fell to the ground and fell asleep. Among them, the sailors who are soul masters have slightly higher resistance. However, it only took a few seconds for them to fall asleep. Seeing this, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. Xiaohei's ability is very suitable for spreading faith. In the future, if I need to collect faith to build my own god, my efficiency will be greatly improved. In the original work, it took nearly 1,000 years for both the Poseidon and the angel god to gather enough faith to forge their own divine status. Xiaohei's ability can easily help me transform into devout believers. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Daming aside and said, Da Ming, please help me stay on guard first, and I'll test Xiaohei's ability. Hearing this, Daming nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Yu teleported to one of Daming's bones and sat down cross-legged. One last look at the sleeping sailors. Xiao Yu closed his eyes and activated Xiaohei's ability again. One by one, he pulled these sailors into a unified dream. After completing all this, Xiao Yu took Xiaohei into this large dreamland. This is a world shrouded in gray-white fog. Above the gray sky, the shadows of Xiao Yu and Xiaohei were hidden behind the gray-white mist. Xiaohei's voice sounded, Lord, you are the creator of this dream. No matter what kind of scene you want to create, you just need to think about it in your mind. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. He began to recall the previous scene of the battle with the deep-sea periscope. The sea surface, the fleet, the deep-sea periscopes, the sailors. After all the elements were in place, Xiao Yu waved downwards. Those sailors woke up in this dream. When they saw Xiaohei's prototype, they were all too frightened to move. Seeing this, Xiao Yu waved his hand downwards again. Xiao Yu created a shadow of the Poseidon based on Bo Seixi's martial spirit. When this phantom appeared in midair, all the sailors no longer paid attention to the deep-sea periscopes on the side, and they all knelt down. Seeing this, Xiao Yu controlled the shadow of the sea god in the dream and raised his hand to press downwards. In the sight of those sailors, the deep-sea periscope was directly crushed to death by Poseidon's palm. After doing all this, Xiao Yu exited the dream. Just as he woke up, Xiao Yu heard Xiaobai's murmuring. Xiao Yu. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, Xiaobai had just woken up, with a trace of confusion on her face. Just when Xiaobai was about to ask Xiao Yu what happened just now, Xiao Yu waved his hand towards her and said, Xiaobai, don't be impatient. Hide with me. Quote. While speaking, Xiao Yu looked at Daming. Da Ming, you are too big to hide. You should go back to the netherworld first. Hearing this, Daming nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Yu took it back, used his teleportation soul skill, and disappeared from the spot. Although he didn't understand why Xiao Yu did this, Xiaobai still followed Xiao Yu's instructions and dived into the water. Only a head emerged from the shadow of a damaged ship, looking at the sailors on the ship from a distance. After a while, the gray-white fog on the ship gradually dissipated. The sailors also woke up one after another. A large part of these sailors are not soul masters. Dreams have a greater impact on them. At this time, most sailors can't tell the difference between reality and dreams. These sailors began to communicate in twos and threes. Did Lord Poseidon save us just now? Isn't it? I remember it seemed that Master Poseidon sent a soul master to save us. What you said is wrong, it was Lord Poseidon who saved us. While chatting, these sailors kept arguing. Xiao Yu, who was hidden behind the dark clouds, had a smile on his face. It seems to be indeed effective. There are only about 100,000 soul masters on Douluo continent. But the number of civilians is in the hundreds of millions. Those civilians are the main source of faith. If Xiao Hei's ability is used on a large scale, its power will be reduced. But it's enough to fool those ordinary people. If you want to collect faith in the future, just send Xiao Hei. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu teleported to Xiaobai and said in a deep voice. Xiaobai, let's go. What happens next has nothing to do with us. The next morning, Xiaobai stayed in the waters outside Poseidon Island. Xiao Yu set foot on Poseidon Island alone. The next moment, a golden light flashed in front of Xiao Yu. After the golden light dissipated, Bo Seixi's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Bo Seishi suddenly teleported here. After a while, after reacting, Xiao Yu said hello to Bo Seishi. Senior. Seeing this, Bo Seishi nodded. Then Bo Seishi asked about Xiao Yu's trip. After Xiao Yu briefly informed Bo Seishi about what happened in the past 2 months, he asked Bo Seishi. Senior, how are the conditions of Grandpa and Sister Yanyan? Hearing this, Bo Seishi spoke. Xiao Yu, half a year ago, Doupo completed the first test. After more than half a year of practice, his soul power has also broken through to level 94. As for Dougu Yan, after a pause, Bo Seizi added. Xiao Yu, you relied on your strange abilities to help Dougu Yan successfully complete the first test. At the same time, he also helped her absorb the 6th spirit ring, which is 70,000 years old. In addition, during the past year and a half, she has been practicing diligently every moment. At this time, Dougu Yan's soul power had been raised from level 53 when he first arrived on the island to level 67. Quote. As he said that, Bo Seishi also showed an expression of appreciation on his face. When absorbing the God-given soul ring, Dougu Yan's soul power directly increased by 3 levels. However, she relied on her own cultivation to directly increase her soul power to the 11th level in just over a year. This is quite rare. After thinking of this, Bo Seishi continued. Xiao Yu, Dougu Yan is still taking the second test. Because she wants to help you complete the 4th exam, her examiner temporarily changed from Xiaobai to Seahorse Douluo. Dougu Bo also seems to be interested in training Dougu Yan's actual combat ability. He did not help Dougu Yan, but only rescued Dougu Yan at the most critical moment. Under multiple pressures, Dougu Yan's current strength has improved a lot. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. What Bo Seishi said was very different from what he expected. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu spoke to Bo Seishi. Senior, the first 3 assessments are too important. It's better to hone Sister Yanyan as much as possible. I still have to trouble you, Senior, to pay attention to this matter. Hearing this, Bo Seishi nodded. After hesitating for a while, Bo Seishi spoke again. Xiao Yu, after you complete the next 3 assessments, I will personally take you to the far north. You can be assured. A few months ago, I have already arranged for people to find out the general range of activities of the 3 soul beasts in the far north. If you go there this time, I will definitely be able to help you find them. It's just that you still have to complete the rest by yourself. After listening patiently to what Bo Seishi said, a hint of joy flashed across Xiao Yu's face. Immediately, Xiao Yu cupped his fists at Bo Seishi. Excuse me, Senior. After noticing Xiao Yu's actions, Bo Seishi nodded. Immediately, the scepter in Bo Seixi's hand tapped the ground, taking Xiao Yu and teleporting to the foot of Poseidon Mountain. Bang bang bang. The moment the transmission was completed, Xiao Yu heard a fierce fight. Xiao Yu looked up. The figures of Dugu Yan, Dugu Bo and Seahorse Douluo appeared in his sight. At this time, Seahorse Douluo had already displayed his martial spirit true form. Seahorse Douluo just raised his left hand slightly, and the water in the ring sea gathered towards his arm. In one breath, a huge fist of seawater formed. Dugu Yan, pick it up. Saying that, Seahorse Douluo punched out without mercy. At this time, Dugu Yan, who was in a fighting state, had already focused his attention to the extreme. She didn't notice Xiao Yu's arrival. As Dugu Yan's soul power surged, she built several solid ice walls. When Seahorse Douluo's attack hit these ice walls, Dugu Yan had already seized the opportunity and stepped aside. Seeing this, Xiao Yu didn't say much and waited at the side with peace of mind. After a while, boom, Dugu Yan, who had been in a tense state, was still caught by Seahorse Douluo and fell to the ground with a few heavy punches. Lost again. After falling to the ground, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Dugu Yan's mouth, and her eyes were full of unwillingness. Compared with geniuses of the same age, Dugu Yan is already far ahead. However, she wanted to break through Seahorse Douluo's blockade and reach the other side. Still no hope. At this time, Dugu Bo glared at Sea Dragon Douluo and flew to Dugu Yan's side. Yan Yan, why don't you let me take action together? I now have level 94 soul power. I fight this level 91 titled Douluo. Just have some hands. Hearing this, Dugu Yan shook his head at Dugu Bo and said, Grandpa, I'm fine. This test is to train my practical ability. Don't help me yet, let me work on it for a while. After hearing Dugu Yan's words, Dugu Bo couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, Dugu Yan quickly comforted him. Grandpa, you don't have to worry. I don't necessarily want you to take action. If it comes to the last moment, I still can't break through the blockade by my own ability. It won't be too late for you to take action when the time comes. Quote, Grandpa, Sister Yan Yan made the right choice. This is an assessment, but it is also an opportunity. He heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears again. Dugu Yan immediately turned his head and looked. At this time, Xiao Yu had already walked to the two of them. Xiao Yu smiled and said hello to Dugu Yan. He casually sat next to Dugu Yan. After holding Dugu Yan in his arms with one hand, Xiao Yu summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit to help Dugu Yan recover from his injuries. At the same time, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, Sister Yan Yan, you don't have to worry. There is still time, just complete these assessments slowly. I will find soul bones later to help you improve your strength. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Yan immediately shook his head and refused. Xiao Yu, I don't want it, just absorb it yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Yu said with a chuckle, Sister Yan Yan, the number of soul bones I will obtain in the future is quite large. But I am not prepared to absorb those soul bones. As he spoke, Xiao Yu's eyes moved slightly and his thoughts gradually drifted away. After returning to the mainland, whether it's to meet Tang San, this old friend. It was the same as the last trip to Haoshan Sect or Landian. I should be able to harvest a batch of good quality soul bones. In addition, if possible, I don't want to let go of any of those ferocious beasts. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at his left leg again. I am still missing the most important head soul bone and trunk bone. My Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit also happens to have 2 free soul ring positions. After that, I will try my best to find suitable treasures and cultivate Shaolin until she has been sacrificed for 100,000 years. This ensures that I can obtain 2 more Blue-Silver Emperor soul bones in the future. In addition, there is a Blue-Silver Emperor in a valley on the Sun and Moon continent. Even Huo Yuhao can sense it. I have the ability of a plant emperor. I imagine it shouldn't be hard to find. If I can really find that Blue-Silver Emperor in the future, then I can replace the soul bone that Xiao Wu gave me. I have completely collected a complete set of Blue-Silver Emperor soul bones. While thinking about it, Dugu Yan had almost recovered. Seeing this, Xiao Yu let go of the hand holding Dugu Yan. In Dugu Yan's doubtful eyes, Xiao Yu stood up and called out to Seahorse Douluo who was about to leave. Senior, please stay, I'm going to take the 5th test now. On the surface of the ring sea, Xiao Yu and Seahorse Douluo were more than 10 meters apart. Standing opposite each other in the sky, The sea breeze on the circular sea made their sleeves rustle. Looking at Seahorse Douluo not far away, Xiao Wu thought secretly in his heart. Seahorse Douluo is the weakest among the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars. I can definitely practice with him first. After thinking of this, Xiao Wu said softly, "Senior, please." While speaking, Xiao Wu had already deployed his Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. Xiao Wu immediately activated the Blue-Silver True Body. At the same time, Xiao Wu also applied various buffs to himself in various fields. Under these countless bonuses, the third soul ring on top of Xiao Yu's Lan Yinhuang martial soul began to burst out with astonishing light. Countless Blue-Silver Emperor branches were spawned by him. The branches of the Blue-Silver Emperor merged together quickly. In just a few breaths, turned into bones, meridians, muscles. Under Seahorse Douluo's horrified gaze, more Blue-Silver Emperors clung to this body. It doesn't take a moment. Dark blue full body armor, a sword more than 40 meters long, a shield covered with spikes, and gorgeous wings also appeared in front of several people. Looking at the dark blue giant in front of me, more than 50 meters tall, like a giant war beast. The breathing of everyone in the field was stagnant. Doupo Bo and Doupo Yan glanced at each other subconsciously. Their eyes were full of shock. At this time, Bo Saishi, who had been teleported back to Poseidon Temple, had a strange color in his eyes. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Even Lord Poseidon, at his age, I can't do it to his level." After finishing speaking, Bo Saishi immediately realized the disrespect in his words. She quickly turned around and knelt down to the statue of Poseidon. Compared to these people on the sidelines, a thin layer of cold sweat began to appear on the face of Seahorse Douluo in the field. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Doupo Bo outside the battlefield. At this time, Seahorse Douluo really wanted to ask Doupo Bo, "Aren't you a level 94 titled Douluo? Why does this kid seem to be stronger than you?" After taking a glance, Seahorse Douluo immediately looked away. He didn't dare to neglect at all. He directly summoned his own martial soul. At the same time, his 6th soul ring lit up. Countless fine ripples condensed 5 meters in front of Seahorse Douluo. After displaying the defensive soul skill, Seahorse Douluo looked at Xiao Wu cautiously. Seeing this scene, the giant summoned by Xiao Wu was not in a hurry to take action. He just raised the super large shield in his hand that was equal to his height in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yu's voice also sounded, "Senior, please use your strongest soul skill. I wanted to test my defenses." Quote. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo frowned. He didn't dare to neglect. The black 9th soul ring on Seahorse Douluo then lit up. The next moment, the sky darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky. The surrounding water elements began to stir. The waves of the ring sea also began to rotate rapidly. Under the influence of Hema Douluo's soul skills. In just a few moments, a giant blue vortex appeared in front of everyone. Whirlwind and huge wave of annihilation fist. After shouting angrily, Seahorse Douluo punched the giant in front of him. The boundless wind, accompanied by the roaring waves, smashed towards the giant summoned by Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Xiao Wu just raised the shield in his hand higher. Boom! Seahorse Douluo's 9th soul skill hit the Blue-Silver Emperor's shield in Xiao Yu's hand. Buzz! The wings behind the giant vibrated. Xiao Wu held the shield in his hand and did not take a step back. At the same time, the boundless water vapor obscured the sight of everyone watching the battle. After a while, the water splash turned into drizzle and fell slowly. The scene in the field appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, under the influence of Seahorse Douluo's soul skill, the shield in Xiao Yu's hand was slightly damaged. A few of the spikes clinging to the shield were broken, but the main body of the shield was still not greatly affected. The dark blue giant summoned by Xiao Wu was completely fine. Seeing this scene, Seahorse Douluo's pupils narrowed. How is this possible? This is my 9th soul skill. The next moment, something happened that made Seahorse Douluo even more desperate. Swish swish, along with a rustling sound, countless Blue-Silver Emperor branches were spawned by Xiao Wu, wrapping towards the shield in his hand. Just in one breath, the shield in Xiao Yu's hand once again changed from slightly worn to factory brand new. At the same time, Xiao Yu's voice sounded, "Senior, take a stab at me." As he spoke, the giant summoned by Xiao Wu raised the 40-meter long sword in his hand. He slashed at Seahorse Douluo. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo's eyes suddenly widened. The battle just now made him understand that the giant in front of him was definitely not a show-off. Being hit by the long knife in Xiao Yu's hand would definitely not feel good. Thinking of this, Seahorse Douluo desperately activated his soul power. Speed up your flight speed. During this process, Seahorse Douluo did not forget to activate his sixth soul skill and constantly stacked ripple shields in front of him. Wow! Seahorse Douluo successfully avoided the first sword, and Xiao Yu slashed it hard on the sea surface. Just when Seahorse Douluo was rejoicing, the sea beneath his feet surged before he could react. Dozens of thick blue-silver emperors had already sprung out from under the sea, blocking his way. At the same time, the long knife in Xiao Yu's hand slashed out again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Seahorse Douluo. After tearing apart those blue-silver emperor's vines, the long knife in Xiao Yu's hand slashed unabated on the ripple shield that Seahorse Douluo had desperately stacked up before. In just an instant, those corrugated shields were chopped into pieces by the long knife. In the horrified eyes of Seahorse Douluo, the 40-meter-long knife in Xiao Yu's hand was placed on his neck. Although it didn't really hit him, but the sharp energy on the long knife still left many small wounds on Seahorse Douluo's body. Feel the stinging pain coming from your body. Seahorse Douluo swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "I lost." After hearing what Seahorse Douluo said, the giant summoned by Xiao Yu retracted the long knife in his hand. At the same time, the giant's eyebrows slowly cracked. Xiao Yu floated out. Use your soul power to hold the giant back and prevent it from falling. Xiao Yu used his second soul skill and began to help Seahorse Douluo heal his injuries. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo was a little surprised. "Xiao Yu, why do you want to treat me?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. "Senior, I have no grudges against you, why should I hurt you? You are Sister Yanyan's assessor, and you are also the teacher who teaches Sister Yanyan her practical abilities. I also understand the principle that a strict teacher produces a good disciple. As long as you don't make a killing move." Hearing this, Seahorse Douluo opened his mouth. I didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, after regaining consciousness, Seahorse Douluo moved his body and stayed away from the range of the long knife. Seahorse Douluo cupped his fists at Xiao Yu. "I have not received an order to change the assessor for the time being. In the future, I will still be Duguyan's assessor. There are still 5 months left before the end of Duguyan's second exam. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, in 5 months, Duguyan's strength will have improved significantly." As he spoke, Seahorse Douluo formed a hand seal in his hand. The mark on Xiao Yu's forehead flickered. Xiao Yu also got a hint in his mind. The Seahorse Holy Pillar assessment is completed. I'm really sorry, I just finished the New Year's Eve dinner, so today's update will be a little late. I will briefly write about the next few battles, or just go through them in one stroke. Inside the Poseidon Temple, after seeing Xiao Yu defeat Seahorse Douluo so easily, curiosity also appeared on Bo Saixi's face. After thinking for a while, Bo Saishi tapped the ground with the staff in his hand. She teleported to the remaining 6 guardians of the sacred pillar one after another, and started to give instructions one by one. Xiao Yu's strength is not weak. Seahorse Douluo has been easily defeated by him. You must use all your strength to avoid losing the face of Poseidon Island. After finishing the instructions one by one, Bo Saishi returned to Poseidon Temple. Bo Saishi murmured, "Judging from the strength Xiao Yu just showed, most of the guardians of the sacred pillar will not be his opponent. Only the 95th level Sea Dragon Douluo and the Sea Girl Douluo with unique attack methods may still be able to fight. I hope you can put some pressure on Xiao Yu. Follow this progress. It is not far away now that Xiao Yu will complete the follow-up assessment and return to the mainland to inherit the divine throne. Tang Chen, I believe we will see you again soon." With that said, Bo Saishi summoned the light curtain again. She began to observe Xiao Yu's assessment progress. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Yu has already defeated the 2-titled Douluo Haixing and Sea Spear. At the same time, the dark blue giant summoned by Xiao Yu had its wings trembling in the air. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu arrived near the Hayao sacred pillar. At a glance, he saw the Hanu Douluo sitting cross-legged under the sacred pillar of the Hanu. Just when Xiao Yu was about to say hello to half Douluo, the sea girl Douluo then opened her eyes and flew high into the sky. "Who are you, and how did you enter Poseidon Island?" While speaking, Half Douluo had already summoned his martial spirit. Looking at the vigilant Ama Douluo in front of him, Xiao Wu chuckled lightly and said to Half Douluo seriously, "Senior Hayao Douluo, I'm here to complete the 5th test. Please also enlighten me." Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Wu skillfully raised the 40-meter-long sword in his hand towards Half Douluo. Seeing this, Half Douluo opened his mouth. There was a sense of unreality in her heart. "Are you Xiao Wu? How can this be? You are just a soul master at the soul saint level, how could you have such a powerful soul skill?" "I haven't started yet, be gentle." Although he was exclaiming, Ama Douluo's movements were not slow at all. As she spoke, she put a black piccolo to her mouth. Sea Girl Douluo, who avoided Xiao Yu's attack, quietly activated his 9th soul skill, Sea Suppressing Divine Comedy. The sound of MIMI turned into an extremely strong mental impact and attacked Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Xiao Wu did not dare to neglect. Xiao Wu, who was hidden among the giants, flashed the dark blue soul power on his right hand. Xiao He was summoned by Xiao Wu. Without giving Xiao He time to react, Xiao Wu directly raised it in front of him as a shield. At this time, Xiao He also felt the mental attack of Half Douluo. His eyes lit up. Xiao He knew that his chance to perform had come. "My lord, I, Yog the Thoth, am the strongest shield in your hand. I will defend you against all attacks." Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. "You remember what you said last time, you are the strongest spear in my hand." Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, Xiao He disappeared in Xiao Yu's hands. At the same time, behind the giant summoned by Xiao Yu, Xiao He turned into a shadow 300 to 400 meters high, and let out a neighing sound from his mouth. Circles of gray-white light waves floated out, while resisting the mental impact of Hayao Douluo. Xiao He in turn attacked Half Douluo. Seeing this, Half Douluo was also a little stunned. She guessed that Xiao Yu might defeat her, but she never expected that Xiao Yu would deal with her sneak attack in this way. Ama Douluo began to resist Xiao He's mental attack. Just when the Ama Douluo couldn't be distracted, the giant summoned by Xiao Yu raised the long sword in his hand again. Wow! Hayao Douluo, who was not very capable in melee combat, had no time to react. Xiao Yu's sword was directly placed on her neck. Feeling the coldness coming from the neck, Half Douluo swallowed. "I surrender." Hearing this, Xiao Yu took back the long knife in his hand. After briefly helping Half Douluo heal, Xiao Yu flew away again. At this time, Bo Saishi in Poseidon Temple was already a little confused. The shadow behind Xiao Yu, was it the spiritual soul beast he killed in the last assessment? When encountering a spiritual soul beast, will his soul bone skill strip out the soul of the soul beast and transform it into this special form? Quote. Just when Bo Saishi was confused, Xiao Yu had already arrived at the next assessment location. 3 hours later, under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar, the giant, more than 50 meters tall, fell slowly. Xiao Yu, who defeated Sea Ghost Douluo and Sea Vanity Douluo consecutively. I saw my last opponent, the shirtless Sea Dragon Douluo, who was over 2 meters tall. It was different from the several titled Douluo Xiao Yu had encountered before. Sea Dragon Douluo was standing high in the sky at this time, and he had already felt the movement on the island before. Sea Dragon Douluo knew that Xiao Yu would come to him soon. But he didn't expect that Xiao Yu would be so quick. Looking at the bright armor in front of him, the giant seemed to be still intact. Sea Dragon Douluo took a deep breath. At this time, the horror in his heart could no longer be concealed. Judging from the previous movements on the island, the time it takes for Xiao Yu to defeat each of the Sacred Pillar Guardians is basically between 5 and 10 minutes. And after fighting 6 people in a row, Xiao Yu's condition is still very good. This is difficult even for me to do. I absolutely cannot take it lightly. Thinking of this, Sea Dragon Douluo asked, Xiao Yu, are you here to challenge me? Sea Dragon Douluo just finished speaking. Xiao Yu's voice then sounded. Senior, I hope you can teach me. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the original body located between the eyebrows? Single quote. After a brief trial, Sea Dragon Douluo no longer hesitated. His 7th soul ring burst out with astonishing brilliance. In a blink, a water dragon more than 30 meters long appeared next to him. After summoning the martial soul's true form, Sea Dragon Douluo roared angrily. Sacrifice skills. Blood red light escaped from the water dragon. Sea Dragon Douluo directly used his own soul skill. Vast soul power surged through him. Sea Dragon Douluo doubled the power of all his attacks at the cost of giving up defense. At this time, under the blood light, Sea Dragon Douluo seemed to turn into a monster in the abyss. He roared and rushed towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu did not dare to neglect. After throwing away the long knife in his hand, the giant summoned by Xiao Yu held the shield with both hands, and a massive amount of soul power poured into the shield. In a blink, the spikes on the shield began to twist and squirm. It turned into countless thick vines and burst out. Countless thick blue-silver emperor vines were like the giant mouth of the abyss, shooting towards Sea Dragon Douluo's spirit avatar. Bang bang bang, the sound of flesh and blood piercing kept rising. Sea Dragon Douluo's Wuhunjun had a lot of scars on his body, but Sea Dragon Douluo did not retreat even one step. Boom, Sea Dragon Douluo carries extremely powerful power. He stood up to countless blue-silver Emperor Tengman and forcibly broke the shield in Xiao Yu's hand. After a while, after going through all kinds of difficulties, Sea Dragon Douluo finally got in front of the giant's head. At this time, Sea Dragon Douluo showed a hint of joy on his face. Xiao Yu, you have only been on the island for a year and a half. Want to beat me? You have to practice for another year. Quote. As he spoke, Sea Dragon Douluo's martial spirit avatar fiercely grabbed the giant's head. After tearing the head of the giant in front of him. Looking at the empty part inside, Sea Dragon Douluo was a little confused for a moment. At this moment, Xiao Yu's voice sounded behind Sea Dragon Douluo. Senior, look here. After hearing the sound, Sea Dragon Douluo subconsciously turned his head to look. Xiao Yu was waving to him not far away. At the same time, the giant behind Sea Dragon Douluo quickly twisted and expanded. One after another, blue and silver imperial vines squirm and grow. In a very short period of time, the giant disintegrated directly. Redifferentiated into countless blue-silver emperor vinemen. Before Sea Dragon Douluo could react, those vines will turn into a giant ball and wrap it up. At the same time, Xiao Yu used his teleportation soul skill to come to the ball and patted it lightly with one hand. Swish swish, in the space inside the sphere, countless vines squirmed and turned into various weapons to attack Sea Dragon Douluo. After a while, Xiao Yu raised his palm. The ball wrapping Sea Dragon Douluo slowly spread out. Sea Dragon Douluo appeared in front of Xiao Yu with wounds all over his body. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of him, Sea Dragon Douluo said in a hoarse voice. I surrender, under the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Sea Dragon Douluo, whose body was covered with fine wounds, collapsed weakly on the ground. Looking at Xiao Yu walking towards him, Sea Dragon Douluo felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He had just used all his strength to attack, but with little effect. The whole time, he was suppressed and beaten by someone whose soul power level was far lower than his own. This feeling is very uncomfortable. After taking a deep breath, Sea Dragon Douluo adjusted his mood. After supporting the ground with his hands, he managed to stand up. Sea Dragon Douluo formed several hand seals on his hands. The next moment, the mark on Xiao Yu's forehead also lit up. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. The fifth test is to challenge the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars and complete it within 5 hours. Overdone, the lifespan of all rewarded soul rings will be increased by 5,000 years. The sixth test is to insist on 1 stick of incense. Under the siege of the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars, you can hold on to a stick of incense without losing. As soon as the sound disappeared, Xiao Yu felt a force enter his body. Start strengthening his soul ring. But Xiao Yu didn't care about this. Xiao Yu's attention was completely attracted by the information about the 6th test. How long can you hold on to a stick of incense under the siege of the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars? In the original work, wasn't Bo Saishi the examiner of Tang San's 6th trial? Single quote. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu frowned and recalled carefully. After a while, under the influence of strong spiritual power, the somewhat distant memories of his previous life resurfaced in Xiao Yu's mind again like pages in a book. After searching carefully, Xiao Yu's brows relaxed. It turns out I remembered it wrong. The examiners of Tang San and the others for the 6th trial changed. It has something to do with the fact that they chose to take advantage of the situation when taking the 5th exam. Precisely because of their tricks. Tang San and his group were not recognized by all the guardians of the sacred pillar. In addition, Bo Saishi himself had the idea of attacking Tang San in the 6th test. Therefore, Tang San and the others changed their examiner to Bo Saishi. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu frowned even more tightly. If you use tricks to complete the assessment, it will lead to changes in subsequent assessments. So, if Sister Yanyan completes the 2nd test with the help of Grandpa or me, will her subsequent assessment change? Probably not. After all, Bo Saishi has established a cooperative relationship with me. It's unlikely that she would give me a hard time on something like this. While Xiao Yu was thinking, the energy in his body disappeared. After feeling all this, Xiao Yu knew clearly, at this time, the rewards for my 5th test have been distributed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu retracted his divergent thoughts. Directly summoned his own Barret martial spirit. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. The dazzling purple 3rd ring on Barret has transformed into black. After taking a look, Xiao Yu silently withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Sea Dragon Douluo beside him. Immediately, Xiao Yu switched his martial soul to the Blue-Silver Emperor. The next moment, the 2nd soul ring of the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit lit up, and rich green light shone on Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo's wounds healed quickly. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came. Da da da, Xiao Yu turned around and looked. Bo Saishi had already walked behind him at some point. After noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Bo Saishi nodded lightly. Then Bo Saishi asked in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, when are you going to start the 6th test? Do you have any ideas about the assessment location? You still have plenty of time to prepare now. Quote, hearing this, Xiao Yu responded with a smile. Senior, the sooner the 6th exam starts, the better. As for the location of the assessment, let's set it at Poseidon Mountain. After receiving Xiao Yu's reply, Bo Saishi nodded. Bo Saishi glanced at Sea Dragon Douluo who was standing aside. Is Xiao Yu planning to complete the assessment directly while the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars have not yet recovered? Single quote. After thinking of this, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu and said, then the assessment time will be tomorrow morning. The assessment location is also as you said. After a pause, Bo Saishi added, Xiao Yu, Sea Dragon Douluo is also one of your assessors. Just try your best to help him recover from his injuries now. I'll go gather the remaining pillar keepers. Tomorrow morning, you will start the 6th test under the witness of Lord Poseidon. Bo Saishi just finished speaking. A golden light flashed, and her figure disappeared. Seeing this, Xiao Yu increased the output of his soul power. The green light on Sea Dragon Douluo became even more intense. At this time, Sea Dragon Douluo only felt a cool feeling coming from the wound, and his body gradually relaxed. But his expression was even more troubled. After hesitating for a moment, Sea Dragon Douluo took a step back and walked out of Xiao Yu's treatment range. Under Xiao Yu's confused gaze, Sea Dragon Douluo asked, Xiao Yu, you will start the assessment tomorrow. Why do you want to heal all my injuries? You need to know, in the battle just now, I didn't have time to use many of my methods. Moreover, I have memorized the tricks you used to lure me into the trap. It is impossible for the same move to have a second effect on me. With that said, Sea Dragon Douluo stood up. I simply moved my sore joints. He stared into Xiao Yu's eyes and said, Xiao Yu, I know your talent is very good. Your future achievements will definitely be above mine. However, judging from your current strength, if we, the 7 holy pillars, join forces, you have no chance of winning. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. The palms of his hands were slightly opened, and the healing green light shone on Sea Dragon Douluo again. Facing Sea Dragon Douluo's puzzled eyes, Xiao Yu spoke. Senior, please use your full strength tomorrow. After hearing Xiao Yu's request for him to attack with all his strength, Sea Dragon Douluo's expression was a little unnatural. Xiao Yu, do you know what you are talking about? I am a 95 titled Douluo. After noticing Sea Dragon Douluo's expression, Xiao Yu shrugged. Senior, I still recognize your strength. However, I have my own ideas. While talking, Xiao Yu's treatment has been completed. Sea Dragon Douluo's injuries have basically recovered. Seeing this, Xiao Yu retracted his hand, turned around and walked out. Only a back figure was left for Sea Dragon Douluo. Just when Sea Dragon Douluo was confused, Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. Senior, You have exceeded the assessment tasks. The rewards obtained by the assessors will be more generous. You hurry up and recover your soul power. Tomorrow, I will wait for you at the foot of Poseidon Mountain." With that said, Xiao Yu flew in the direction of Poseidon Mountain. Looking at Xiao Yu's retreating back, Sea Dragon Douluo chewed on Xiao Yu's previous words. Exceeded the assessment tasks, excess. While murmuring, Sea Dragon Douluo had a guess in his mind that even he himself found incredible. This guy Xiao Yu, shouldn't it be preparation? Defeat us all tomorrow. As he said that, Sea Dragon Douluo frowned. Probably not. What am I thinking about? Did I just get my brain blown? Xiao Yu is just a quasi-contra who hasn't even obtained the 8th ring. Tomorrow, we, the 7 holy pillars, will take action together. We should have a certain chance of capturing him. When he said the last sentence, Sea Dragon Douluo also became a little unconfident. Does Xiao Yu have any other methods? Otherwise, how could he be so confident? No, if we, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars, lose even though we join forces, the face of Poseidon Island will be completely lost. Quote. After thinking about this, Sea Dragon Douluo quickly stood up and rushed towards the location of the other 7 holy pillars. The next morning, at the foot of Poseidon Mountain, Xiao Yu was standing quietly at the edge of the circular sea, waiting. After a while, under the leadership of Sea Dragon Douluo, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars arrived at the scene at the same time. After landing, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars gathered together. Looking at Xiao Yu not far away, a sense of unreality arises in their hearts. Compared to them, Xiao Yu is too young. At this age, Xiao Yu has achieved such an achievement. This made the 7 sacred pillars feel as if their first half of life had been in vain. After looking at each other, they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Last night, Sea Dragon Douluo told the other guardians his guess. But the feedback Sea Dragon Douluo received from them was not good. The first is Sea Ghost Douluo. His main means of attack is poison. However, Xiao Yu had the ability to avoid poison, which directly destroyed more than half of his combat power. The second is Sea Vampire Douluo and Half Douluo. Haiwang Douluo's main attack method is illusion. Ama Douluo is also good at mental attacks. They had no choice but to talk to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu even had methods against the two of them. At this time, Half Douluo and the others were a little less confident. Just when Sea Dragon Douluo was thinking about how to boost the morale of the army, Seahorse Douluo's voice sounded. We were 7 against 1. And our soul power is so much higher than Xiao Yu. What are you in a hurry for? I have the advantage. After hearing what Seahorse Douluo said, the other people cheered up a little. At this time, Bo Saishi walked slowly towards this side under the golden light. Seeing this, the guardians of the sacred pillar present all bowed and saluted. High Priest. Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded. After looking at Xiao Yu, Bo Saishi said in a deep voice. The 6th test is to hold on to a stick of incense under the joint attack of the 7 sacred pillar guardians. While speaking, Bo Saishi flipped his wrist. Bo Saishi took out an incense stick as thick as a fist. Bo Saixi's soul power surged in his hand and he lit the incense in his hand. After inserting it into the ground, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu and the guardian of the holy pillar and said. The 6th test begins. Bo Saishi had just finished speaking. Xiao Yu's soul power quickly surged toward the soul bone on his right hand. In the doubtful eyes of the other 7 sacred pillar guardians, Xiao Yu slapped his palm on the land. A circle of black holes expanded outward along Xiao Yu's palm. Seeing this, the guardians of the 7 holy pillars did not dare to be careless. They all took a few steps back. As the black hole continues to expand, the light surrounding it becomes distorted. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo was slightly speechless. What kind of soul skill is this, and why is it so weird? Just as Seahorse Douluo was speaking, Kakaka, Daming and Erming, with only bones left in their bodies, crawled out of the black hole. Then, Douluo, who was laughing strangely, also flew out of the black hole. The next moment, Xiaohei appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing this scene, the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars couldn't sit still. Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but exclaimed. Why do I feel that the 2 soul beasts with only bones left are as powerful as the 100,000-year-old soul beasts? And what about the titled Douluo behind Xiao Yu? Can these also be considered his combat prowess? Quote. Hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo glanced at Bo Saishi, who was not far away. After noticing that there was no fluctuation in Bo Saixi's expression, Sea Dragon Douluo showed a bitter smile on his face. Kaiba, the high priest is watching. But she didn't stop Xiao Yu. The assessment has not been interrupted. This shows that the high priest and Lord Poseidon both believe that the things Xiao Yu summoned are his own fighting power. Quote. After a pause, Sea Dragon Douluo became serious. He said seriously. Everyone, listen to me. Today's battle was fought under the watchful eyes of the high priest and Lord Poseidon. We can only win, not lose. At this time, I was worried about damaging the confidence of my teammates. Sea Dragon Douluo still had one sentence left unsaid. He just thought to himself. Even if there is no way to capture Xiao Yu, we must at least hold on for a stick of incense. As long as it can be postponed until the end of the assessment. After thinking of this, Sea Dragon Douluo stopped wasting time and spoke directly. Let's do it. Don't give Xiao Yu another chance to summon the weird giant yesterday. As he spoke, Sea Dragon Douluo took the lead in deploying his martial spirit avatar and rushed towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Seahorse Douluo spoke again. Now it's 7 versus 5, and the advantage is still with me. Let's all come together. With that said, Seahorse Douluo followed Sea Dragon Douluo and rushed out. Seeing this, the other guardians of the sacred pillar did not dare to neglect. They summoned their martial soul avatars one after another, and all attacked Xiao Yu. After noticing this, Da Ming and Ming roared, the soul fire in their eyes flickering. The next moment, the realm of slowness, the realm of gravity. And after they were transformed into undead creatures, the special netherworld they obtained was opened at the same time. Pressed towards the guardian of the 7 sacred pillars. Feeling this, Sea Dragon Douluo directly opened his own demon-breaking field. After forcibly cancelling out all the domains of Ming Dynasty and Ming Dynasty, Sea Dragon Douluo shouted angrily. Seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Haiwan Douluo, who had already summoned his martial soul's true form, and Hainu Douluo took action one after another. The Sea Girl Douluo directly used her sea-suppressing divine song to attack Xiao Yu and his party. At the same time, Haiwang Douluo also expanded his own talent field. Seeing this, the Dolphin Douluo beside Xiao Yu subconsciously wanted to rush forward. But the little black in Xiao Yu's hand stopped him directly. Facing the gaze of Gorgon Douluo, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Stop, I am the Lord's most loyal servant. Just leave these 2 titled Douluo who are good at using mental attacks to me. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao He disappeared in Xiao Yu's hands. A huge shadow appeared over Poseidon Island. After a neigh, circles of gray-white light waves spread towards all the guardians of the 7 holy pillars. Seeing this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Douluo the array and said. That sea ghost Douluo over there is good at poison-type attacks, so I'll leave it to you to deal with him. While Xiao Yu was speaking, Da Ming and Ming had already rushed forward. The 2 of them stopped the remaining sea spear, starfish, seahorse and sea dragon Douluo. Seeing this, Xiao Yu directly used teleportation soul power to distance himself. Fly into the air and choose a suitable angle. Xiao Yu summoned his Barret martial spirit. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Xiao Yu kept firing in the air. Bang bang bang. Several soul skills such as Titan Sky Cannon, Azure Nirvana Divine Thunder, Dark Demon Evil God's Wrath were used by Xiao Yu one after another. Those guardians of the 7 sacred pillars who were fighting in 2s and 3s on the ground would have thought that Xiao Yu had such a skill. It doesn't take a moment. Except for Seahorse Douluo, all 6 sacred pillar guardians were eliminated. Seeing this, Xiao Yu looked at Seahorse Douluo with a smile. Daming and the others also walked towards Seahorse Douluo. After Seahorse Douluo was surrounded, Xiao Yu held a gun in one hand. After pointing the gun at Seahorse Douluo, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Senior, it's 5 against 1 now. The advantage is mine. You can admit defeat. Circumnavigating the sea. Seahorse Douluo looked forward. Xiao Yu's black muzzle was pointed directly between his eyebrows. At the same time, in the empty eye sockets, there was the bright green soul fire of Da Ming Ming. And the Gorgon Douluo also leaned towards him. After sensing all this, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He looked around and found. At this time, the remaining few are the guardians of the 7 holy pillars who have lost their fighting ability. There are also High Priest Bo Saishi, all waiting for her to make a choice. After thinking of this, Seahorse Douluo showed a bitter look on his face. But soon, this bitter look was replaced by determination. This is in front of the Poseidon Temple. Lord Poseidon may be looking at me. For Poseidon Island, I can't just throw in the towel. Even if I die, I will protect the honor of the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars. Thinking of this, Seahorse Douluo no longer hesitated. He ignored the protectors around Xiao Wu and rushed straight towards Xiao Wu. The 9th soul skill, Whirlwind and Giant Wave Annihilation Fist. Seahorse Douluo immediately gave up his defense and punched Xiao Wu with all his strength. After seeing Sea Dragon Douluo's actions, Xiao Wu did not hesitate. Buzz. His 4th soul ring lit up. The Titan Sky Cannon soul skill was used by Xiao Wu. At the same time, Daming and the others followed closely and began to mobilize the energy in their bodies. They used their own soul power attack methods, mixed with the Titan Sky Cannon that Xiao Wu just used. They all attacked Seahorse Douluo together. Buzz buzz. For a moment, various soul powers were intertwined, exuding brilliant colors. After a while, the light gradually fades. Only then did Xiao Wu notice. Bo Saishi, holding a scepter, was standing in front of Seahorse Douluo. She blocked all of Xiao Wu's attacks. After looking approvingly at the Seahorse Douluo behind him, Bo Saishi spoke. Xiao Wu, congratulations, you successfully passed the 6th exam. After hearing this, Xiao Wu put down the barret in his hand. Then he said to Bo Saishi, Senior, I will treat the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars after a while. Just as Xiao Wu was speaking, a majestic voice sounded in Xiao Wu's mind. The 6th test, under the siege of the guardian of the sacred pillar, persist for 1 stick of incense, completed. The examiner successfully defeated the guardian of the 7 sacred pillars within a stick of incense. Assessment tasks were exceeded. The lifespan of all rewarded soul rings will be increased by 10,000 years. Quote. Buzz buzz. The familiar energy returns. Several of Xiao Wu's soul rings also flickered. After a while, this energy disappears. Xiao Wu began to look at the soul rings on his 2 martial souls. There is still no visible change in those 100,000-year-old soul rings. But Xiao Wu's black 10,000-year soul ring is obviously much darker in color. Just when Xiao Wu felt his own changes, that majestic voice sounded in Xiao Wu's mind again. The top 9 tests, the 7th test, assisting Poseidon candidates to pull out. The voice was halfway through speaking. The lines on the barret in Xiao Wu's hand lit up uncontrollably again. The next moment, blood-red light flashed, and Xiao Wu's killing field also opened. After feeling Xiao Wu's sudden burst of murderous intent, Bo Saishi, who was not far away, frowned. She used one hand to protect Seahorse Douluo behind her. Immediately, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Wu with some confusion. What's going on, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Single quote. Just when Bo Saishi was thinking, Poseidon's divine thoughts once again flashed over Poseidon Island. There was a clear anger on that elusive face. At the same time, the surface of the ring sea began to surge, and huge waves were set off directly outside Poseidon Island. After a while, that majestic voice sounded in Xiao Wu's mind again. The 7th test is to go to the far north with the help of Bo Saishi. Successfully met the Ice Snow Girl and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. After hearing that the content of the assessment has changed, Xiao Wu looked at the Barret martial spirit in his hand, and then at the Poseidon temple not far away. Is it God Shira's method again this time? The situation is the same as the last time I got the assessment. Because of God Shira, my assessment content has changed. But this way, my progress has improved a lot. After thinking of this, Xiao Wu closed the killing field. Under the gaze of Bo Saishi and the other guardians of Poseidon Island, Xiao Wu stretched out his right hand. Press one palm on the ground again. After the black light flashed, the netherworld opens again. Seeing this, Daming and the others took one last look at Xiao Wu and Bo Saishi. Then he returned directly to the netherworld. At the same time, Bo Saishi's voice sounded, Xiao Wu, it will take some time for Dougu Yan to keep up with your progress. Your 7th test will probably have to wait a while. Hearing this, Xiao Wu said with a chuckle, Senior, would you like to take a look at the content of my assessment again? After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Bo Saishi was obviously stunned for a moment. But soon, Bo Saishi reacted. What does Xiao Wu mean? Could it be that his 7th test changed? Single quote. Thinking of this, Bo Saishi raised his scepter and gently swiped it towards the void. A curtain of light appeared in front of Bo Saishi. After noticing the information on the light curtain, Bo Saixi's expression changed slightly. The content of the 7th test has indeed changed. Is this because the god Zhuan behind Xiao Yu took action? Single quote. Thinking of Xiao Yu's murderous intent just now, Bo Saishi had an answer in his mind. Absolutely so. Xiao Yu also had the chance to pass the 9th Poseidon exam before. But in the end, he was stopped by the god Zhuan behind Xiao Yu. As a result, Xiao Yu only got the top 9 exams. After realizing this, Bo Saishi looked Xiao Yu up and down again. After a while, Bo Saishi said, "Xiao Yu, when are you going to set off to complete the 7th test?" Upon hearing Bo Saixi's question, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. "Senior, of course the faster the better." After a pause, Xiao Yu added, "Senior, the sooner I complete the assessment, the faster I can grow up." Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded. She pointed to the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars at the Poseidon stairs who had been beaten to the point of losing their fighting power by Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, Sea Dragon Douluo and the others will be left to you to handle. After you finish the matter, come to me in Poseidon Temple. I will take you to the far north." After saying that, Bo Saixi's figure disappeared. After taking a look at Seahorse Douluo, who was only slightly injured, Xiao Yu switched his martial spirit to Blue Silver Emperor. Buzz. Xiao Yu's second soul ring lit up. The rich green light fell on each of the guardians of the 7 holy pillars. Half a month later, the far north, the biting cold wind howled by. Snowflakes mixed with countless fine ice crystals blew by, bringing a biting cold. There was a vast expanse of white all around. No trace of life could be seen at all. Looking at the endless snowfield, Xiao Yu slowly let out a breath. At this time, a snowstorm was blowing in the core circle of the far north. The harsh weather had a certain impact on Xiao Yu's trip. Just as Xiao Yu was thinking about his next action, Bo Saishi, who was standing next to Xiao Yu, said, "Xiao Yu, there is no reference around here. The map I have is not very detailed either. We have completely lost our way now." Hearing this, Xiao Yu used his soul power to resist the severe cold around him while recalling the memories of his past life. This is a habit he developed again after discovering that he had misremembered the content of the 6th test. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "Senior, we just need to go to a colder place. The closer to the core area of the far north. The surrounding temperature is lower. In the deepest part of the far north, a place where the temperature is close to the extreme ice. This is where the Ice Snow Girl and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion live. It is also the destination of our trip." Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded. The two stopped talking. After a brief exploration, the two quickened their pace and headed deeper. More than 3 hours later, as the two of them gradually penetrated into the core area, Xiao Yu could feel that the surroundings were getting colder and colder. Looking at the desolate environment around him, Xiao Yu couldn't help but start to think. In the original work, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor hate humans very much. They believe that humans have disturbed the peace of the far north. The timeline I am currently on is more than 10,000 years away from their deadline. I don't know if I can successfully convince them this time. At this moment, Bo Saixi's voice sounded. "Xiao Yu, look over there. We now have a clue." Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked intently in the direction Bo Saishi pointed. Through the layers of wind and snow, Xiao Yu noticed a series of extremely conspicuous footprints. Seeing this, Xiao Yu looked around intently. In a blizzard like this, the tracks will be covered up by the snow in a matter of minutes at most. We are so far away and can still leave clear traces. This shows that the spirit beast must not be very far away from us. Moreover, there must be some kind of powerful soul beast. After observing, Xiao Yu found nothing unusual and turned to Bo Saishi beside him. "Senior, let's go over and take a look." With that said, Xiao Yu sped up and flew in the direction of the set of footprints. After a while, Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi arrived near the footprints. The complete sequence of footprints was also displayed in front of Xiao Yu. After a brief inspection, Xiao Yu's face showed joy. He said to Bo Saishi beside him, "Senior, judging from the size and depth of the footprints, the owner of this footprint should be at least 70 or 80 meters tall. This is why we can notice this series of footprints so far away. Judging from the shape of the footprints, this series of footprints should be from a humanoid creature. Judging from the spacing of the footprints, it is not that this spirit beast is not a walking beast, it should be walking on 2 feet. There are not many humanoid soul beasts in the far north, and even fewer have such an exaggerated body shape. Senior, I think there is a high probability that the footprints in front of me are the footprints of the Titan Snow Demon King. We may have reached the core area of the far north. Hearing this, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. She had no idea that Xiao Yu would know so much about soul beasts. After thinking for a moment, Bo Saishi said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, the Titan Snow Demon lives in the core area of the far north. It seems that we are very close to the destination of this trip. After a pause, Bo Saishi continued. Xiao Yu, if I show my aura here, there is a certain chance that the 3 soul beasts can be attracted. Are you ready? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Immediately, Xiao Yu slightly cupped his fists at Bo Saishi. Senior, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Bo Saishi nodded. Immediately, Bo Saishi released his Poseidon martial spirit without any further hesitation. Along with the phantom of Poseidon appeared behind Bo Saishi. The aura of her 99th level titled Douluo was revealed. Against the heavy wind and snow, Bo Saishi flew high into the sky and said loudly. The 3 overlords of the far north, please come out and meet. As he spoke, Bo Saixi's powerful soul power was revealed. Her voice continued to be transmitted into the distance in circles of dark blue light waves. At the same time, in the Snow Emperor's residence, the Ice Emperor was sitting next to the Snow Emperor. She held the Snow Emperor's hand and said coquettishly. Shui, it's so boring to practice hard like this every day. Let's have some fun. Quote. As he spoke, Ice Emperor's eyes glanced at Snow Emperor intentionally or unintentionally. Snow Emperor, who noticed the Ice Emperor's eyes, rolled his eyes. After being together for hundreds of thousands of years, how could she not guess the Ice Emperor's thoughts? It was just because they were both women that the Snow Emperor never accepted the Ice Emperor. After sighing in my heart, just as the Snow Emperor was about to speak, Bo Saixi's voice came from far and near. The 3 overlords of the far north, please come out and meet. The moment he heard Bo Saixi's voice, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor immediately changed his expression. Binger, this is a strong person among humans. She may be only 1 step away from becoming a god. Hearing this, the Ice Emperor snorted coldly. Shui, this is the far north, our home ground. As long as that person is not a god, she cannot be our opponent. Quote. After hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Emperor's expression softened slightly. Let's go immediately. The territory of the Titan Snow Demon is at the outermost edge. He may have already faced off against that strong human being. We must rush there immediately. The Ice Emperor nodded heavily. Immediately, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor also revealed their auras. They rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, the outer reaches of the core circle of the far north. Boom boom boom, the surrounding ice and snow began to tremble. Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi looked into the distance. An angry shout came from far away. Humans, come to my far north. What do you want to do? Quote. Before the owner of the voice arrived, a giant ice ball with a diameter of several dozen meters hit Bo Saishi. Seeing this, Bo Saishi stretched out his left hand. Dark blue soul power flashed across her hand. Bo Saishi tapped the giant ice ball. The next moment, kakaka, spider web-like cracks appeared at the point of contact between the ice ball and Bo Saixi's wrist. Less than a second, this crack spread to every corner of this giant ice ball. Click. In the blink of an eye, the entire giant ice ball turned into ice crystals all over the sky, falling slowly and slowly around. At the same time, boom, with a loud noise, a tall figure jumped into the air. It raised its fists high above its head, and its powerful soul power was concentrated on its fists. He aimed at Bo Saixi's head and hit it hard. The outer reaches of the core area of the far north. Looking at the giant soul beast in front of him that was relentlessly attacking him, Bo Saixi's eyes gradually turned cold. Court death. After snorting coldly, a wave of powerful soul power appeared on Bo Saixi's body. Her dark blue soul power covered every place within a kilometer radius. At the same time, Bo Saixi's cold voice sounded. Poseidon Realm, Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Saixi's third soul ring lit up. Sea of Annihilation. Bo Saixi's dark blue soul power rolled up the surrounding ice and snow. The next moment, Those snowflakes melted into snow water under the influence of Bo Seixi's soul power. Wah wah wah, accompanied by the sound of rolling waves, the snow water turned into torrents and washed towards the figure. Boom! The figure was directly swept away by the torrent created by Bo Seishi. The next moment, the boundless torrent turned into a super giant water ball. The nearly 100-meter tall figure was directly restrained in place. It roared and tried to break free, but it was all in vain. Just when it was about to fight to the death, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. Titan Snow Demon King, can you calm down a little? We came to the far north on this trip without any ill intentions. We just want to reach a cooperative relationship with the Ice and Snow Emperor. While talking, Xiao Yu flew to Bo Seixi's side. Looking at the Titan Snow Demon King imprisoned in the water prison by Bo Seizi, he said in a deep voice. Titan Snow Demon, you should be able to feel the strength of Senior Bo Seishi. Senior Bo Seishi has 99 soul powers and is the strongest among humans. She is in existence second only to the god level. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the Titan Snow Demon King in the water prison stopped struggling. Seeing this, Xiao Yu continued. Titan Snow Demon King, we have no malicious intentions in this trip. Maybe there is still a possibility of cooperation between us. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. Titan Snow Demon. You don't want to cause conflicts between us and Snow Emperor because of you, right? Quote. Hearing this, the Titan Snow Demon King said in a deep voice. Humans, what do you want to do? Also, why should I believe you? Quote. With strength, Xiao Yu said this with a smile. Hearing this, the expression of the Titan Snow Demon King in the water prison froze. After noticing the expression of Titan Snow Demon King, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Titan Snow Demon, have you calmed down now? Let's talk about it, shall we? Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the Titan Snow Demon King became quiet. It stared at Xiao Yu in front of it. After a while, the Titan Snow Demon nodded silently. Seeing this, Bo Seishi casually waved his hand at the Titan Snow Demon King. The water ball that bound the Titan Snow Demon in place also disappeared. Boom! The Titan Snow Demon King, who adjusted his posture in the air, fell heavily to the ground. It stirred up snowflakes all over the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Titan Snow Demon King, you might as well transform into a human form first and then discuss with us. In human form, single quote. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Bo Seishi looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. This Titan Snow Demon King is not a sea soul beast. Is this the unique ability of their family? Single quote. At this time, Xiao Yu on the side also noticed Bo Seixi's eyes. He opened his mouth to explain. Senior, after the soul beast has survived the second heavenly tribulation and reached 200,000 years of cultivation, they will have the ability to transform into human form. Hearing this, Bo Seishi nodded. She sighed inwardly. Xiao Yu, is this the information that the unknown god Zhuan told you again? Single quote. At this moment, a wave of soul power appeared on the Titan Snow Demon King on the ground. After a while, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Yu and Bo Seishi, the Titan Snow Demon transformed into a man with ice blue skin all over his body. A big man over 2 meters tall with muscles all over his body. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Senior, Titan Snow Demon King. The other 2 Overlord-level beings from the far north are probably coming soon. Let's go down and wait for a while. With that said, Xiao Yu fell downwards. Bo Seishi also followed closely behind. When landing, Xiao Yu made a discovery. The ice and snow that had been turned into water by Bo Seixi's soul power. It had re-solidified in a very short period of time. They turned into solid ice again. The Titan Snow Demon smashed through a huge crack with a depth of more than 50 meters when it landed. Through the cracks, Xiao Yu could clearly see that there was a thicker ice layer deeper. Seeing this, Xiao Yu had a preliminary understanding of the far north. On the blue star, Antarctica is a continent. Its specific heat capacity is higher than its average altitude of 2,500 meters. The thickness of the ice layer exceeds 1,700 meters. The far north on Douluo planet, the temperature is lower, and the thickness of the ice layer is likely to be higher. I don't know which city Tianmeng iceworm is in. Where did the Snow Emperor find the 100,000-year-old snow lotus? Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, the voice of the Titan Snow Demon rang out. Humans, What are you doing here in the far north? Hearing this, Xiao Wu raised his head and looked at the Titan Snow Demon King. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wu said with a smile. It's related to my divine examination. Hearing this, the Titan Snow Demon King was stunned for a moment. After a while, after reacting, the Titan Snow Demon King's breathing became heavy. Divine test, have you obtained the inheritance of the gods? As he spoke, the Titan Snow Demon subconsciously looked at Bo Seixi's side. Just now, he had already experienced Bo Seixi's power. At this time, the Titan Snow Demon King already had initial trust in Xiao Wu. In his opinion, only the inheritors of gods can have such powerful guardians. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded. Afterwards, Xiao Wu ignored the curious eyes of the Titan Snow Demon King. He said directly, Titan Snow Demon King, please wait a little longer. Wait until the other two overlords from the far north arrive. I will make the specific information clear to you. Quote. Hearing this, the Titan Snow Demon King finally calmed down. After a while, the howling wind and snow all around suddenly stopped. Countless crystal snowflakes gathered together, as if greeting their emperor. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Bo Seishi looked at each other. At this time, both Xiao Wu and Bo Seishi understood. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor have arrived. After a while, two cold figures appeared in front of Xiao Wu and Bo Seishi. The two of them did not hide their aura. Xiao Wu briefly sensed and confirmed their identities. When Xiao Wu looked at the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, they were also observing Xiao Wu and Bo Seishi. He noticed that the Titan Snow Demon Queen had turned into a human form and had no injuries on her body. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. After suppressing the disgust in my heart, Snow Emperor said coldly, humans, tell me your. Before Snow Emperor finished speaking, a wave of soul power came from Xiao Yu's body. After realizing this, the expressions of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor changed. The Ice Emperor pulled the Snow Emperor and took a step back, protecting the Titan Snow Demon King in front of him. The outer reaches of the core area of the far north. The second Ice and Snow Emperor looked at Xiao Wu and Bo Seishi with wary expressions on their faces. At the same time, Bo Seishi also held the scepter in his hand and stood in front of Xiao Wu. She looked at the Ice and Snow Emperor in front of her indifferently. Bo Seishi just saw obvious disgust on the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. At this time, she was a little worried that Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor would attack Xiao Wu directly. Thinking of this, the tyrannical aura of a 99th level titled Douluo on Bo Seishi was also faintly revealed. The atmosphere in the field quickly became tense. Just when both sides couldn't restrain themselves, Xiao Yu's blue-silver Emperor martial spirit, which had evolved many times, appeared in everyone's sight. 2 red, 5 black, and 7 spirit rings made the far north trio freeze on the spot. After a while, the faces of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor quickly turned cold after reacting. After briefly sensing the aura on Xiao Yu's body, Snow Emperor suddenly had a more horrifying guess in his mind. The first ring of this human soul master is the 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, he also has 2 soul rings that are over 100,000 years old. The aura of his 6th spirit ring is far superior to that of an ordinary 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Even compared with the Titan Snow Demon King, it is almost the same. And judging from his revealed aura, this guy should be on the verge of a breakthrough now. He is only 1 soul ring away from breaking through to the realm of Contra. This guy brought this demigod-level human powerhouse to our far north. It's not to hunt for Binger and I's soul rings. After thinking of this, the Snow Emperor felt angry in his heart. The Ice Emperor on the side had obviously thought of this, and she cursed angrily. I actually hunted and killed 200,000-year soul beasts. Humanity, you really deserve to die. Quote. As he spoke, the Ice Emperor transformed into his original form. Its huge and sharp tail hook was aimed at Xiao Yu's throat. Just when the Ice Emperor was about to take action, several of Xiao Yu's soul rings began to flicker. The aura above the soul ring began to grow stronger. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were a little confused. Hoo-hoo. Just when the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were confused, a heavy breathing sound came from their ears. After hearing the strange noise, the two looked to the side. In their sight, the Titan Snow Demon King was looking at Xiao Wu with envy. Seeing this scene, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor immediately had speculations in their minds. This Titan Snow Demon definitely knows something. Just when the Snow Emperor was about to ask a question, the soul power fluctuations in Xiao Yu's body disappeared. The auras of those soul rings have also stabilized. The lifespan has only been increased by 5,000 years. The rewards of this divine test are far less than the last time. Xiao Yu's slightly regretful voice sounded. It hit their hearts like a heavy hammer. After the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor looked at each other, they both looked at Xiao Yu. The Ice Emperor couldn't restrain her emotions. She asked directly. God test. Have you found the inheritance of the gods? Quote. After hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Xiao Yu turned around. He responded to the Ice and Snow Emperor. Yes, the divine test. As he spoke, Xiao Yu took a tentative step towards the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. After noticing that there was no change in their expressions, Xiao Yu spoke. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, I come to the far north this time. Just to meet you, because this is the content of my 7th test. In addition, I also want to discuss cooperation with you. Cooperate, humans, how do you want to cooperate? Quote. The Snow Emperor stopped the Ice Emperor on the side and flew towards Xiao Yu. She carefully began to look at Xiao Yu in front of her. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, your next catastrophe should be coming soon. Are you sure you can survive this disaster? Quote. Hearing this, the expressions of the Ice and Snow Emperor changed slightly. Snow Emperor asked in a deep voice. Human, what does this have to do with you? Seeing that Snow Emperor is willing to communicate with him, Xiao Yu knew that things would go smoothly in the future. After adjusting your mentality, Xiao Yu said without blushing or heart beating. Introduce yourself. My name is Xiao Yu. He is the inheritor of Shenzhuan. In the future, I will become a god. Quote. What does this have to do with us? Before the Snow Emperor could speak, the Ice Emperor transformed into a human form again. She rushed to Xiao Yu and said coldly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu summoned his Barret martial spirit. Ignoring the surprised looks of the trio from the far north, Xiao Yu tapped his first soul ring with his finger. He was ready to wake up Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu once told Xiao Yu when they were on Poseidon Island. The time on Poseidon Island was really too boring. Therefore, she chose to enter a deep sleep. Only when Xiao Yu calls her will she wake up temporarily. After briefly sensing Xiao Wu's state in the soul ring space, Xiao Yu called out with his mental power. Xiao Wu, don't sleep. I have left Poseidon Island. Come out quickly. Xiao Yu just finished speaking. Buzz. Xiao Wu's figure slowly emerged. Xiao Wu couldn't wait to ask as soon as he appeared. Xiao Yu, have you finally completed the top 9 exams? How long did I sleep this time? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu noticed everyone's shocked gazes. The smile on her face froze. After coughing twice, Xiao Wu smiled and said hello. Hello you all. Saying that, Xiao Wu shrank towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Snow Emperor asked directly. Are you 100,000-year soul beast for sacrifice? Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded subconsciously. Yes. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Snow Emperor murmured. How can this be? After paying attention to Dao Shui Emperor's expression, Xiao Yu opened his mouth to explain. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, are you too confident of surviving the next catastrophe? Judging from your cultivation level, you only have about 10,000 years left before the next catastrophe. Hearing this, the Ice and Snow Emperor's face turned dark. Xiao Yu hit their pain points. Seeing this, Xiao Yu continued. Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, I have a small suggestion that you two can consider. Quote. With that said, Xiao Yu grabbed Xiao Wu who was beside him. I am the inheritor of Shenzhuan. You should have seen my soul power level. According to my talent, my chances of completing the subsequent assessment and becoming a god are not small. After offering sacrifices to me, not only can it avoid future disasters, and there will be a lot of opportunities in the future to ascend to the divine realm and enjoy eternal life. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Wu is willing to sacrifice to me. Her other 2 brothers were sacrificed to me with the same idea. Although Xiao Yu didn't finish his words, but the second Ice and Snow Emperor already understood Xiao Yu's thoughts. After looking at each other, the two began to think. After a while, Snow Emperor asked hesitantly, Xiao Yu, can you let me meet Xiao Wu's brother? Seeing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Dark blue soul power covered his right hand. The next moment, the nether space opens, accompanied by the clicking sound of the joints twisting. Da Ming and Ming, with only bones left in their bodies, slowly crawled out of the netherworld. The outer reaches of the core area of the far north. Looking at Da Ming and Ming, who had strange auras emanating from their bodies, the Ice and Snow Emperor's expression changed slightly. Ice Emperor pointed directly at Da Ming and Ming and asked, "What is this? I am a Titan, who are you?" Before Xiao Yu could speak, Ming responded directly. "See this." Ice Emperor's face looked a little ugly. Just as she was about to have a seizure, Emperor Shui directly stopped her. After giving Hyokui a look that said "Don't make trouble," Emperor Shui asked Ming, "Hello Titania, you still retain your own consciousness, right?" Quote. Hearing this, Ming was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yu beside him. After guessing Xiao Yu's purpose, Ming looked at the Snow Emperor cooperatively and said, "Yes, I still retain the consciousness I had when I was alive. But, who are you?" Quote. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shrugged. He pointed to the far north trio and began to introduce them. Da Ming, Ming, this is the Ice and Snow Girl who has cultivated for 680,000 years. The person next to her is the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion who has cultivated for 380,000 years. That one is the Titan Snow Demon King who has cultivated for 200,000 years. This is the far north, and they are all the overlords here. Hearing this, the soul fire in Ming's eyes jumped fiercely. He was obviously taken aback by Xiao Yu's words. Ming asked, pointing to the Ice Emperor who was less than 1.5 meters tall after turning into a human form. "Just her. How is this possible with 380,000 years of cultivation?" Quote. Rubber. After hearing Ming's words, Ice Emperor crossed his arms and snorted coldly. At the same time, she once again revealed her newly restrained momentum. After feeling the Ice Emperor's aura, Ming was a little frightened. But Ice Emperor's contemptuous words made Ming a little angry. "You." Just as he was about to rush forward, he was grabbed by his tail by Daming behind him. Ming, forget it." Hearing this, Ming had no choice but to cease his activities. At the same time, Emperor Shui, who had seen all the interactions between Da Ming and Ming, was moved in his heart. "It seems that Xiao Yu did not deceive me and Binger. The souls of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Ape have indeed awakened." After thinking of this, Snow Emperor asked Xiao Yu, "Xiao Yu, let's say that Ice Emperor and I sacrifice to you. In the following time, will you also turn us into a state like the two of them?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu waved his hands towards Snow Emperor. "Snow Emperor, it depends on your own wishes. I won't force you." Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Snow Emperor asked with some doubts, "What's the meaning?" Seeing this, Xiao Yu began to explain. "Snow Emperor, normally, after the sacrifice, their souls will be preserved in soul rings or soul bones. Only after I inherit the throne of God, only then can I revive them both. But I have a special soul bone skill." As he spoke, Xiao Yu spread his left hand. Purple-black light balls gathered in Xiao Yu's hand in the blink of an eye. After sending the ball of light in his hand to the second Ice and Snow Emperor, Xiao Yu began to explain. "Relying on this soul bone skill, I can reawaken dead creatures. After transforming them into the form of undead, they will regain their sense of autonomy. This can be regarded as an alternative way of resurrection." Snapped. Xiao Yu closed his right hand and the light ball in his hand disappeared. Looking at the somewhat agitated Snow Emperor in front of him, Xiao Yu added, "Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, after your sacrifice, if you wish, I can help you resurrect directly. Let you exist in the world in the form of Da Ming and Ming. Temporarily become my fighting force, or let you continue to live in the far north. If you don't want to, you can also directly choose to let your soul sleep in a soul ring or soul bone. Thus, wait until you wake up from sleep. You can directly ascend to the divine realm and enjoy eternal life." Xiao Yu just finished speaking. The Ice Emperor's voice rang out. "Xiao Yu, although you have Shen Kao in your body, but why do we believe that you can complete the assessment and become a god?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. Then, in the confused eyes of the Ice and Snow Emperor, Xiao Yu pointed at himself and said, Twin martial souls. Now he has level 80 soul power and is facing 2 major divine exams. 500,000 year soul rings." While speaking, Xiao Yu walked up to Ice Emperor and said with a smile, "The most important thing is, I'm only 12 years old. The practice lasted 6.5 years. If even I can't complete the test and inherit the throne of God. So I think, on Douluo continent, no one can complete the divine test. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the place immediately fell silent. After a moment, Ice Emperor stared at Xiao Yu in front of him and murmured. What do you call 12 years old? The Ice Emperor was in a daze for a moment. She knew that human soul masters were uniquely endowed and could practice much faster than soul beasts. Often decades, geniuses among humans can cultivate to the level of titled Douluo. Their strength will also be comparable to that of 100,000-year-old soul beasts. But she never expected that Xiao Yu was only 12 years old this year. Looking at Xiao Yu's appearance, he looked no different from an adult. The Ice Emperor found it difficult to accept it for a moment. Just when Xiao Yu was about to say a few more words, the Titan Snow Demon King, who had never spoken a word, came out. He pointed directly at Daming and Ming and said, Xiao Yu, I am willing to sacrifice to you. At the same time, I would also like to be like them both. Quote. After a pause, the Titan Snow Demon King continued to ask. Xiao Yu, after changing into the two of them, can I choose to stay in the far north? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze from the Ice and Snow Emperor. He nodded directly. Okay, Titan Snow Demon King, did you choose to fight for me like Daming and Ming? Whether you continue to live in the far north is entirely up to you. I won't force you. Quote. Hearing this, the Titan Snow Demon King's eyes flickered. After taking a look at the Ice and Snow Emperor behind him, the Titan Snow Demon King took a deep breath and said, Xiao Yu, I am willing to fight for you like these two. In this way, your path to becoming a god will be smoother. After a pause, the Titan Snow Demon King continued. Xiao Yu, I can start the sacrifice now. Which martial soul of yours do you need me to add a soul ring to? Quote. After hearing the words of the Titan Snow Demon King, Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect it at all. The first of the Far North trio to make a decision. It was not the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor he had been persuading, but the Titan Snow Demon King in front of him. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu retracted his divergent thoughts. He directly summoned his Barret martial spirit. I am now at level 80 soul power, and there are still 4 vacancies on my second martial soul. Titan Snow Demon, if you will, please add a soul ring to my second martial soul. The outer reaches of the core area of the Far North. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, the Titan Snow Demon King looked at the Barret martial spirit in Xiao Yu's hand. At this time, the Ice Emperor's eyes flashed. Her next disaster is coming in more than 10,000 years. The Ice Emperor has absolutely no confidence in surviving this catastrophe. She is actually more anxious than the Titan Snow Demon. At this time, the Ice Emperor also had the idea of sacrifice. But the Ice Emperor decided to let the Titan Snow Demon step forward to test the waters first. Just as the Ice Emperor was thinking, the Titan Snow Demon stepped forward. See the Titan Snow Demon and prepare to start the sacrifice. Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. Titan Snow Demon King, I don't need your soul bone. You just need to attach a soul ring to me. Without attaching soul bones, you can retain most of your origins. Thus, after you are resurrected, your combat power can be retained to the greatest extent. Hearing this, the Titan Snow Demon King nodded. Call. After taking a deep breath, the Titan Snow Demon no longer hesitated and started the sacrifice directly. Accompanied by a blood-red beam of light, a blood-red spirit ring was attached to Xiao Yu's Barret martial spirit. On the soul ring, 2 golden lines are looming. After a while, after the sacrifice was over, Xiao Yu's aura stabilized. The dead Titan Snow Demon also returned to his original form. A body nearly 100 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. After glancing at the soul ring on his martial soul, Xiao Yu didn't waste any more time. In the eyes of everyone present, everyone has their own thoughts. Xiao Yu's soul power gathered towards his right hand. The next moment, a purple-black ball of light appeared. After completing all this, Xiao Yu stepped forward and took a step forward. He skillfully shot the ball of light in his hand into the Titan Snow Demon King's body that was still cold. Buzz! In the astonished eyes of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, the nearly 100-meter-long body of the Titan Snow Demon King was quickly wrapped in purple-black flames. In a very short period of time, the flesh and blood all over the Titan Snow Demon King was quickly swallowed up by the purple-black flames. Seeing this scene, the Ice Emperor's eyes changed slightly. She couldn't help but murmur. How can this be? Rubber. After hearing the sound, Ice Emperor turned his head and looked. At this time, Ming, whom she had just mocked, was holding his arms and looking down at him condescendingly. After noticing Ming's eyes, Ice Emperor's expression changed slightly. But she didn't have a seizure. After snorting coldly, the Ice Emperor ignored Ming. She turned to look at the Titan Snow Demon King, who was still changing. After a while, things like the flesh, blood and internal organs of the Titan Snow Demon King have disappeared. Only the skeleton is left in the whole body. At this time, the purple-black flame also burned to its peak. The next moment, buzz, the purple-black flames converged towards the bones of the Titan Snow Demon King. At the same time, a touch of soul fire also ignited in the empty eyes of the Titan Snow Demon King. Kakaka, move your body. Relying on instinct, the Titan Snow Demon sat up with one hand on the ground. After looking down at his body, the soul fire in Titan Snow Demon King's eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Xiao Yu aside and asked, Xiao Yu, is this done? Hearing this, Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows. It's different from the state of the Ming Dynasty and the Second Ming Dynasty. Did the Titan Snow Demon King's consciousness wake up just after the transformation? Is this because the Titan Snow Demon King has a higher level of cultivation? Or is it because of the advancement of my soul power? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at the Titan Snow Demon King and nodded. Titan Snow Demon, the transformation was successful. You can move around a bit. Let's experience this brand new body. Quote. After a pause, Xiao Yu added, Titan Snow Demon King, you don't need to worry about physical damage. Just enter my netherworld. In your undead state, you have suffered serious injuries. As long as the soul fire remains, you will gradually recover. Hearing this, the soul fire in Titan Snow Demon King's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the Ice Emperor beside him. Kakaka. The Titan Snow Demon couldn't help clenching his fists. The Titan Snow Demon once pursued the Snow Emperor. However, all the bones in his body were broken directly by Snow Emperor. As for the Ice Emperor liking the Snow Emperor, the Titan Snow Demon King, who is also one of the 3 kings of the far north, also knows this. The Titan Snow Demon King has always regarded the Ice Emperor as his love rival. It's just that due to the Ice Emperor's cultivation, he didn't dare to have an attack. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor looked at the Titan Snow Demon King coldly. How could she not guess what the Titan Snow Demon King was thinking? Having just been ridiculed by Ming, Ice Emperor was angry but had nowhere to vent. The Titan Snow Demon King jumped out like this, and she naturally didn't want to waste this opportunity. Just as the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King were preparing to take action, the Snow Emperor flew between the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King. She waved at them and said, Okay, don't fight among yourself. With that said, Snow Emperor looked at Xiao Yu again and said, Xiao Yu, I am also willing to sacrifice to you. But I don't want to become like the Titan Snow Demon. As soon as the Snow Emperor finished speaking, the Titan Snow Demon King froze on the spot. Am I being disliked again? Seeing this, Ice Emperor's eyes lit up. After glancing at the undead Titan Snow Demon King not far away, a satisfied smile appeared on the Ice Emperor's face. Immediately, the Ice Emperor also stepped forward. She also spoke to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I am also willing to sacrifice to you. Like Shui, I don't want to become like the Titan Snow Demon either. Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. These two guys, he will lose the 2 top combat powers of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Xiao Yu was also a little helpless. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu decided to try to persuade. He first looked at the Ice Emperor and said, Ice Emperor, you are different from the Titan Snow Demon King, Da Ming, and Ming. The flesh and blood on your body is wrapped in a hard carapace. Those carapace of yours are actually your bones. After you are transformed into an undead creature, there is a high probability that you will maintain the original posture of the Ice Wall Emperor Scorpion. After a pause, Xiao Yu added, Howdy, I didn't hide your thoughts. You are different from the Titan Snow Demon. With 380,000 years of cultivation, you can rival a titled Douluo of level 95 or above. What's more, undead creatures have the characteristics of immortality. After you are transformed into an undead creature, the combat power will be terrifying. With that said, Xiao Yu took a step forward. Ice Emperor, I need your fighting power. Come and speed up my transformation into a god. Seeing this, Ice Emperor's eyes lit up, after knowing that he would not become like the Titan Snow Demon King. Ice Emperor had no resistance to temporarily becoming Xiao Yu's combat power. After noticing the change in Ice Emperor's expression, Xiao Yu knew that Ice Emperor was almost done. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at the Snow Emperor on the side again. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu decided to give up the idea of transforming the Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, although everyone says you are a soul beast, but actually, you are an elf born from heaven and earth. I might be able to transform you into an undead form, but this may also have a bad impact on you. Therefore, you can rest assured that I have no intention of turning you into an undead. The outer reaches of the core area of the far north. After hearing Xiao Yu's proposal, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor fell into silence. After a while, the Ice Emperor spoke first. Xiao Yu, I agree with your plan. I am also willing to be your fighting force. After all, after the sacrifice, my future destiny will be bound to you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu showed a smile on his face. He cupped his fists at the Ice Emperor. Then, we will be in trouble with Hyo Ten in the future. Hearing this, the Ice Emperor nodded. After the Ice Emperor expressed his stance, everyone in the field looked at the Snow Emperor on the side. Snow Emperor didn't pay attention to everyone's gaze. She lowered her head and thought silently. Seeing this, no one made a sound to disturb. Wait quietly. After a while, Snow Emperor turned to look at Xiao Wu beside Xiao Yu. Her clear voice also sounded. Xiao Yu, after I made the sacrifice, will my state be similar to Xiao Wu's? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Xiao Wu, who was playing with his fingers in boredom. At this time, Xiao Wu also noticed everyone's gaze. After sensing all this, Xiao Wu stopped what she was doing. After coughing twice, Xiao Wu looked at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, my situation is quite special. After you sacrifice, your state will most likely be different from mine. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor frowned. The Ice Emperor even asked directly, Xiao Wu, what do you mean? Because it involved the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor's tone was a bit unkind. At this time, Xiao Wu had noticed the Ice Emperor's attitude, but she didn't care. Xiao Wu waved her hands towards the Ice Emperor. Bingdi, I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be anxious yet. My situation is very special. How is this achieved? Xiao Yu and I still haven't figured it out. After a pause, Xiao Wu continued. The Snow Emperor cannot maintain my current state. But the Snow Queen's origin is very powerful, and her spiritual power is also extremely strong. Snow Emperor, after you sacrifice, if you want to retain consciousness, do it in a spiritual way. Living in Xiao Yu's spiritual sea, relying on Xiao Yu, it should still be possible to become an unprecedented wisdom soul ring. Hearing this, Snow Emperor nodded. She thought again. After a while, Snow Emperor looked at Xiao Yu and said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, you just said that you hope Ice Emperor will become your fighting force. Do you have any enemies in the human world? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head and said, there are not many enemies, but there are still a few potential opponents. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Snow Emperor nodded. Immediately, Snow Emperor spoke again. Xiao Yu, I have a suggestion, you can consider it. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at Snow Emperor in confusion. After noticing Xiao Yu's eyes, Snow Emperor said in a deep voice, I have 680,000 years of cultivation. The strength is pretty decent. Xiao Yu, I can be like that extreme Douluo. Be your guardian. Follow you back to the human world. I will also help you deal with your enemies. After hearing what Snow Emperor said, Xiao Yu began to think. After the Ice Emperor's sacrifice, there is a high probability that Snow Emperor will never attack me again. There is no need to worry about my safety. But do I really need to do this? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at the Snow Emperor in front of him. Looking at the cold expression of the Snow Emperor, Xiao Yu reacted immediately. No, absolutely not. At this time, the Snow Emperor was still hostile to humans. Even if she won't take action against me, in the future, if I try to hunt other 100,000-year soul beasts, it will definitely arouse her disgust. By then, things may be beyond my control. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu shook his head at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, I don't need another protector. Hearing this, Snow Emperor nodded. After thinking for a moment, Snow Emperor continued. Xiao Yu, then I'd better sacrifice it to you directly. As he spoke, Snow Emperor prepared to start the sacrifice. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor grabbed the Snow Emperor. In the confused eyes of Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor said in a deep voice. Snow Emperor, let me come first. Think about it for a while. Quote. With that said, Ice Emperor looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu, are you ready? I'm coming in. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. You come in. Xiao Yu just finished speaking. The blood-red light beam lit up again. A blood-red soul ring with 4 golden lines was attached to Xiao Yu's Barret martial soul. At the same time, the pale textures on Xiao Yu's Barret martial spirit also lit up. After noticing this, Xiao Yu felt happy. After absorbing the soul ring of the dark blue silver emperor, my killing field has just ushered in its first evolution. A year and a half later, is my killing field finally evolving again? Single quote. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, the lines on Barret's gun suddenly began to darken. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately guessed the reason. The Ice Emperor has retained his soul bones and most of his soul beast origins. Does this result in insufficient energy for the evolution of the killing field? No, I can't miss this opportunity. Single quote. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu looked at the Snow Emperor on the side and said in a deep voice. Snow Emperor, help me. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor nodded. The Ice Emperor was just in the process of making a sacrifice. The Snow Emperor noticed the changes in Xiao Yu's martial spirit. Although Snow Emperor didn't know what happened, but Snow Emperor knew that this change in martial soul seemed to be very important to Xiao Yu. Think about this. Before the Ice Emperor's sacrifice was over, the Snow Emperor also started the sacrifice. After a while, another blood-red soul ring with 7 golden lines was placed on Xiao Yu's Barret martial soul. With the integration of Snow Emperor's origin, the texture on Barret emitted a more dazzling light than before. At the same time, in the cold and lonely Shira temple, God Shira was taking a nap on the throne when he suddenly opened his eyes. Good boy, I didn't see the wrong person. He actually achieved the second evolution of the killing field so quickly. Quote. After thinking about this, God Shira raised his hand and wiped it in front of him. During the flash of divine power, a light curtain appeared. At this time, what is displayed on the light curtain is the scene of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor making sacrifices. After noticing this, the surprise in Shira God's eyes became even stronger. I didn't expect this kid to actually do it. Just when Shira God was talking to himself, the sacrifice process of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor has also come to an end. The Snow Emperor's figure began to slowly dissipate. Seeing this, God Shira began to think. After a while, God Shira made a decision. He summoned his magical power and raised his finger to point at the small dancing spot in the light curtain. At the same time, the texture on Xiao Wu's forehead also lit up. Her figure merged into Barret uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. The next moment, Xiao Yu reacted. After the evolution of the killing field, did you also attract the attention of God Shira? Single quote. Think of this. Xiao Yu was determined. Xiao Yu, who had received help from God Shira many times, just wanted to say something to God Shira at this time. Please step up your efforts. In Xiao Yu's expectant eyes, the Snow Emperor's body dissipated faster and merged into Xiao Yu's Barret martial spirit. At the same time, in Xiao Yu's surprised eyes, the Ice Emperor's body began to dissipate. Melted into the Barret in Xiao Yu's hand. The core area of the far north. 2 blood-red light pillars shot into the sky at the same time. Many other 100,000-year soul beasts in the core area also noticed this scene. There are auras of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor in those 2 light pillars. First there was the Titan Snow Demon, then the Ice King and the Snow King. That human broke into the core area, and what did he do to them? Quote. At this time, all the intelligent soul beasts in the far north began to flee away from the light beam. About 10 minutes later, the outer reaches of the core area of the far north. Buzz. Xiao Yu's killing field is centered on Xiao Yu. Spreading rapidly around. Bo Saishi, who was closest to Xiao Yu, felt a bit of pressure. At this time, a biting chill was hitting her body. The speed of Bo Saixi's soul power also began to slow down. After noticing this, Bo Saishi immediately activated the Poseidon domain to fight. At the same time, the shadow of Snow Emperor appeared behind Xiao Yu. Countless shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion also appeared, with Xiao Yu as the center. Those densely packed shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpions quickly crawled outwards. In a very short period of time, the ground within a 5-kilometer radius of Xiao Yu was covered with the shadows of these Ice Green Emperor Scorpions. Bo Saishi, who noticed this scene, was also a little frightened. These phantoms of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion are all condensed from pure murderous aura. How many creatures did Xiao Yu kill? What kind of divine position did he inherit? Single quote. Just as Bo Saishi was thinking, Xiao Yu opened his eyes. After briefly experiencing the killing field and the information from the 3 soul rings that I just obtained, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. The souls of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor are temporarily sleeping in the soul rings they gave me. At the same time, the area of my killing field has also been greatly expanded, coupled with the new ability gained after the evolution of killing field. Me this time, even if we lose the Ice Emperor's combat power, we will definitely not lose. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi aside and said, "Senior, can you help me test my new soul skill?" Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded. "Xiao Yu, come on." At this time, Bo Saishi was also a little curious. Those who offered sacrifices to Xiao Yu were 3 overlord-level soul beasts. At this time, Bo Saishi really wanted to know what kind of soul skills these soul beasts could bring to Xiao Yu. Just as Bo Saishi was thinking, Xiao Yu, who was not far away, raised his hand gently towards Bo Saishi. Snow comes. At the same time as Xiao Yu made this action, the shadow of the Snow Emperor behind Xiao Yu also made the same move. The next moment, the elements in the air rioted. The blizzard that had subsided under the Snow Emperor's suppression also appeared again. Under the influence of Xiao Yu's domain, the cold wind is like a blade, and the blizzard is like a blade. Like a torrent, it roared towards Bo Saishi. Seeing this scene, Bo Saishi did not dodge. She was determined to give it a try, the strength of Xiao Yu's domain. Buzz. The next moment, the huge shadow of Poseidon appeared behind Bo Saishi. Circles of blue light centered on Bo Saishi and expanded outward. Just as Bo Saishi was about to use the Poseidon domain to confront Xiao Yu's killing domain, Xiao Yu raised his right hand and pointed at Bo Saixi's position. The next moment, in Xiao Yu's killing field, the countless shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpions rushed towards Bo Saishi. See the phantoms of these Ice Jade Emperor Scorpions. Bo Saishi frowned. Then she activated the Poseidon domain with all her strength and began to resist. As Bo Saixi's powerful soul power escaped, the power of the Poseidon domain has become stronger again. Xiao Yu's killing field was easily isolated. After completing all this, Bo Saishi said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yu, just rely on this field. You just want to defeat me." Quote. Bo Saishi hasn't finished speaking yet. The shadow of an Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion successfully broke through the blockade of Bo Saixi's domain, arriving in front of Bo Saishi. Boom! In Bo Saixi's shocked eyes, the shadow of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion exploded directly. Astonishing murderous intent spread out. At the same time, more shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion were like the tide. Wave after wave rushed towards Bo Saishi. The phantoms of these Ice Jade Emperor Scorpions are the same as the one just opened. It exploded the moment it came into contact with Bo Saishi. Terrifying murderous intent also burst out, eroding into Bo Saixi's body. It was fine in the beginning, but soon, Bo Saishi really felt a slight difficulty. As the murderous invasion intensified, Bo Saishi was keenly aware that some of his soul skills were beginning to become unusable. After noticing this, Bo Saixi's expression changed slightly. When Xiao Yu just released this field, Bo Saishi then felt the ability of this domain to seal soul skills. It was just because of his strong soul power at that time. This ability is difficult to have an effect on him. Therefore, Bo Saishi did not take Xiao Yu's field to heart at all. But at this time, this evolved killing field is completely different from before. The countless phantoms of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion can resist an attack. It can also self-destruct directly before dissipating. While causing damage, it also struck Bo Saishi with murderous intent. Quote. After traces of murderous intent were repeatedly added up, no matter how powerful Bo Saishi is, at this time, the killing field finally produced a certain effect. After feeling this, Bo Saishi no longer hesitated. The fifth soul ring behind her lit up. Bo Saishi raised the scepter in his hand and shouted softly. The fifth soul skill, the call of the sea god, all beasts walk together. At the same time, under the influence of Bo Saixi's soul power, a circle of dark blue light mask expanded outward. Bo Saishi blocked the shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor scorpions, as well as the cold wind and snow. A few breaths, all the surrounding snow melted. It turned into a huge wave and hit Xiao Wu hard. At the same time, countless phantoms of sea soul beasts also emerged from the huge waves. The phantoms of those sea soul beasts collided with the phantoms of the Ice Jade Emperor scorpion. After noticing this, Xiao Wu was not in a hurry. Xiao Wu immediately seized the opportunity where Bo Saishi didn't take action. After using the flying soul skill to reach midair, Xiao Wu pointed Barrett's gun directly at Bo Saishi. The fifth soul skill, Titan Lingtian Strike, quote, Xiao Wu just finished speaking. Cold air, murderous air, death air, etc., all kinds of energy gathered towards Barrett's gun muzzle. At this time, Xiao Wu also had a look of expectation in his eyes. This is the soul skill given to him by the Titan Snow Demon King. This soul skill is specially used to break armor, and its usefulness in battle is not small. Click. Xiao Wu raised the Barrett in his hand. The next moment, a giant bullet condensed with various energies was shot out. He stabbed Bo Saishi hard in the heart. Just when Xiao Yu's attack was about to hit Bo Saishi. Buzz. Bo Saishi directly summoned his martial spirit avatar. When that huge ocean blue shadow appeared, Bo Saishi slowly raised his right hand. A thick sea blue light shield lay in front of Bo Saishi. Boom! Xiao Yu's bullet hit the light shield. At the moment of contact, the huge bullet shattered. It turned into murderous aura and coldness and invaded the inside of the light shield. Dense cracks like spider webs spread everywhere. Seeing this, Bo Saixi's eyes changed slightly. Snort. After snorting coldly, Bo Saishi suddenly opened his palms. The sea blue light shield became thicker in the blink of an eye. The previous cracks have also disappeared. At the same time, Bo Saishi turned his palms into fingers. He nodded lightly at Xiao Wu. Boom! Along with the explosion in the air, a sea blue light pillar fell from the sky. He hit Xiao Wu hard. Buzz! Xiao Wu did not dare to stay where he was and directly used his teleportation soul skill to escape Bo Saixi's attack. Teleport to the blind spot in Bo Saixi's sight. Xiao Yu's sixth soul ring lit up at the same time. Xiao Wu suddenly stretched out his left hand and held it empty-handedly towards Bo Saixi's position. The Ice Emperor's shadow disappeared in a flash. The Ice King's wrath. In a blink, the nearby elementals rioted. Countless giant ice picks appeared out of thin air and thrust hard at Bo Saishi. Seeing this, Bo Saishi repeated his old tricks. He waved around with one hand. An egg-shaped sea blue light shield enveloped Bo Saishi. Bang bang bang. All those ice picks were blocked by Bo Saishi. Just when Bo Saishi was about to turn off the light shield, Xiao Yu's cold voice sounded. Burst. Hearing this, Bo Saishi immediately realized something was wrong. The calm attitude before can no longer be maintained. Buzz. Bo Saishi reacted and immediately released more soul power. Moment. The light shield protecting her body became thicker. At the same time, boom boom boom, a violent explosion sounded. All the giant ice picks that stabbed Bo Saishi exploded. The huge shock wave stirred up endless ice and snow, blocking Xiao Yu's sight. Seeing this, Xiao Wu once again used the teleportation soul skill to reach a higher place. At the same time, Xiao Yu's seventh soul ring lit up. Martial Spirit's true form. One is more than 10 meters long. A giant Barrett made of ice appeared in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu used his soul power to drag Barrett up in the air. After briefly using mental power to explore Bo Saixi's location. Bang bang bang. Xiao Wu didn't care about his soul power at all. Continuously used Barrett's martial spirit avatar to shoot countless bullets. At this time, Bo Saishi, who was among the countless frosts, also sensed Xiao Yu's movements. Burial at sea. Bo Saishi snorted coldly. In a blink, a huge alien space appeared. Bo Saishi didn't hesitate and hid directly in the different space. After a while, wait until the explosion of the ice pick is completely over. Bo Saishi finally broke through the space and walked out slowly. At this time, her skirt was already slightly damaged. Looking at Xiao Wu in midair, Bo Saishi couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Wu, these soul skills of yours are pretty good. Just rely on these few soul skills of yours. You are enough to fight against or even kill any titled Douluo below level 95. Quote. As he spoke, Bo Saishi slowly raised his left hand. Said to Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, I'm going to take action now. Just when Bo Saishi was about to take action against Xiao Yu's plain voice sounded. Senior, these soul skills of mine have been tested. There is no need for us to take action anymore. With that said, Xiao Yu directly took back his martial spirit avatar. He put down Barret in his hand again. Seeing this, Bo Saixi's mouth twitched. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. But Xiao Yu was unwilling to continue fighting, and Bo Saishi had no reason to attack Xiao Yu. After sighing secretly, Bo Saishi slowly retracted his hand. At this time, Xiao Yu flew in front of Bo Saishi without any haste. After the two slowly landed, Bo Saishi asked Xiao Yu, what's going on with these soul skills of yours? Hearing this, Xiao Yu began to explain. Senior, the fifth soul ring given to me by the Titan Snow Demon King. The soul skills brought to me are Titan Sky Strike and Titan True Body. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. Senior, you have seen the effect of Titan Sky Strike. This soul skill can condense a bullet with an armor-piercing effect. As for the true form of Titan, the effect is also very simple. After using this soul skill, within an hour, I will be several times larger. Strength and stamina will also increase. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Saishi asked with some doubts. Then why didn't you use it just now? Hearing this, Xiao Yu coughed twice and said. When I get bigger, my clothes don't get bigger. This soul skill needs to be used in conjunction with my blue-silver emperor martial soul. Tell me about your other soul skills. Bo Saishi nodded, indicating that Xiao Yu didn't need to explain any more. Seeing this, Xiao Yu continued to introduce. The sixth soul ring given to me by the Ice Emperor. The soul skills brought to me are Ice King's Wrath and Ice Explosion. As for the effect, you have just seen it. Hearing this, Bo Saixi's expression changed slightly. She did suffer a little loss from Xiao Yu's soul skills just now. If I hadn't used Burial at Sea to hide in a different space. Although she was not seriously injured by Xiao Yu's soul skill. However, I'm afraid I can't keep my clothes. Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to Bo Saixi's eyes. He raised the Barret in his hand again. Xiao Yu gently opened his palm, and the dark blue soul power flickered. Under the influence of soul power, Barret's martial spirit floated in front of him and Bo Saishi. At this time, Barret is no longer the pink look she once was. Barret's entire body turned into an icy blue color. Even though I haven't touched it yet, but Bo Saishi could still feel the chill emanating from Barret. Except that Barret's gun body has changed. The lines brought about by the killing field also changed from pale to blood red. Those lines flicker here like Barret made of ice. As if to warn others, this is a terrifying weapon. Pointing at Barret, who had changed greatly, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The seventh soul ring given to me by the Snow Emperor is the true body of the martial soul. At the same time, the sacrifices of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were made. It also allowed my Barret martial spirit and killing domain to complete an evolution at the same time. With that said, Xiao Yu opened the killing field again. The shadows of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor emerged behind him. Xiao Yu stretched out a hand casually. In a blink, one line is tens of centimeters long. The phantom of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, whose entire body was condensed with murderous aura and ice, appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. In Bo Saixi's shocked eyes, Xiao Yu said softly, the killing field follows evolution. The soul skill brought to me is called Extreme Cold Purgatory. Within the scope of the killing field, I can manipulate ice and snow at will. At the same time, the phantoms of these Ice Jade Emperor Scorpions that I condensed can attack the soul masters within the field on their own. When it explodes, it can cause huge damage. Outskirts of the far north. After hearing Xiao Yu's introduction, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu and asked with some confusion. Xiao Yu, this domain of yours should also be able to suppress the spirits of other spirit masters. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded towards Bo Saishi. Senior, it's the same as you said. The killing field does have the effect of breaking demons. All soul masters whose soul power is lower than mine cannot use soul skills within my domain. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Saishi nodded. What Xiao Yu said was as she expected. After thinking for a moment, Bo Saishi then asked. Xiao Yu, after the phantoms of the Ice Jade Emperor scorpions exploded. It will bring murderous intent and other things into the body of the person being attacked. Even if it's me, I was invaded a lot by those murderous auras. My martial spirit will also be affected to a certain extent. The speed of my soul power will be reduced, and the difficulty of releasing soul skills will also increase. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded. A smile appeared on his face. Senior, I really didn't expect it. This ability of mine can actually have an effect on you. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Saishi chuckled. Immediately, Bo Saishi pointed at the shadows of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor behind Xiao Wu and asked. Xiao Wu, after the Ice Sky Snow Girl and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion were sacrificed to you, do you still retain your consciousness? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked behind him. Looking at the two shadows in front of him, Xiao Wu concentrated on sensing. As the master of the killing field, Xiao Wu can clearly feel everything in this field. After a while, a strange color appeared on Xiao Yu's face. His mental powers noticed. At this time, the soul bodies of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were being nurtured by these two shadows. What's happening here? As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Xiao Wu's voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Wu, judging from the past situation, now it just takes some time. Then provide enough energy. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor can revive in these two shadows. At that time, with their participation, this area of yours will also become stronger. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Xiao Wu nodded. Okay Xiao Wu, I understand. After another glance at the shadows of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, Xiao Wu sighed in his heart. It's just a pity, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor fell into a deep sleep. I want to look for the possible existence of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in this far north land. And the 100,000-year-old Snow Lotus has also become empty talk. After thinking of this, Xiao Wu shook his head at Bo Saishi. Senior, their consciousness cannot be awakened yet. It will probably have to wait until I complete the subsequent soul rings. Only then could they wake up. Quote. As he said that, Xiao Wu suddenly saw the Titan Snow Demon King beside him. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Facing the Titan Snow Demon King, Xiao Wu asked in a deep voice. Titan Snow Demon, you know that it is in the far north. Where could there be 10,000-year-old Black Ice Marrow or the birth of Snow Lotus? Quote. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, the Titan Snow Demon King on the side subconsciously stretched out his hand with only bones left and scratched his skull. After thinking for a while, the Titan Snow Demon King said. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. If I could find the 10,000 years Black Ice Essence, I would have absorbed it long ago. It won't be preserved at all. As for Snow Lotus, the kind of stuff that won't fit between your teeth is not part of my diet. I don't know much about it either. Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. After sighing helplessly, Xiao Wu shook his head at the Titan Snow Demon King. Okay, I get it. After saying that, Xiao Wu turned to look at Bo Saishi. Senior, let's go back directly to Poseidon Island now. Hearing this, Bo Saishi said in a deep voice. Xiao Wu, please take a look at the content of your 8th test first. After hearing Bo Saixi's reminder, Xiao Wu was stunned. Immediately, Xiao Wu reacted and checked the information in his mind. The top 9 exams, the 8th exam, return to the mainland and become a titled Douluo, and replenish a complete set of soul rings and soul bones within 5 years. After noticing the content of the divine test, Xiao Wu started to think. Now, I already have title level combat power. At the same time, I also have Da Ming, Ming, Xiao He, Guillotine Douluo, and Titan Snow Demon King. These 5 titled combat forces are with you. Now, it is not impossible for me to challenge a Xianxia sect. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu's thoughts wandered further afield. It has been more than a year since I landed on Poseidon Island. It's time for me to go take a look at the Ice and Fire Eyes. In addition, it is now far from the day when I awaken my martial spirit. It's just been 6 years or so. After my martial soul awakens, there are still 3 months until Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy starts. Calculate according to this time. Tang San may not have graduated yet. If I go back to the mainland now, maybe we can give him a big gift at Tang San's graduation ceremony. Even if Tang San's hope of making a comeback was slim. But, it makes me feel uneasy to let Tang San, the son of destiny, live. This time I went back to deal with him and Tang Hao together. Single quote. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi. Xiao Yu bowed slightly, cupping his fists with both hands. Senior, I am going to go south directly and return to the Tiando Empire. I won't go back to Poseidon Island with you. Quote. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. Senior, please take care of Sister Yanyan and Grandpa, as well as the blue-silver Emperor Shaolin who I placed under the light of Poseidon. Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded towards Xiao Yu and said, I understand. Seeing this, Xiao Yu saluted Bo Saishi again. Then Xiao Yu spoke, Senior, in this case, I will leave first. As he spoke, Xiao Yu looked at Da Ming, Ming, and the Titan Snow Demon King in the nether space not far away, which he had never taken back. I'm ready to leave, you guys should go back to space first. As he spoke, Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand and waved it in front of him. A dark purple crack appeared. The portal to the netherworld was summoned by Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Da Ming, Ming and Titan Snow Demon King had no intention of refusing. The scene where Xiao Yu just fought against Bo Saishi let them also be a little shocked. Therefore, after they heard what Xiao Yu said, then he subconsciously walked towards the portal opened by Xiao Yu. After a while, Xiao Yu took Da Ming, Ming and Titan Snow Demon back into the space. Immediately, Xiao Yu gathered his soul power and flew towards the south. After receiving the sacrifice from the far north trio, the howling wind and snow in the far north and the terrifying temperature could not have any impact on Xiao Yu. At this time, Bo Saishi stood quietly, watching Xiao Yu's retreating figure. Wait until Xiao Yu's figure disappears into the distance. Bo Saishi chuckled and shook his head. After a while, Bo Saishi also rose into the sky and rushed towards Poseidon Island. Half a month later, a town in the northern border of the Tiando Empire. Xiao Yu, who simply concealed his appearance, passed the checkpoint and walked towards the town behind. After seeing only a few pedestrians on the streets of the town here, Xiao Yu thought in his heart, this place is close to the far north and has a harsh climate. Therefore, there are not many residents living in the towns here. If I'm prepared to probe for information, maybe I still have to go to the pub. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu quickly walked towards the tavern in the center of the city. After entering a tavern, Xiao Yu casually found a corner in the hall and sat down. After ordering some side dishes, Xiao Yu began to pour himself a drink. A few minutes later, the conversation of a table of guests sitting behind Xiao Yu attracted Xiao Yu's attention. Have you heard about it? Emperor Shui passed away some time ago. Tiando City is preparing to hold the coronation ceremony of Prince Shui Qinghe this month. Quote. After hearing the news unexpectedly, Xiao Yu frowned. After a brief observation using mental power, Xiao Yu found that among the guests at that table, only 2 of them were soul masters, and the one with the highest cultivation level only had more than 10 levels of soul power. Seeing this, Xiao Yu started to think, this place is not close to Tiando City. But even these people already knew the news. I don't know if Qian Runshui's enthronement ceremony has started yet. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu stood up, walked towards the table of guests. In their doubtful eyes, Xiao Yu said, Guys, excuse me. While speaking, Xiao Yu turned his palms. More than a dozen gold soul coins appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and casually placed the gold soul coin on the table. Ding ding ding. The gold soul coin collided with the table, making a crisp and attractive sound. Xiao Yu looked at the person who had just spoken and said, Brother, this is my opinion. Can you tell me more about the enthronement ceremony? Quote. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the face of the person who just spoke. Although he is a soul master, but with only a dozen levels of soul power, he was still at the bottom of the soul master class. The monthly subsidy he receives from Wuhun Palace is not much. The golden soul coins that Xiao Yu took out were worthy of his smile. After putting away the golden soul coins that Xiao Yu placed on the table, the man nodded in response. Easy to say, immediately, he told Xiao Yu all the information he knew. After listening to the man's story, Xiao Yu frowned. So much has happened in the past year or so. There is no grandfather to hold me back. Qian Runshui had actually killed Emperor Shui Yi at this time. The enthronement ceremony will be held in Tiando City soon. According to this person, Qibao Glazed Sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The Wuhun Palace will also send personnel to observe Qian Runshui's enthronement ceremony. I don't know if Sendaliu or other offerings will pass. It seems that I can't go to the Ice and Fire Eyes for the time being. Wait until Qian Runshui's enthronement ceremony is over. After she returns to Wuhun City, I will go there again. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at the people in front of him. The soul power of these people in front of me is a little low, and they are not members of any big forces. It's hard for me to get more information from them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu stood up. After leaving a golden soul coin on his table, Xiao Yu turned around and left the tavern. About 10 minutes later, in the town here, outside the branch hall of Wuhun Hall. Xiao Yu stepped forward. At this time, a guard stopped Xiao Yu. Stop, who are you? Xiao Yu had no intention of getting entangled with the guard. He directly summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor Spirit. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. 7 soul rings disguised by Xiao Yu using the blue-silver field appeared in front of the guard. Seeing this, the guard turned pale. He hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yu. Master Soul Saint, I didn't mean to stop you. Before the guard could finish speaking, Xiao Yu interrupted him. Okay, no need to apologize. Take me in to meet the manager here. I have something to ask. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the guard nodded hurriedly. He led Xiao Yu towards the palace and walked quickly. A few minutes later, outside a small office. Da. The guard knocked lightly on the door. Master Deacon, a Master Soul Saint is here. He said he wanted to inquire about something. The guard just finished speaking. Crunch. The dilapidated door in front of him was opened. A middle-aged man walked out. After noticing the soul ring on Xiao Yu, the middle-aged deacon couldn't help but exclaimed. Such a young and powerful soul saint. The next second, he reacted. He quickly bowed to Xiao Yu. Lord Soul Saint, I'm so sorry. I was a little rude just now. Seeing this, Xiao Yu didn't care. Xiao Yu said directly, Hello, I have been practicing in the far north for more than a year. I just returned to the Tiando Empire recently. I want to ask you about it. Is there anything big happening on the mainland recently? Hearing this, the deacon was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he stretched out his hand to lead the way ahead. Master Soul Saint, please come with me. Let's sit down and talk. Under the guidance of that deacon, Xiao Yu walked into the house and randomly found a place to sit down. Looking at the worn-out ornaments nearby, Xiao Yu frowned in confusion. At this time, the deacon also noticed Xiao Yu's expression. After sighing secretly, the deacon began to explain. Master Soul Saint, you have been practicing hard in the far north for the past year and a half. Therefore, you are not aware of these things happening on the mainland. As he spoke, the deacon opened his left sleeve. The prosthetic leg hidden under the sleeve was revealed. Immediately, the deacon said with a wry smile. More than a year ago, 5 extremely powerful soul beasts suddenly appeared in the Star Forest. Those big shots in Wuhun City. Name them the 5 great beasts. Under the leadership of those ferocious beasts. In the past year, 3 beast tides broke out in the Stardo Forest. The Balak Kingdom is close to the Star Forest. Many towns have already fallen. I also participated in one of the guard battles. Although I was lucky enough to save a life. But my left arm was lost in that battle. But it was precisely because of this that I was transferred to the rear. You can retire here with peace of mind. After laughing self-deprecatingly, the deacon continued. This Lord Soul Saint, in this year, a large number of soul masters in our Wuhun Palace have been transferred. They formed an army to help the Tiando Empire resist the invasion of the Beast Tide. At the same time, a lot of supplies were also requisitioned. This is why my place is so shabby. In an empty room. After hearing what the deacon said, Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly. So many things have happened in the past year or so. Did Dishan and the others directly choose to appear in this era? After Tang San received sacrifices from Da Ming and Ming, they were not born. What's the reason this time? And, within a year, they launched 3 waves of beasts. Why are they in such a hurry? Has the Silver Dragon King also awakened? There is no reason. What information is there that I don't know? Single quote. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu still couldn't find any clue. There are still too few clues. After sighing secretly, Xiao Yu raised his head. After noticing the surrounding layout, Xiao Yu's thoughts also drifted away. Judging from the situation in the discipline hall of Wuhun Hall, the manpower and material resources of Wuhun Palace are indeed somewhat insufficient. Otherwise, Wuhun Palace would not have to allocate manpower and material resources from such a small border town. No wonder Qian Runshui was so eager to kill Emperor Shui Yi. The two empires obviously did not trust Wuhun Palace. Even on top of something like this, they may not be willing to help Wuhun Palace. Qian Runshui should be preparing to integrate the power of the human side first. Resist the invasion of the Star Forest. At the same time, feeling the pressure, she was also ready to go back and inherit the throne. Then go back and deal with Dishan and the others. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, the voice of the Wuhun Palace deacon sounded again. This Lord Soul Saint, the crisis caused by the ferocious beast is imminent. Every bit of power is extremely important now. Are you willing to join our Wuhun Palace and fight for the future of mankind? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at the deacon of Wuhun Hall in front of him. After noticing the man's eager gaze, Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "Feel sorry," although Xiao Yu was also ready to take action against those ferocious beasts. But now is not the right opportunity. And compared with DTN and the others, Xiao Yu's own combat power is still not enough. Not to mention that there is a silver dragon king hidden behind Dishan and the others. Even if Xiao Yu really wanted to get rid of them and turn them into his own combat power or soul rings. But now is really not a good time. Xiao Yu's words were like a basin of cold water. It poured on the heart of the Wuhun Hall deacon. The deacon of Wuhun Palace's eyes also dimmed. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at the left arm of the Wuhun Palace deacon. In his doubtful eyes, Xiao Yu summoned his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Xiao Yu raised his hand and gently tapped the Wuhun Palace deacon. Poof! With the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated, Xiao Yu tore open the wound on his left arm again. The deacon's expression changed drastically. He didn't understand why Xiao Yu suddenly attacked him. Before the Wuhun Palace deacon had time to react, Xiao Yu's second soul ring lit up. In the surprised and suspicious eyes of the Wuhun Palace deacon, the green light of recovery shone on his broken arm. The moment the light of recovery hit his wound, all the blood that spilled out when the wound opened stopped. At the same time, waves of coolness came from his wound. After noticing this, the Wuhun Palace deacon froze on the spot. At this time, he didn't know that Xiao Yu was treating himself. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of him, an idea came into his mind that even he himself found unrealistic. This soul saint in front of me. Could it be that I want my severed limb to regenerate? How can this be? Single quote. At the same time, the Wuhun Palace deacon was shocked. Another painful itching sensation came from his wound. After noticing this, he turned around subconsciously. When he noticed that there were countless granulations growing in the green light on the cross-section of the wound, the Wuhun Palace deacon froze on the spot. 10 minutes later, looking at his regrown left arm, the Wuhun Palace deacon murmured in disbelief. How can this be? Xiao Yu didn't care about the reaction of the Wuhun Palace deacon. After all this is done, Xiao Yu took back his martial spirit, turn around and walk out of the room. At the same time, the Wuhun Palace deacon who reacted shouted loudly. This Lord Soul Saint, your healing ability is really strong. Do you really give it a second thought? The treatment in our Wuhun Palace is very good. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stopped. He didn't look back, just spoke. About the beast, if there is a chance in the future, I will take action. With that said, Xiao Yu walked towards the outside of the hall again. A few minutes later, Xiao Yu left this town, accelerate and fly towards the south. At the same time, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. There is no rush to deal with this matter in the Stardow Forest for the time being. I need to get more detailed information first. Only then can I consider fishing in troubled waters. Although I already have several levels of combat power. But if it is true to God, or the Silver Dragon King behind him, I just gave it for free. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Strength is never enough. As he said that, Xiao Yu thought about Tiando City again. I don't know when Qian Runshui's enthronement ceremony started. There are probably not many titled Douluo coming to Tiando City during this period. Thus, on the other side of the ice and fire eyes, I can't go for the time being, although my grandfather and I have already covered up. However, there is still a certain probability that the ice and fire eyes will be discovered by people from Wuhun Palace. It was still too close to Tiando City. In case the people from Wuhun Palace are near the Ice and Fire Eyes, they have left some people to look after them. If I fight with him again, things will become very troublesome. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's eyes changed slightly. Since I can't go to the Ice and Fire Eyes for the time being, the Star Do Forest is too dangerous. Then there is only one place left for me to go now. Let's deal with Tang San's matter first. I couldn't be clearer about Tang San's refreshed position. Tang San is not at the Junior Spirit Master Academy in Nodding City now. It's Shrek Academy in Soto City. If nothing else works, go to Lanba Academy, Yuexuan and Haoshan Sect to look for them. You can always find it. Moreover, Tang San only had one level 95 Tang Hao protecting him. It wouldn't be too hard for me to deal with it. Because of the Blue-Silver Emperor incident, Tang San and I are already life or death enemies. He, the son of destiny, must not be allowed to stay any longer. Tang San had good luck, and in this chaotic situation, he can't tell when he will find an opportunity to grow up. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu accelerated his flying speed again. Whether it's Tang San or Tang Hao, as long as he finds them, Xiao Yu will never give them another chance to live. 1 month later, it traversed most of the Tiando Empire. Xiao Yu returned to Nodding City again. Looking at the towering city wall in front of me. There are also guards stationed on the city walls. Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly. Judging from the nearby terrain, I shouldn't have come to the wrong place. This is Nodding City, but how did Nodding City become like this? After thinking briefly, Xiao Yu had the answer in his mind. The distance between Nodding City and Stardow Forest is not particularly far. The changes in the city are most likely related to the Beast Tide. Even places like this now. Have you already begun to strengthen defenses and increase the number of troops? Damn it, I don't know if Tang San is still in the academy. Xiao Yu glanced at the residents of Nodding City who were still queuing at the city gate, waiting to enter the city. He directly used the teleportation soul skill to come to the city. Then, follow the directions from memory. Xiao Yu rushed towards the location of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. A few minutes later, in the center of Nodding City, he looked at the plaque in front of him that clearly said, Nodding City Military Controlled Zone, in large characters. Xiao Yu had a hint of helplessness on his face. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy is, after all, the largest building in Nodding City. At the same time, the location of the Junior Soul Master Academy is also the center of the town. Now the threat of Stardow Forest is right in front of us. It is inevitable that the college will be forced to relocate. I took it for granted a little too much before I came here. I should have thought of this. Single quote. After sighing secretly, Xiao Yu left the entrance of the academy. After taking a few steps, Xiao Yu casually grabbed a passerby on the road. Just when Xiao Yu was about to ask about the Soul Master Academy, the man protected his chest with his hands and stared at Xiao Yu with a wary expression. What do you want to do? The army is nearby. If you dare to take action, I will call you right away. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched. What is this? Single quote. After secretly complaining, Xiao Yu flipped his right hand. Several golden soul coins were taken out by Xiao Yu. In the other party's confused eyes, Xiao Yu took the man's hand. Xiao Yu put the golden soul coin in his hand into the passerby's hand with a smile. Immediately, Xiao Yu asked, Brother, I have something I want to ask you about. Hearing this, the man was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted. After quickly putting away the few gold soul coins handed over by Xiao Yu, he just put on a smiling face and said to Xiao Yu, Brother, what do you want to ask? Just ask. I have lived in this city for more than 20 years. It can be said that no one knows this city better than me. Whatever you want to ask, I can tell you the answer. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately, Xiao Yu pointed to the location of the Junior Soul Master Academy not far away and said, Brother, do you know where the Soul Master Academy has moved? Hearing this, the passerby glanced at Xiao Yu in surprise. After taking a look at Xiao Yu's clothes, he said with a smile, Brother, you are not from Nodding City. This Junior Soul Master Academy was banned half a year ago. That area was also occupied by the military. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. It was banned half a year ago. Then Tang San will definitely not be here anymore. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu asked reluctantly, Brother, I heard that there is a master in this Soul Master Academy who specializes in martial soul theory named Yu Xiaogang. He also had a genius disciple named Tang San. I don't know, have you heard their names? Quote. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the man's face. I've heard it, how could I not have heard it? That disabled master Yu Xiaogang. As long as they are people living in Nodding City. Who doesn't know his name? But his disciple named Tang San was indeed a genius. Quote. As he spoke, a look of contentment appeared on the man's face. Brother, let me tell you. Tang San was a super genius. He is the pride of our Nodding City. Can you imagine? It is said that Tang San already had level 30 soul power when he was only 11 years old. There is only one soul ring left. He can successfully break the record and become the youngest soul master in the entire continent. Before our junior soul master academy in Nodding City was banned, the teachers from the academy even specially publicized Tang San's achievements in the city. Now, basically everyone in our city knows Tang San's name. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned even more tightly. Tang San already had level 30 soul power at the age of 11. This is because there is no interference from Xiao Wu. Is it the reason why he can practice wholeheartedly? He, who already reached level 30 soul power a year ago, may not stay in Nodding City anymore. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu looked at the passers-by in front of him, and with the attitude of giving it a try, Xiao Yu continued to ask. This big brother, that Tang San has reached level 30 soul power. Could he still be in the Junior Soul Master Academy? Quote. Seeing a look of disdain on Xiao Yu's face, the passerby quickly began to explain. No, Tang San seemed to have graduated a year ago. But there was no news after that. Hearing this, Xiao Yu took a deep breath and then asked. So, big brother, do you know where Master Yu Xiaogang has gone? After hearing what Xiao Yu said, the passerby rubbed his chin and thought for a while. After a moment, he said with some uncertainty. He should have gone to the Intermediate or Advanced Soul Master Academy with Tang San. As he spoke, a strange expression appeared on the man's face. It's strange to say that the disabled Master Yu Xiaogang. It didn't seem like this before. A few years ago, he became disabled for no apparent reason. Let me tell you, that Yu Xiaogang seems to weigh more than 300 kilograms now. He has to sit in a wheelchair every day and cannot even eat, drink, and relieve himself independently. I don't know what Tang San wants from him. Why would you take such a loser as your teacher? After hearing the passerby mocking Yu Xiaogang, Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. It is all his fault that Yu Xiaogang became like this. Looking at the location of the Soul Master Academy not far away, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. Tang San had successfully reached level 30 soul power a year ago. The soul ring that Yu Xiaogang chose for him. It's not something he and Yu Xiaogang can hunt alone. Therefore, a year ago, when Tang San reached level 30 soul power, Yu Xiaogang should have already taken Tang San to Soto City. While thinking, Xiao Yu glanced at the passers-by again. Tang San will not leave Yu Xiaogang easily. Then, as long as you find Yu Xiaogang, you can find Tang San. According to what the passerby in front of me said. Now Yu Xiaogang, the lower half of his body was disabled and his appearance had changed drastically. According to Yu Xiaogang's character, he would never want to appear in front of Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong. Therefore, Lanba Academy and Wuhun Hall can be ruled out for the time being. Now, Tang San and the others only have Soto City left to go to. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu once again took out a few gold soul coins and handed them to the passers-by in front of him. Afterwards, Xiao Yu rushed directly towards Soto City. A week later, within the kingdom of Barak, outside Soto City. Look at the city in front of you. Xiao Yu used his mental power to start looking through his past memories. According to the original statement, the location of Shrek Academy is not far from the south gate of Soto City. Single quote. Think of this. Xiao Yu followed the road outside Soto City and began to search along the way. After a while, a small village appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked from a distance. Soon, Xiao Yu noticed the plaque at the entrance of the village. Shrek Academy. Xiao Yu read out a few words on the plaque. At this time, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Finally reached. While Xiao Yu was talking, the sleepy old man guarding the entrance of Shrek Academy opened his eyes. He noticed Xiao Yu in front of him. After taking a look at Xiao Yu's appearance, the man spoke. The registration time for Shrek Academy hasn't started yet. You go back first. Moreover, our college only admits children under the age of 13. Your age has exceeded our admission requirements. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. But soon, Xiao Yu had an idea in his mind. How about I sneak into the academy first? Just in case Tang-san isn't here. I might as well ask Flender about the location of him and Yu Xiaogang. Single quote. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu directly deployed his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. 7 concealed soul rings slowly appeared behind Xiao Yu. Hello, my name is Zhang Yu. I'm here to apply for a job as a teacher. Quote. Hearing this, the old man in front of Xiao Yu froze on the spot. The 7 soul rings are all the best matched soul rings. You are the soul saint. How can this be? Quote. After exclaiming, the man quickly introduced himself. Hello Zhang Yu, my name is Li Yusong, I have level 63 soul power. I am a teacher at Shrek Academy. Quote. While speaking, Li Yusong looked at Xiao Yu in front of him again. The more carefully he looked, the more horrified he felt. Although Xiao Yu's appearance at this time is close to that of an adult. But no matter how you look at it, he cannot be over 20 years old. How could someone reach the soul saint level at this age? Although Li Yusong was amazed at Xiao Yu's age in his heart. But he didn't say much. Xiao Yu was led all the way towards the interior of Shrek Academy. After a while, there was a quarrel. Flanders, how many times have I told you? I don't want to see her long yet. After hearing the sound, Xiao Yu and Li Yusong both looked in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man sitting in a special wheelchair, covered in fat and looking like a mountain of meat. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose wearing black-rimmed glasses appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Look at the appearance of the 2 people in front of you. Xiao Yu looked happy. These 2 should be Yu Xiaogang and Flanders. I don't know where Tang-san has gone. He didn't even see them when he came in. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking. Flanders and the others also noticed Xiao Yu and Li Yusong walking over. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of him, Flender closed his mouth and stopped arguing with Yu Xiaogang. Flanders walked quickly to Li Yusong, pointed at Xiao Yu and asked. Who is this? Hearing this, Li Yusong spoke directly. Dean, his name is Zhang Yu. He is a soul saint. She came to our college to apply for a job as a teacher. Quote. Soul saint. Before Flender could speak, Yu Xiaogang let out a scream. He must be 20 years old at most. How did he break through to the soul saint level? Even if he is a mistress, he can't do this. As he said that, Yu Xiaogang showed a trace of ridicule on his face. Flanders, you have to pay attention. Don't let any liars sneak into our academy. Quote. Hearing this, Flender turned to look at Xiao Yu and Li Yusong. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shrugged. In Li Yusong's nervous eyes, Xiao Yu directly summoned his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. After seeing the soul ring of Xiao Yu's martial soul, Yu Xiaogang screamed again. How could there be such a young soul saint? Why have I never heard your name? Quote. At this time, Flanders on the side winked at Li Yusong. Li Yusong understood immediately and walked quickly behind Yu Xiaogang's wheelchair. Li Yusong ignored Yu Xiaogang's angry shouts. Li Yusong, who had long been unhappy with Yu Xiaogang, pushed Yu Xiaogang's wheelchair towards the accommodation area. Master Jade, you are tired. Let's rest for a while first. After the 2 of them walked away, Flender looked at Xiao Yu and said. I heard from Teacher Li, my name is Zhang Yu, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. After glancing around, Xiao Yu pretended to be puzzled and said. Dean Flender, I originally planned to apply for a teacher position in the college. But I have changed my mind now. Why are there so few people in your college? Quote. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Flender quickly explained. Zhang Yu, don't be impatient. Listen to me tell you slowly. Quote. As he spoke, Flanders made a gesture of invitation. He took Xiao Yu towards his office. Along the way, Flender explained to Xiao Yu the origin of Shrek. Our Shrek Academy has always only admitted monster-level students. Therefore, our school has more teachers than students. This is also the reason why Zhang Yu didn't see any teachers in our college. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately, Xiao Yu asked pretending not to care. Dean Flanders, how many students are there in the college now? What about their talents? Can they reach monster level? Quote. Of course. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Flender responded directly to Xiao Yu. When the topic of students came up, Flanders straightened up. He continued with a smile. Zhang Yu, there are 4 students in our college now. The oldest one is 17 years old this year, and he is now almost at level 39 soul power. In addition, 2 of these 4 students are innately full of soul power. Quote. As he spoke, Flanders looked at Xiao Yu with burning eyes and said, Zhang Yu, come join us. Our Shrek Academy will definitely have a bright future. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu also showed a smile on his face. 4 monster-level students, and 2 with innate soul power. Okay. With that said, Xiao Yu asked again. Dean friend, where are those students now? I want to meet them. Quote. Hearing this, Flanders looked a little embarrassed, and he hesitated. Today, our college has a holiday. They are all young people and relatively energetic. They should all be playing in Soto City now. After seeing Flanders' expression of constipation, Xiao Yu roughly guessed the reason. There is no Xiao Wu to restrain me. Was Tang San also led astray by the 2 prostitutes from Shrek Academy? Single quote. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Flender in front of him and said. In this case, Dean Flender, why don't we go to the city together to look for those 4 students? Quote. After 1 hour, Soto City, under the leadership of Flanders, Xiao Yu followed. After twists and turns, we came to a small alley. Most of the shops in this alley have some red lanterns hanging. Looking at the small alley in front of him, Flanders rubbed his hands. Teacher Zhang Yu, why don't we go back to the academy and wait for them? They will be back soon. As he said that, Flanders began to look at Xiao Yu's expression. After noticing Flanders' expression, Xiao Yu spread his hands. Dean Flender, it's okay. I must not be much older than those students. We are all young people. I understand, please take me in and have a look. This is the first time in my life that I have been to a place like this, so I am a little curious. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Flender looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. After seeing Xiao Yu's indifferent expression, Flanders was slightly relieved. He looked Zhang Yu up and down for a few times. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart. This is not a serious person. When you look like this, do you still need to come to a place like this? Single quote. After coughing twice, Flanders no longer hesitated. Taking Xiao Yu towards those stores. At this time, the sun was still shining brightly. It's still early. Therefore, not many girls come out to do business. After a brief walk around, Flanders found his target. After Flanders chatted skillfully with the old woman soliciting customers at the door. Then he took Xiao Yu in. Although there are partitions. However, Xiao Yu and Flender are both high-level soul masters. With their keen senses, they could still vaguely hear some breathing sounds. After hearing these noises, Flanders laughed twice. Then he pretended to be generous and said, Teacher Zhang Yu, am I treating you today? As he spoke, Flanders took out a gold soul coin from his pocket. There was a flash of pain in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu waved his hand at Flender. That's very kind of you, Dean Flanders. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. By the way, Dean Flender, are you sure all 4 of them are here? Hearing this, Flanders nodded subconsciously. Just when Flanders wanted to say something else, the movement upstairs also stopped. After a while, 4 young men in different clothes walked downstairs, holding on to the corner of the wall. Seeing this, Xiao Yu carefully looked at the 4 teenagers in front of him. The one on the left who is luxuriously dressed and has blonde hair and strange eyes should be Dai Mubai. The one in the middle with a pair of peach blossom eyes and more delicate facial features should be Oscar. The fat little red-haired guy next to him must be Ma Hongjun. As for the one walking at the end who is dressed in rustic clothes and whose appearance is not outstanding, it should be Tang San. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, Tang San and the others also noticed Flanders waiting downstairs. There was a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Especially Oscar and Tang San. Because there is no Xiao Wu around to restrain him. The reason why Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy 1 year earlier. Tang San was influenced by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. I also have a little curiosity about this kind of place. Dai Mubai saw Tang San's little thoughts. In addition, he also wanted to win over Tang San and Oscar, who were more talented. Therefore, he chose today. I called Ma Hongjun and forcefully dragged Tang San and Oscar over to play together. At this time, Ma Hongjun reacted. After glancing at a few people around him, he walked towards Flanders nonchalantly. After walking up to Flanders, he stretched out a hand and said, "Dean, why are you here? Please help me settle the account from last time." Ma Hongjun. After hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flanders' eyes flashed with anger. Xiao Wu didn't pay much attention to the interaction between Flanders and Ma Hongjun. At this time, he was looking at Tang San not far away with a smile. "Finally I see you again. Tang San." After feeling Xiao Yu's gaze, Tang San's hair suddenly rose. Tang San was born in the killer sect in his previous life. He keenly felt the murderous aura in Xiao Yu. He subconsciously took out the dragon beard needle he had made, aimed at Xiao Yu and Flender. Tang San glanced at Flanders warily. He could tell that Xiao Yu came here with Flender. Who is that person and why does he want to kill me? Is Flanders also involved? At this time, several people in the field also noticed Tang San's movements. Seeing this, Flanders and Ma Hongjun stopped talking. Everyone looked at Tang San and Xiao Yu in front of them in surprise. At the same time, a voice came into Xiao Yu's ears. "Zhang Yu, get out immediately or die." After hearing the sound, Xiao Yu turned his head and looked towards the door of the store. There was a hint of coldness in Xiao Yu's eyes. Tang Hao, single quote. Xiao Yu will never forget this hoarse voice. 6 years ago, Xiao Yu had just blocked Xiao Wu. When he obtained the soul bone, he was chased by Tang Hao. At that time, he was only 6 years old and had to endure a hard night in the cold quagmire before escaping Tang Hao's pursuit. Finally, Xiao Yu took the sick body and hid in Wanghan village. If there is not a doctor in the village, Xiao Yu might have died there. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Flanders and said, "Dean Flanders, please deal with the matter here first. I suddenly have something urgent and need to leave." With that said, Xiao Yu ignored the people present and turned around to walk out of the store. Seeing this, several people present were a little confused. Tang Hao was Xiao Yu who used his mental power to transmit messages. They didn't hear Tang Hao's voice until Xiao Yu left. Tang San then asked, "Dean, who was that person just now?" Hearing this, Flanders sneered and began to explain. "That person's name is Zhang Yu, he is a new teacher in our college. After he heard about your genius, would love to meet you. That's why I brought him here." After hearing Flanders' words, Tang San frowned. New teacher. It was obviously just the first time for me and him to meet. Why do I feel that he is familiar? Moreover, the murderous aura I feel in him doesn't seem to be fake. While thinking, Tang San took a liking to Flanders in front of him. Is it this old guy who is covering up for Zhang Yu? Regardless of Flanders, that guy named Zhang Yu already has a way to kill himself. Just when Tang San and Flanders were talking, Xiao Yu has come to a deserted corner. Wow! Along with the scream in the air, a black shadow attacked Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu directly used his teleportation soul skill. His figure disappeared from the spot. Boom! The figure's attack hit the nearby house. The walls began to crumble. Some people screamed and ran out of the house. At this time, Xiao Yu looked at Tang Hao in front of him who had summoned the clear sky hammer. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Soto City is one of the 2 most important cities in the Baroque Kingdom. There is a large population here. Does Tang Hao have no scruples at all? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu rose directly into the sky, flying towards the outside of the city. Seeing this, Tang Hao no longer covered up. After activating his soul power, he chased in the direction of Xiao Yu. He possesses the realm of the god of death and is extremely sensitive to murderous intent. Although I don't know why Xiao Yu showed murderous intent when he saw his son. But Tang Hao was no longer prepared to let Xiao Yu live any longer. Neither Xiao Yu nor Tang Hao concealed their speed. Boom! A sonic boom sounded. The two soon left Soto City. After a while, over a plain dozens of miles away from Soto City. After looking around, Xiao Yu fell downwards. Noticing Xiao Yu's movements, Tang Hao activated his soul skill without saying a word. He hit Xiao Yu hard. Seeing this, Xiao Yu used the teleportation soul skill again. Out of Tang Hao's attack range. Boom! A large pit more than 10 meters deep was created on the ground where Xiao Yu was standing, and the ground nearby was also cracked. After the smoke cleared, Tang Hao pointed at Xiao Yu with the clear sky hammer and said, "It's teleportation again. Good boy, You must have a lot of high-quality soul bones in your body. As he said that, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with fire. You are just a soul saint. You are not worthy of possessing these high-quality soul bones.